Good morning, everyone. I'm Dan Garodnick, Chair of the City Planning Commission and Director of the Department of City Planning. Welcome to today's public meeting of February 19. We will kick off our agenda with a few votes, starting with an office space lease by the New York City Independent Budget Office at 1 Battery Park Plaza in Manhattan. This location, less than a mile from their current office at 110 William Street, is large enough to accommodate the IBO's 50-plus employees and its city charter-mandated meetings. We'll next vote on Queen's Future, a 3.7 million square foot development with a gaming facility, music hall, convention and meeting space, 2,300 room hotel, restaurant, retail space, and around 25 acres of new redeveloped public park space. This proposal requires several zoning actions, including the demapping of around 25 acres of space that is technically mapped as parkland, but is actually used as an asphalt parking lot in Flushing Meadows, Corona Park. The Commission's role here is focused specifically on the land use actions for this development. To be completely clear, like all other gaming facility applications, including one later today, the Queen's Future proposal itself would still need to go through the state-defined gaming facility licensing process, even if we vote to approve this application. This state process involves approval by a 6-person community advisory committee, which has representatives from the mayor, borough president, and council member, among others, followed by additional state boards. Additionally, the Queen's Future proposal in particular would need state approval for parkland alienation. This vote is distinct from that potential approval as well. To wrap up our votes for today, we have another acquisition, this one for office space at 209 Bay Street in Tompkinsville, Staten Island, by the New York City Human Resources Administration. This move will allow HRA homelessness prevention services to continue co-locating with existing HRA services in the area, such as SNAP, Medicaid, home energy assistance, and much more, all into one hub to serve all of Staten Island. Moving to our public hearings today, we're going to start with yet another office space acquisition, this one from New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development, which is looking to relocate its Division of Code Enforcement from its current location at 3280 Broadway in West Harlem to 215 West 125th Street, a mile east in the same community. The new site would be able to accommodate the division's 76 full-time employees and 10 vehicle fleet. The public is also invited to testify on 7399 Empire Boulevard in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. This proposal looks to create over 260 new homes, of which nearly 80 would be income-restricted affordable, as well as ground floor and second floor retail. The site is located a couple of blocks from Prospect Park and is accessible by mass transit, including the 2 and 5 train at Sterling Street, the B, Q, and S at Prospect Park, and the B48 and B49 buses. Staying in Brooklyn, our next hearing will be on a mixed-use building at 166 Kings Highway in Bensonhurst. This project would include nearly 100 new homes, of which 30 would be income-restricted affordable on top of ground floor commercial space. The site is close to the Seth Lowe Playground, the High Lawn branch of the Brooklyn Public Library, and the Kings Highway N subway station. Our final hearing for today is on land use actions related to 2 potential development scenarios for the Western Rail Yards, located on a super block along West 33rd Street between 11th and 12th Avenues in Hudson Yards. While both proposals would have the same building footprint as proposed, they differ in uses. The first scenario is for 3 towers with a gaming facility and hotel, as well as commercial and residential buildings. The second scenario would be a mix of commercial and residential development in up to 5 buildings. Both options would also include the creation of new open space on this block that sits near the 34th Street Hudson Yards 7 train stop. As a reminder, much like Queen's Future, the gaming facility component of this application would additionally depend on approval through the state-defined gaming facility licensing process. Okay, there it is. Lots to do today. Madam Secretary, with that introduction, let's get started.
Good morning. This is the City Planning Commission public meeting held remotely through the NYC Engage portal and in person in the CPC hearing room, 120 Broadway, Lower Concourse. Today is Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. I will now call the roll. Chair Gorodnick?
Here.
Vice Chair Knuckles?
Here.
Commissioner Benjamin? Present. Commissioner Cerullo?
Here.
Commissioner Krall? Commissioner Dweck?
Here.
Commissioner Gold?
Here.
Commissioner Goodrich? Commissioner Kermani? Here. Commissioner Mann?
Here.
Commissioner Marin?
Here.
Commissioner Osorio?
Here.
Commissioner Ramprashad? A quorum is present. The first item is the approval of minutes of the public meeting of Wednesday, February 5th, 2025.
Great. On the minutes, I make a motion to approve those minutes of February 5th. Thank you, Commissioner Ramprashad. For the second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Minutes are approved.
Scheduling. Calendar numbers 1 through 4, scheduling Wednesday, March 5th, 2025, for a public hearing to be held in person in the CPC hearing room, 120 Broadway, and remotely through the NYC Engage portal.
I make a motion to approve the resolution. Thank you, Commissioner Cerullo, for your second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Okay. Motion is approved.
The next part of the calendar is the report section on page 5. Borough of Manhattan, calendar number 5, 1 Battery Park Plaza, IBO office space acquisition, CD1 N250142PXM, in the matter of an application for a notice of intent to acquire office space concerning 1 Battery Park Plaza, IBO office space acquisition. For favorable report on calendar number 1, Chair Gorodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin. Aye. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich. Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Mann.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 1. Borough of Queens, calendar numbers 6 and 7. Queens, future map change and amendment. Joint interest area 81, community districts 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. C250046, ZMQ, C250047, MMQ, in the matter of applications for a zoning map and zoning city, in the matter of applications for a zoning map and city map amendment concerning Queens future map change and amendment. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 6 and 7, Chair Gorodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin. Aye. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Mann.
Abstain.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
I want to start by thanking the Department of City Planning for addressing the Commission's comments after the public hearing and through yesterday's memo, addressing the concerns that I raised at the review session in a very quick turnaround. Also, based on the comments that we heard from the public, I also very much appreciate the changes made to the project description and Appendix B, as well as the changes that were made to the draft environmental impact statement based on the findings of the final environmental impact statement, addressing the impacts on water and sewer infrastructure. Having said this, I respectfully vote no on this because I cannot fully support the proposal until the Department of Environmental Protection can complete the FEMA resiliency project for the 37th Avenue pump station to fully evaluate a resiliency upgrade or replacement of the 37th Avenue pump station in order to address the impacts on this special natural waterfront area. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 6 and 7. Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 8, 209 Bay Street HRA office space, CD11 N250082 PXR, in the matter of an application for a notice of intent to acquire office space concerning 209 Bay Street HRA office space. For a favorable report on calendar number 8, Chair Gorodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin. Aye. Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani. Yes. Commissioner Mann.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
A favorable report has been adopted on calendar number 8. The next part of the calendar is the public hearing section on page 8.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We will proceed with our ordinary course here. We'll ask members of the public to keep their remarks to 3 minutes. And we're going to get right into the first item for today. Madam Secretary, let's call the first item.
Borough of Manhattan, calendar number 9, 215 West 125th Street, HPD office space, CD10 N250168, PXM, public hearing in a matter of an application for a notice of intent to acquire office space concerning 215 West 125th Street, HPD office space.
Great. And on behalf of the applicant, we have a number of representatives from various city agencies, I think primarily DCAS and HPD. And those reps include Colleen O'Connor Grant, Shayna Wernow, Josh Cucciaro, Hector Padilla, Chris Grove, Melissa Auten, Angela Robinson, and Charles Gross on Zoom. So let us promote them, get them started, and we'll look forward to hearing from you all on calendar number 9, 215 West 125th Street, office space.
Application team, are you able to unmute on Zoom?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Good morning.
Wonderful, thank you.
Whenever you're ready. Applicant team, you there? We're ready to go.
This is Charles Gross. Can you hear me?
We certainly can.
Okay, good. Okay,
Sorry, can folks hear me now?
We can.
All right, sorry about that. Good morning, my name is Josh Cucciaro. I'm HPD's Associate Commissioner for the Division of Code Enforcement. I'm joined this morning by colleagues from HPD and our co-applicant DCAS. So in terms of the second slide, do you all have the slideshow up?
No.
We have the first slide. Here we go.
Second slide, yeah. Forgive me, I just have a black screen, so I'm sort of flying blind here. So thank you for the opportunity to testify about the 195 acquisition of office space application for 215 West 125th Street in Harlem. The office is located in Community District 10. Currently, HPD's Manhattan Code Enforcement Office is located at 3280 Broadway, and HPD seeks to relocate to 215 West 125th Street. We hope to acquire approximately 22,200 square feet of office space and 10 parking spaces with a level 3 charging station at the 215 West 125th Street location. This will accommodate the relocation of 76 personnel from HPD's Office of Manhattan Code Enforcement. Slide 3, map. So the map depicts the location of both the existing office and the proposed office. And I do want to flag that a significant amount of Manhattan Code Enforcement's workload is concentrated in Northern Manhattan. During fiscal year 2024, of the approximate 145,000 complaints made within the borough of Manhattan, nearly 70% was from within community districts 9 through 12. Next slide, please. Code enforcement at HPD is responsible for enforcing the New York City Housing Maintenance Code and New York State Multiple Dwelling Law within privately owned residential properties. The codes establish legally enforceable standards regarding conditions such as heat and hot water, mold, pests, permissible occupancy, etc. In terms of our work, code enforcement responds to tenant complaints to 311 and issues violations when conditions warrant. During fiscal year 2024, HPD received approximately 700,000 complaints citywide, and almost 145,000 complaints were from the borough of Manhattan. The code enforcement team responds to 311 complaints from within the borough of Manhattan only. And let me just clarify, the folks slated for relocation only respond to 311 complaints from within the borough of Manhattan. They also conduct re-inspection when owners certify correction of certain violations or submit violation dismissal requests. It's important to understand that HPD's enforcement work does not cease operations.
Thank you for that. We actually just hit the time, but I know there are going to be a couple of questions for you here. So I will just start off with the general one, which is, what is prompting the need or desire for the move, and just tell us a little bit more about what is more desirable for you at 215 West 125th Street compared to where you are today.
So the landlord of the facility we currently call home has given us notice that they'd like us out. And so as a result, we've been working in earnest with DCAS to identify alternative space. 215 West 125th Street, from my perspective, is a superior location. So it's located in the middle of the borough, giving us better access to both the West Side and FDR Drive, West Side Highway and FDR Drive. It is also in close proximity to various forms of mass transit, including both subways and buses. So I think it will be better for both the public and members of our staff.
Okay, thank you very much. Vice Chair Knuckles?
Thank you. What is the proposed length of the lease?
I believe it's a 20-year duration.
It is 20 years. This is Charles Gross from DCAS, 20 years upon substantial completion of work. We also will have 2 10-year options in the lease.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think that's all we have for you. So thank you very much for the presentation. And we will, for you folks who are here on Zoom, thank you for your service to the city. And I will see if there are any members of the public wishing to be heard on this item. I see none. Last chance on 215 West 125th Street. Okay. Hearing on calendar number 9 is now closed. Madam Secretary, let's move on to the next item.
Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 10 and 11, 7399 Empire Boulevard rezoning. CD 9, calendar number 10, C230309ZMK, calendar number 11, N230310ZRK. Public hearing in the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 7399 Empire Boulevard rezoning.
Great. Thank you very much. And we have Eli Gewertz to present, and a number of members of the public wishing to be heard today. So whenever you are ready, you may proceed for 3 minutes. Button on that mic, right?
Thank you so much, Chair Garodnick. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Eli Gewertz. I'm with David Off, Hutcher, and Citron, representing the applicant here in this rezoning, 7399 Empire Boulevard in the Crown Heights South section of Brooklyn, Community District 9. As many of the Commissioners have noted, and the Borough President noted, this corridor along Empire Boulevard is severely underutilized. It's not actualizing its potential currently, and that's mostly because of the CA2 zoning that's mapped along both the north and south sides of this Empire Boulevard corridor. Since 1961, our site serves as a gateway to this Empire Boulevard corridor coming from Prospect Park and the subway to the immediate west. I'm really seeking to reactivate this space and this corridor with active retail uses in the cellar, first and second floors, enhance the streetscape, and really reactivate what is a derelict area right now. So the zoning actions that we're requesting is a zoning map amendment from CA2, which is mapped along Empire, and R6C13, which is currently mapped along Sullivan Place, to C44D, which is an R8A residential equivalent. C44D districts are typically mapped in regional commercial centers, which is what we're endeavoring to create here with our robust commercial program, which consists of 98,000 square feet of destination retail uses, as well as local retail uses for mom and pop stores, really looking to reactivate the site, and with residential uses above, totaling 273,000 square feet of floor area at a 7.2 FAR. The site is in Crystal Hudson's district in Community District 9. Again, the project benefits, as noted, we're looking to transform this underutilized property, revitalize the streetscape, stimulate the local economy with new jobs, and create much-needed affordable housing. Here you can see the site with Ebbets Fieldhouses, 25-story building to our immediate north. Here you can see Prospect Park to the west, and you can see some of the self-storage facilities that really typifies this portion of Empire Boulevard. Here you can see the site
In red is near public transit, giving it a transit-oriented development right near the BQS subway station at Prospect Park Station, multiple bus lines. I want to note that the zoning maps for the C44D district that we're proposing is an R8A residential equivalent. You see R8A zoning here to our immediate northwest, north of Sullivan Street, and R8X, which allows even higher density. So we're mapping a zoning district that's consistent with the surrounding area, the zoning that you're seeing in the surrounding area, the 38,000 square foot site. And just so you can see what the current site looks like right now.
Time?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me see if there are questions for you. Commissioner Osorio?
Thank you so much, Chair. 2 quick questions. Thank you for the presentation. The first one is, do you have any immediate responses to the Borough President's recommendation to modify the massing to be able to address some of the shadow impacts while preserving maximum residential space?
Yes, thank you so much for your question. So first, of course, we understand that there are some shadow impacts on the PS 375K school, which we acknowledge in the winter months, right, in the morning hours, which seeker determined to be not significant. We also note that we have 0 shadows on, right, the Brooklyn Botanic Garden, Jackie Robinson Playground, the McKeever Place sitting area. But once we heard the Borough President's recommendation, we did ask our environmental consultant to conduct an as-of-right shadow study because the site, as I noted, in the northern portion is zoned R6 C13. So the zoning currently allows approximately a 9-story, 100-foot building in that R6 portion. So our environmental consultant did a preliminary analysis and it determined that really the shadow impacts are not that different on the PS 375K schoolyard in that as-of-right scenario compared to the proposed project. So that was our preliminary analysis. So again, given that and what seeker determined and what we have determined, we understand there are some shadow impacts in the winter, but given the totality of what we're bringing to the site, and we think that the benefits significantly outweigh the minimum shadow impact that's going to be just in the winter and in the morning hours.
Thank you for your response. If you can share the methodology and the results of that study would be great.
Yes, for sure.
And also if you can make it public, or if we can make it public, I think that would be a great contribution to the public conversation. If I may ask another quick question. Thank you. Yeah, so I appreciate how you opened your presentation in acknowledging the need for corridor-wide comprehensive analysis here to really be able to determine, what's too high, what's too dense. And so I'm just wondering, I asked the department yesterday and we heard a really candid response, which is I think really useful, just to understand that, yes, there's a need, but also there's constraints in terms of resources available to do something like this. And so I'm wondering, from your point of view, what is your sort of position on this, and to what extent do you feel that there could be a all hands on deck approach here to really understanding this, or at least agreeing on the methodology on how to conduct such a study? What are the research questions that we can do to fully understand
for sure
the context?
Yeah, no, thank you for your question. I mean, we think, and the Borough President agreed, that the C44D density is appropriate here, that the Borough President said that this makes sense in the site. So using our site as a catalyst, as a springboard for the rest of the Empire Boulevard corridor, we think we'd be setting, an appropriate precedent here along this corridor, given that we're keeping the commercial nature, right? The C44D district allows multi-story commercial, right? That's something that the community was really excited about, was the robust commercial program that we're proposing. So again, we think our site could be a springboard for research, for context for the rest of this portion of Empire Boulevard.
Thank you. One really quick follow-up. So another community concern that I've been reading about is the need for affordable commercial options in the proposal. What is your general response to that?
So yes, so we're proposing in the cellar and the second floor more what we refer to as destination retail, which is more kind of in the line of the Target, Burlington Coat Factory, Marshalls, TJ Maxx, like those kind of stores. So those stores generally do accept a higher rent, but we are allocating space on the first floor for the more mom and pop type stores, for, you know, smaller retailers, and those typically would be of lower rent. But because we are actually in communication with HPD, we're trying to add more affordability to this site under the MIMI program, which is the Mixed Income Market Initiative program. So in order to make the numbers work on the affordable housing and providing more affordable housing, we need to cross-subsidize that with the commercial rents.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If you can share any of that in writing, that would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Let me see if there are other questions for the applicant. Yeah, Commissioner Mann.
Yeah, just one quick question on the MIH options and the applicant's thinking about what options are appropriate on the site.
Yes.
Just expand on that.
Yes. So yes, I understand we have been proposing, we're mapping MIH options 1 and 2. Right now, in our application documents, we were showing MIH option 2. We do understand that the median household incomes in this area are lower than a lot of the range that's MIH option 2. Of course, there's also lower bands of affordability, but we are working. We submitted in our application over a year ago with HPD for the MIMI program that we're working with Council Member Hudson's office. So this is something that we are definitely cognizant of. We're working with Chuck Brass of 4th Street, who's our affordable housing consultant. So we're definitely on the road and working towards providing more affordable at deeper levels of affordability. And once we have more information and where are those negotiations, we'd love to share that with the Commission as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, I don't see other questions for you, so thank you very much for your presentation. Let me move on to members of the public wishing to be heard on this item. I'm starting with Alicia Boyd, followed by Chase Ricketts, Betty Davis, and then Fred Baptiste. Ms. Boyd, welcome.
Hi. My name is Alicia Boyd. I'm a political activist in the Crown Heights community. I live right behind Empire Boulevard, so this is my neighborhood and I know it very well. You know, you developers have been after this community because of its proximity to the garden and to the park just to make money. So all this stuff about wanting to improve our neighborhood is just a lot of hot air. I won't curse because my grandson is in the room. But he starts out saying that there's only shadow impacts on the children's garden, which is not true. You need to read what happened. A PS 375K basketball courts will be shadowed. The Jackie Robinson School at PS 375. Exceed Upper Charter at 46 McKeever. Children's Garden at 48 McKeever. The Community Park Triangle at 11 Sullivan Place. The Ebersfield Apartments, and then you just approved a couple of months ago for the Jackie Robinson Playground to be shadowed. That's literally every open space in this neighborhood that's for children. All of our schools, all of our playgrounds. This development would have a serious negative impact. They said 4 hours or more shadow. That is negative impacts. And yet, we're getting what in return? Okay. Besides the fact that we always hear the developers come and talk about how they're still working on the affordable units, we're getting affordable units for a family of 3 at $138,000. Why do we keep saying that that's affordable and it's acceptable to us? My community is $55,000 for a family of 4. So in no way is this affordable going to be affordable for my neighborhood, for the residents in my community. It's just going to put pressure for displacement. And then we're going to have every one of our open spaces shadowed. So what's the deal for us? How are we benefiting from it? We're not getting any true housing. Now remember, we're in an affordability crisis, not a housing crisis. You have agreed to a lot of development in this neighborhood, and it has not produced not one unit that's affordable to the existing resident, not one. The last one you just agreed to was for people, a person who makes $141,000. Do you remember that one? Okay, nobody in my neighborhood makes that. And yet we're now about to shadow every school, every playground, every public open space in this neighborhood. Now, you fought really hard against the Brooklyn Botanic Gardens, and you made sure that the plants were not shadowed. Why aren't we fighting for the children? Why aren't we fighting for those playgrounds? Why aren't we demanding that it be lowered? I'm just asking, why are we not fighting for that? Why do our children have to be without sun, but the plants don't have to be without sun? Is it because we're black? Is it because...
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Okay, I have to call up Chase Ricketts now, followed... I'm sorry, there's a question for you. Wait, come back. I'm very sorry. Commissioner Goodrich has a question.
I wanted to have you expand on, there's obviously going to be the viewpoint of we need more housing. So what if there are shadow impacts on open spaces? Isn't more housing more important than you already know my feelings on, but I wanted to give you a chance to respond, and then I'll ask another question after that.
I think you might need to hit the button, Ms. Boyd, on the base of the microphone.
It's on. Okay, thank you. Of course, we're not in a housing crisis. We're in an affordability crisis. We already lost 1 million people within the last 4 or 5 years. So the fact that, and we've been developing everywhere, the fact that we've been developing and losing people means what? We kind of do the math with that one, okay? But what happens, and it happens over and over and over and over again, is the moment you start creating development in neighborhoods that are low to market rate, all it does is put pressure on the existing people to be removed. And you've seen it over and over and over again. You've seen every time you do these rezonings in communities of color, all it does is create this wave of displacement. I've seen it, and you've seen it, and yet you still believe what the developers tell you. Oh, we're just going to do this great job in this community. We're just going to provide all these benefits. Oh, and it's not. It's just going to force more black people out. But now this is even worse because not only are you going to be putting pressure on the existing residents in this community, and my community still is a predominantly black community. You're going to put more pressure on them, but then you're also at the same time just going to overshadow everything. These children live in tall apartment buildings. They need to come outside and play in the sun. Rodnick, you got a child, don't you? Don't you have a son? Does he go out into the playground? Does he not get some sun on him? Well, why can't our children do it? Why can't anybody fight for our kids? Because we're black? Oh, I know, because we have so much melanin, we don't really need sun. Oh, is that your philosophy? Because I don't understand how we got a development project that's not even going to give us any affordable housing that we need, but it's going to overshadow us. And this is by a developer who is a criminal, who is convicted of drug trafficking, was sentenced, went to jail, and you know who pardoned him, right, folks? Trump. A Trump pardon. So here he does all this damage in our communities, selling drugs to our children, selling drugs to our seniors and the elders. He gets caught, he goes to jail, he gets out, then he comes back into our neighborhood with all that drug money, and now is proposing a development project in our neighborhood that's going to further harm us. God, crime pays in this country. Okay? Come on. When is this commission ever going to sit there and say, okay, let's negotiate this? Stop telling us about the 9 stories. Build 9 stories then. Don't talk about it. Do something about it. Why isn't this commission negotiating with these developers and saying, no, you can't do that into this neighborhood? And you got to give us numbers about the affordable housing. Don't tell us you're still working on it. You had this project in the works for 3 years and you still don't know your affordable housing targets, and yet that's the whole reason and justification for it? Think about that. And a criminal on top of that. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, let me call up Chase Ricketts. Chase Ricketts here. Hi.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to say that that other people can't really go outside if there's not enough sun outside, and not a lot of people could go outside and do the stuff like other people can, and do stuff like other people can, and talk like other people can, and be like other people can. And that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. Okay, Betty Davis. Followed by Fred Baptiste on Zoom. Ms. Davis, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be able to address my community. Everybody here knows the statistics. You know, we lost Harlem. You know, it was the real estate interest that did that. You know, we've lost Tulsa. You know, we've lost Rosewood. And you know that in a society like this, where you are allegedly a minority, you know the history of how minorities are treated in this country. So let's not pretend that this is not an issue of oppression. Let's not pretend that. But I like the question that was just asked. How are you going to say that sunlight matters more than a place not to be houseless? And I really need you to give me time to talk about that. And I hope I won't go over my time. Why is the richest country in the world having a problem between sunlight and houselessness? We are, as Africans, captive in this country, 1/3 of the population, and yet we are 33% of the houseless. In the richest country in the world, capitalist planners, that's not an accident. That's a policy. So we're here to say, stop the policy. What are the consequences of the policy? We have a mayor that's playing RoboCop against the consequences of being 33% houseless. When a child is houseless, there are consequences psychologically that impact on the way they relate to their society. So now you're saying we have to choose between sunlight and houselessness. In New York City, we have more rich people than any place else in the world. If they just paid their fair share of taxes, we would not have this problem. From my personal spiritual point of view, every capitalist is a criminal because they seem to think that their money matters more than health, so they canceled the health department. They seem to think that their money matters more than people being able to socialize in a concept of community where they can express their culture and their love for each other. And that's what happens when you don't have spaces where you can socialize in the sunlight. So I know that this policy is not going to prepare us for affordable housing. We've already seen what you mean by affordable housing. There's a policy in this country where you make contracts and you don't keep them. Just ask the Mohegans. Just ask the Cherokee. You don't keep your contracts. Just make people pay their fair share. And we would not have to choose between houselessness and sunlight. It's an immoral situation to put any group of people in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. Okay, let me invite now Fred Baptiste on Zoom. We'll ask, this would be the time if anybody else wishes to be heard on 7399 Empire Boulevard to sign up. Mr. Baptiste, whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ken?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I apologize I'm not able to be there in person, a little bit under the weather. But I want to thank the commissioners for the opportunity to provide this testimony this morning. My name is Fred Baptiste. I currently serve as the chair of Brooklyn Community Board 9, in which this project is located. So Brooklyn Community Board 9 voted in opposition of this on January 9th. And we voted in opposition with conditions. Although I do want to state that the conditions are more concerns that we want to reiterate in terms of our concerns that we have voiced for several of these projects that have come by us at this point. I want to say that I think the last time I was here, I said this is deja vu all over again. Guess what? This is deja vu all over again, where we are getting projects that are being presented before the board that are not consistent with the community. The board is fully in support of a commercial project coming to the corridor because that is what the corridor is zoned for. That's what we've had in the past. What we are seeing is that this property has laid vacant because we've seen rampant speculation amongst all those properties, hoping for opportunities just like this, where people can get rich in terms of creating these properties and adding other monstrous effects to it in the name of affordable housing. I want to be very clear. There is nothing about this project that has even shown to be affordable. We're talking about over I believe it was 280 units, with possibly 80 units that are affordable. And we've seen this show before where even those 80 units are not affordable in this district. We're talking about sunshine. We're talking about sunlight impacts. We're talking about sensitive areas. We're talking about, again, this issue of affordability that is not real. And we're talking about the general principle of it is zoned as commercial. If we're going to do a variance and go against the zoning, there should be a clear community benefit by which, okay, we say this is fine because we're getting something back. If it was truly affordable housing, perhaps there's a conversation that could be had. If there was some other community benefits that we could really voice in terms of saying that this is something that the community is absolutely in favor of and this has been missing, we could say, yes, we could support this. None of this is apparent in this application. I also want to be very clear. I think there was something that was said before that is very concerning to me with regards of this setting a precedent in terms of the corridor. I want to be very clear. On both sides of Empire Boulevard, you have people who have houses, who have made their investments, they made their stakes in the district based on the fact that they understood that whatever was going to be there was going to be commercial, was going to be of a limited size. I think it's something that is very disrespectful to those people who've actually contributed to the community to say that, okay, fine, now you can have a 9, 10, 11, 12, 14-story tower in your backyard after all the years and the commitment you've made in the community. So I want to reiterate that we are in opposition to this. This should not go. This has ended up being, we've seen these variances approved on Carroll Street. We've seen it on Crown. We've seen it on Franklin Avenue. We are seeing it here. This is just ending up being rezonings by a thousand cuts at this.
Mr. Baptiste, thank you for that. Stay put for a second. We have a question for you from Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony and for your written comments. I also wanted to highlight that it was really useful that you included the links to the recordings of the meetings. That was very, very useful to be able to see and you know, as context for your comments. I wanted to specifically ask you about the need and the priority that you've said about this not becoming a precedent. Have you been approached, or if you can share with us a little bit, in what context has the opportunity of this neighborhood study been presented to the board? What are some of your own kind of like positions and maybe concerns or constraints in this regard? Help me understand, or help us understand, what's the status of that conversation as it relates to the community board.
This is the first I've heard of this conversation about about the corridor, which has been part of the problem in terms of the outreach, in terms of the conversations. I do want to also just note that my board and we have a serious objection in terms of even the way the communications have been happening. Aside from seeing the applicant at our public hearing, we have not heard from the applicant. They have not come and had that dialogue. So it's very interesting. We raised an eyebrow when we heard that they've had conversations apparently with the council member. They've had conversations with HPD. You would think that they would give us the courtesy of having the conversation with us so we can really tell them what our issues are here on the ground, but that hasn't happened. But to your original question, we haven't heard anything about this conversation about the corridor. And again, I really want to stress that we want to be very careful about that conversation as well, because I think we don't want to make it a blanket conversation in terms of we're going to go and rezone everything and not take into account the people who live around these developments as well. Even with this development, we're talking about this going up. There are two buildings that are right behind them that were zoned for this at 5 and 7 stories. Guess what? So now their investments are going to be altered by this project as well. So it's important that we're having this conversation, and we're also keeping. I'm sorry, and just to conclude, that we're also being respectful of the neighbors who are around this as well.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Baptiste. Okay. Mr. Baptiste, we don't have further questions for you, so thank you very much for being with us. And I'd like to thank everybody who was here to participate in this hearing today. We will close the hearing now on calendar number 10 and 11, 7399 Empire Boulevard rezoning. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda.
Calendar numbers 12 and 13, 166 Kings Highway rezoning. CD 11, calendar number 12, C230378 ZMK. Calendar number 13, N230379 ZRK. Public hearing in the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 166 Kings Highway rezoning.
Great. And on behalf of the applicant team, I see we have Eric Palatnik here at the podium, also Joseph Betesh and Ruslan Goichayev. Mr. Palatnik, welcome, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. And Joseph Betesh should be a speaker. He should be signed up as a speaker, not as an applicant.
Okay, we will change that and put him in the right spot.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. My name is Eric Palatnik. I appreciate all of your time today, and I hope you've been having a very cold and enjoyable winter like we all have. It's freezing out there today. I'm here today for a very unique project, and it's unique because of what has unfolded in the politics and in the response from the community as we have moved through the public review process. Other than that, it is a rather ordinary run-of-the-mill rezoning to R7X at 166 Kings Highway in Brooklyn. It is a triangular-shaped site that is very much shaped like the Flatiron Building. And we are proposing an R7X development, or we were proposing an R7X development until we got to the community board. We spoke with the council person. The R7X that we were proposing originally, you can see here, is a 10-story, 105-foot mixed-use building. It would have 103,000 square feet of total floor area with ground floor commercial, about 15,000 square feet, 97 units, and 48 parking spaces. Well, we took this application through the process. We got certified, and we met with the council person, and you can see here the proposed zoning map. I'm going to cruise right through all this because this is the R7X. It would create 30 affordable units, and this was the unit mix. Well, what ended up happening next was we went to the community board. And at the community board, we were met with a resolution that read, it is further resolved that any zoning amendment considered to reflect the existing R7A zoning district across the street, and that any future proposed development includes additional parking as stated by the applicant, so they wanted parking, and that it does not participate in the SARA program. Now, where does the SARA program come in? I'm going to click ahead a few slides here. The SARA program is in the middle there. When we got close to certification, we had talks with people in the community who thought it would be a good idea to include or create or change the project to a proposed senior affordable development through heirs. That was what we brought to the community. We redesigned the building. You see it in the middle. We've shared it with your Brooklyn office. We shared it with everybody. We met with HPD. And then we went to the community, many of whom we hear from today. It was one of the most boisterous community board meetings I've been to in my career, and they said unequivocally, and they said in their resolution, shall not participate in the SARA program. And in a shocker, they said to us, make it R7A. So they didn't deny it. They brought it down to R7A. So what did we do? We went back and we created an R7A alternative, which is what we've been talking to the community board about. Now, you have an R7X in front of you. That's what you're here to consider. But I have to be out there with everybody in the community, the people that are speaking today. And the people in the community are quite clear. They want this building. The people, most of them, not all of them, but a lot of them do. And you'll hear from a lot of them today. And what they liked about it is that it's a triangular-shaped site that's been empty for years. There's illegal dumping has been going on it. It's going to liven it up. It sits in the middle of a residential neighborhood. There's R7A all around it. It's going to create a streetscape that's going to activate. I've spoken to people who shall remain anonymous, but many of you know who live in the area, and said it'll be the greatest thing ever. The block is very desolate right now. There's no activity. It'll be a ground floor streetscape, and we're willing to do it at 8 stories, and we're willing to overpark the heck out of it. There are 76 units proposed here. We're proposing to include 69. So This is the story that's in front of you, and I'll cruise through more of the slides here so you could get more of the gist, but I think you kind of got it. You've heard a lot of complicated actions in your day, and I don't think the underlying issue other than the story is overwhelming here. This would be the R7A alternative, and I will go to click ahead here and give you a comparison between the two, between the three. You could see really all that's really happening is you are lowering the number of units from the left from 97 units from the R7X that was certified to 76 units if it were to become an R7A, as has been discussed with the community. It would have, on the right-hand side, lower bottom right, you could see 69 parking spaces for those 76 units. I'm sorry to say that despite your best efforts with City of Yes, you have not convinced all of Brooklyn that they don't need parking. And there was a tremendous amount of people who said to us that, unfortunately, you were wrong in your assessment and they want parking. Nothing personal. They like parking. So we provided a lot of parking because that's what people wanted, and that's what we've been trying to do. The whole project that's in front of you now is information we've gleaned back from the community, many of whom you'll hear from today, some of whom you'll hear against it, but some of whom we also hear in support of it. I think I could go through here a little bit on why the change in the proposal. I just touched upon it a little bit, but I'll say it here a little bit more. You can see on the left side, the community members expressed a preference for a more traditional building and that balances residential with parking availability, as we just spoke about. They wanted a lower building. They didn't like the R7X at all. The R7X produced a building that was too tall for the area, and we've heard that over and over. Even the people that like it said to us they'd like it smaller. There's R7A mapped right across the street when you look at the zoning map. We're right next to it. What would change, we showed you, I explained it all. The lower right bullet tells you a little bit more about it, and you can read on that. As far as the floor areas go and the unit counts and all of that, the right-hand side is sort of tough to figure out the difference column, but the other columns are pretty clear as far as explaining what the difference is between them. You can see in the middle, the Sarah proposal allowed for quite a few units, but that's because they were mostly studios. It was aimed at the senior population, and they don't have that many young children, so they tend to be a little smaller. But the rest of the units is everything just like I spoke about a few minutes ago. And the number of MIH units drops by about 7 in the R7A proposal. And I guess I'll pause here and stop my presentation right here, just on what the site looks like, because I haven't gone through this with you at all. This is what I was talking about, it being a triangular, Flatiron-esque location. It is the hub of the community. It's in the middle of everything. It would make great sense to have a nice building here, to have a place for people who are younger, starting up with families, to move into it. We've heard from everybody in the area that there's nowhere for people to live, that the kids don't have anywhere to go. We heard from seniors that want to downsize, and they don't have anywhere to go, and they want to stay there. It's a great community. And that's our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions. I know you have a busy day, and I know you have a lot of speakers. So
great. Thank you very much. Well, first, let me just respectfully take issue with one thing that you said.
Sure.
Because I think we were quite right in proposing the reduction of parking mandates, which always could have allowed a developer like your client to include 69 parking spaces for 76 units of housing. It just would not have mandated.
It wouldn't have been required. Fair
It would
point.
not have been a mandate. And so, to me, this was consistent with everything that we have been saying all along. There are certain parts of the city where people are going to want to see parking, and there are certain areas of the city where people will not.
Good. I'm glad we didn't offend your morals then.
Fair enough. Okay. Now, let's talk about the details here. On the issue with Sarah, was the issue with the Sarah program as expressed out there about the R7X with Sarah, or was it just about
R7X?
Sarah?
It was R7X, and it was the conditions of Sarah, of the populations that Sarah conditioned to take with them, specifically 30% formerly homeless was what was reacted to viscerally at the community board.
I see. Okay. So it was concern about 30%.
And you see it in their resolution. They wrote it in, they put it in black and white for you to read.
Okay. The design of this building, it's a triangular site here. Yes. Show us, there's an angle in the bottom here, either image here where you have the first or the third, where you have some amount of bulk coming off of the street. Is that the Kings Highway side of this building?
Yes. So the lighter density is the Kings Highway side of the building.
You say the lighter density?
The one-story portion of is
why do you have the bulk pushed off of the Kings Highway side?
Russ is our architect. He's here now, and he could speak to it. It really, we've spoken to this at length about trying to orient it. It is the trapezoidal, the triangular shape of the property that causes an issue with having a corridor for apartments. The Flatiron building is probably a beautiful building, but probably a heck of a building to get efficiently laid out inside. So making the building as triangle and mimic the property is proved nearly impossible. So they really had to pick one side or the other to run with as far as the layout goes. They could run with the other side if there was a discussion. That's not set in stone, but they had to pick one corridor to go with it on a straight line.
Okay, I understand. Okay, let me see if there are other questions for you. Commissioner Rampersad, Commissioner Osorio.
Question for you. On the R7A with the 76 units, what's the unit breakdown? 1, 2, 3 bedrooms?
I don't know if I have that for you. We had it done it for the R7X. I don't think I have it for the R7A. I don't, but I can get it for you. I have it for the R7X. It really wouldn't be much different than the R7X. This is the R7X breakdown. We're down by 20 apartments, so, just basically what you're seeing here is a pretty healthy mix of 1 and 2 bedrooms and then a smattering of studios and 3 bedrooms. It'd be pretty similar to that.
One more question. What would be the timeline of this project in terms of if you do get it approved through council, when would you start development?
The owner is ready to break ground. This Abe and Joseph Atesh are the developers. They've developed pursuant to a rezoning already on McDonald Avenue, which we encourage you to come take a look at. It's a beautiful property, and they're very active in the community. They'll break ground immediately. And I'll also state that the site has been the subject of illegal dumping while we have been here and going through the process. And we are now guarding the site vigilantly to protect it from that. So we're eager to start construction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation and addressing our question. That was one of the questions that I had, but I do wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to ask you something else. To maximize flexibility, in case, for example, you can't meet that timeline, what is your response to the Board President's concern that an R7A basically eliminates the possibility of SARA in the future?
Well, again, we still have R7. R7X is still on the table, but the community doesn't want R7A. They've been quite clear. You'll hear from a lot of people speaking today, I'm sure, that are going to tell you that they don't want the additional height within the building. So, the SARA program, we haven't heard anything back since that community board meeting about that. People in the neighborhood were very opposed to it. So we're happy to work with everybody, but the R7A we feel is the proper development.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. We have Senator Stephen Chan here with us. Senator, welcome. Good to have you here.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to represent my community. First, we've heard a lot of great testimony today, both for and opposed to these developments. Ms. Boyd, I like what you said. You know what? Coincidentally, what Ms. Boyd said almost is a mirror reflection of the sentiments of my community who voted for me to represent them, and that's why I'm here today. So let's talk about the sentiments of our neighborhood. My office has received in the last couple of months hundreds of telephone calls against this R7X development, and there was not one single one where a constituent wanted that development. So now in terms of SARA, let me address that before I forget. Our neighborhood is a very tight-knit community. We're very family-oriented, people of Chinese and Eastern European, Hispanic, and Italian descent, among other races, and we take care of our seniors. We don't have a problem with senior housing in our several zip codes over there. Mr. Palatnik is correct. SARA is not an important component of our district. So now I've taken the liberty of speaking to Councilwoman Susan Schwang, who is the city council member for that particular district. She had also spoken to the land use committee in the city council and implored them not to approve this 7X project. So on that last slide that Mr. Palatnik showed us, you can see a skyline of 2- and 3-family homes in a very old and well-built neighborhood, full of neighbors that love each other. We're a very tight-knit community, and to erect something monstrous on that would be sticking out like a sore thumb. It's like a finger sticking out of the middle of a bunch of 2- and 3-family homes. So our neighbors are not not hot on that idea, but you know what? We understand that we need progress, we need housing, we get that too. So we're not entirely opposed to developing the area into more than just two-family homes. We get it, we understand. And I've had the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Palatnik earlier in private over there in the corner, and we would love to speak to the developer. We don't see him as a faceless, soulless developer. I've spoken to him at the past community board meetings. I'm sure that we can, with the neighbors, with the local politicians. And by the way, South Brooklyn is very unique in that we have two Democrats and two Republicans that see eye to eye, and we're very close friends. I'm sure that our offices can get together and work with Mr. Abe and Mr. Palatnik and come up with something, and the neighbors, and come up with something more suitable to the neighborhood. We have an infrastructure problem in South Brooklyn, in Gravesend. The flooding. Every time we get a heavy set of rain, I personally witnessed it. West 11th Street, West 12th Street, that corridor over there, all the way down to water. Every basement has 2-3 feet of water in it. Not to mention, also the schools. We're already talking about reduced size classes. So now with the influx of even more people, we'll force more and more kids out of their zone to go to different schools. And we just don't like that idea. So I'm imploring with the commission to hold off on this 7X. I'm sure that our neighbors can get together with our offices, myself, Assemblyman Colton, and City Councilwoman Susan Strong, and the developer will come up with something that meets our minds, all of us, that reflects the sentiments of our entire neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I just have one question, then I'm going to go to Commissioner Dweck. Mr. Palatnik presented an alternative of an 8-story building with 76 units. Are you supportive of that proposal?
No, because the sentiments of the neighbors are even that is a little too tall. So, but again, you know, I've had the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Palatnik. I would like to, you know, have a little bit more time to speak to them again. But all I'm asking for today is for the non-approval of the 7X zoning.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Dweck?
The chair touched on my question. So.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Senator. We appreciate your being here with us today. Okay, next up we have Alfred Buonanno, followed by Teresa Gao and Angela Liu. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Please excuse my nervousness. I'm not used to doing something like this. So let me start. I do want to address one thing. The reason the community at that board meeting in beginning of January was so against the SAL program, yes, the size was one thing, but the particulars of the SAL program. Senior housing, great idea. 80% of that was outside of the community. You've heard from Steve Chan. This is a tight-knit community. That's 80% of the people from anywhere in New York City, completely, seniors in our community, if anything, could use that space. That was really a big issue, plus the 30% homelessness. That was another part of this hour. The R7X has been, there's not one member in our community that thinks that's a good idea. So the answer to that is no. Absolutely no. At the meeting for the 166 Kings Highway site rezoning, I don't know if you can, Eric, can you put up page 14? I'm sorry, can you put up page 14 on this? Because this is something I personally have seen a few times. I've addressed it in every meeting, and no one has yet addressed this. I, for one, agree with Steve Chan. A lot of members in our community agree with Steve Chan. We're willing to work with the property owner, who seems very reasonable, to build something that the community agrees with. And it would be a benefit to the community. My concern is 166 is the area on that drawing that shows site. It's not the joining block between 11th and 12th. The site, 166, is between 12th Street and 13th Street, West 12th, West 13th. Why is West 11th Street and West 12th Street on this rezoning. That has been my issue from the beginning, and no one has addressed this. And I'm really not happy about it. And I keep bringing it up, and no one says anything. This needs to be addressed. In the document that I saw for this meeting, I also saw a building on West 10th Street that's considered to be rezoned. Blanket rezoning is not a good thing for our community. And I, for one, do not want that to happen. We are very willing, lot by lot, to see what people are going to build. We want a better community. Right now, that's a parking lot. It would be nice to have a building there. It would be nice to have commerce there. It would be nice to have people, an active community along that strip of Kings Highway. But this is a big concern of mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Same question for you as I posed to the senator. There was an alternative that was proposed here by the applicant for an 8-story building with 76 units of housing. Do you support that?
I do, but the community has addressed that it would be nicer to keep it maybe 7. And I have people in my community speaking with the owner, with Abe. Very nice man. I've met him once. And I quite honestly think that something could be developed, but R7X, absolutely not. Sour, absolutely not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for being here. Teresa Gao is next, and Angela Liu. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Rezoning 166 Kings Highway to R7X just doesn't make sense for our community. This property sits on a very narrow island, almost like a triangle or a trapezoid shape, and the surrounding area, especially along Quinton Road, is almost houses that fit perfectly with the current R6B zoning. Rezoning to R7X will completely disrupt that balance and clash with the character of the community. But beyond that, I'm really worried about the infrastructure. Our schools, parking, and especially our sewer system are already struggling to keep up. So the photo that we just show, it shows severe flooding that, on September 2023. My family member had a cut injury on his foot from the broken glass piece because of the flood. And due to the bleeding, so we have to send him to the emergency room in the hospital on the day that's having flood on the street. The flood's almost 2 feet high. So that's an issue with the infrastructure. And honestly, I feel like every year or two, we're dealing with another flood because our sewer system is just cannot handle it. Rezoning this property will only add more pressure, more congestion, more garbage issues, and more noise on a system that's already at a breaking point. It's really a risk for our safety and our property as well. And then there are issues with sunlight and air rights. The proposed building will shadow over our home and property spaces, blocking out sunlight and setting a dangerous precedent for the future development. It's not just about losing a little sunshine. It's about losing the quality of life that makes the neighborhood special. So I'm asking you respectfully, please stand with the community. Let's protect what we have, our safety and our infrastructure. Please align the rezoning to R7X. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Okay, Angela Liu is next. Ms. Liu?
Yes, hi.
Hi, welcome. And then
Thank
Gary
you.
Chen is after you.
So I'm actually here to speak on behalf of myself as well as my neighbor who could not be here today. So happened, my neighbor, Patricia Minucci, she was admitted to the hospital last night for a medical procedure today, but she asked me to make a statement. My name is Patricia Minucci. My family and I live on 29th Quinton Road. Our house is situated right next door to 166 Kings Highway. So our house will be most impacted by any development at the site. I spoke out against the application at the Brooklyn Borough President's meeting on February 5th and want very much to be here to speak up against the rezoning application today, but unfortunately, I already have a scheduled medical procedure this morning. My family and I have been living in this neighborhood for almost 10 years now, and we really like the neighborhood. But now, with the zoning change being proposed for this location, my family and I have been feeling very stressed out, and we are wondering if we should stay or try to sell and move out. My family and I are worried about the increased noise that comes with such a large development, and being so tall, it will block out sunlight for my two-story house. Furthermore, like my other neighbors along Quinton Road, we have experienced flooding in our basement, occasionally after a heavy rainstorm. After the heavy rainstorm in September of 2023, that flooded our basement, we had to throw our furniture out and lost between $8,000 to $10,000. We had to hire a company to pump water out of our basement. To the Planning Commission, please vote no on this application. Patricia Minucci. And now I'd like to make a statement for myself. I live on West 11th Street, one block from the proposed zoning change at 166 Kings Highway. I'm also against it because, like Patricia, I worry about the infrastructure that can support more development. I wonder if the Commission is aware of flooding that happens in southern Brooklyn after a heavy rainstorm. You know, I've experienced flooding in my basement for a couple of inches of dirty water to up to my knees, where we had to throw out furniture. So unless that is addressed, I feel like unless we're addressing the underlying infrastructure, I feel like we're putting the horse before the cart. So I just want everyone here to be aware of this flooding problem in our neighborhood. And all you have to do is talk to people who live on my block, West 11th Street, and also along Quinton Road, where everyone's basement were flooded.
You can finish that sentence. Everybody's basement was flooded.
So especially in light of the fact that global warming is here and we are experiencing more extreme weather pattern, I think we should address that before the city should consider more housing.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Okay. Gary Chen is next. One question for us for follow-up for the applicant will be what provisions of this building would allow for stormwater capture on site, perhaps through the unified stormwater rules, but we will explore that as a follow-up. Okay, Mr. Chen, welcome. Thank you. And after Mr. Chen, we have Michelle Lee.
I'm here on behalf of 800 people who signed the petition. I will later, when I finish, I will give to you. Okay, dear New York City Planning Commission, we undersigned the fellow citizens in the community respectively petition New York City Planning Commission to veto zoning increase request of 166 Kings Highway. 166 Kings Highway is currently a vacant lot zoned for R6. A developer has asked for zone increase to R7X to build a 13-story high skyscrapers. After hundreds of fellow citizens in the community expressed strong opposition, the developer kindly gave up. However, with possible undisclosed personal interest, the head of Community Board 11 Zoning Committee totally ignored our community unanimous demand to keep zoning as R6, which can build at least the 6th floor against our will. The whole community, he recommended to increase the R7A for 8th or 9th floor building. The higher the zoning and the building, the more harmful to our community. New York City keep 166 Kings Highway as R6 for a reason. It is on a leveled triangle island that does not have enough space for a higher building. The infrastructure in our community cannot handle a high building there, as evidenced by already the flooding that happened in the neighborhood after each heavy rainstorm. There is already an ongoing shortage of parking in our neighborhood. A high building there will make parking extremely difficult. High building will block the sunlight to our low-rise house. Furthermore, schools in our community are already crowded. To prevent out-of-scale development, New York City created R4 zoning in 166 area with low buildings and high car ownership. Increased zoning for high building will also set up the bad precedent for nearby the big empty lot with already high zoning, which will bring more thousands of families, and it will be impossible for people in the evening in the community to find parking. Although allowing increase into R7A will only exacerbate the problem in our community, we respectfully request that the City Planning Commission vote against the request for R7X or R7A. Please side with thousands of fellow citizens and keep the zoning unchanged. The R6 zoning is already good enough to build a big building and less harm to our community. Below our signature for the petition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chen. You can give it right there to the secretary. There, right there in front of you. Thank you very much.
So much.
Okay, Michelle Lee is next. Welcome, followed by Chris Bruno and Joseph Betesh, both on Zoom. Welcome.
Hello, thank you, committee, for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. So I just wanted to reemphasize and express that New York City keeps 166 Kings Highway as RB6 zoning for a reason. Once again, it's a very narrow triangular island, and it does not have enough space for a high building. In addition, the infrastructure in our community can't handle this building, which is already evidenced through the flooding that's happened with heavy rainstorms recently. In addition, there's also a ongoing shortage of parking space in the area that will only be worsened by developing a large building in the area. The high building will also block sunlight, which is very important for health to our nearby houses in the area and buildings that are on a lower scale in size. Furthermore, the schools in the community are already very crowded, and building a building in this scale, such large scale, will only make it worse. To prevent out-of-scale development, the area in 166 Kings Highway was built with the intention of low buildings and high car ownership. Increasing zones for high buildings will set a bad precedence for also nearby areas which have lots and spaces with it. It will also bring in more buildings, and thousands of families will be making it impossible for them to have parking for the families that are already in the area. Allowing increase to R7A or R7X will only exacerbate problems that are already precedent in our community. And I respectfully request that the City Planning Committee vote no for the request for R7X or R7A zoning, as the current zoning is already good enough to build a big building that will cause less harm to our community. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, next up on Zoom, Chris Bruno, followed by Joseph Betesh.
I do not have Chris Bruno, Chair.
How about Mr. Betesh?
We do have Mr.
Mr. Betesh, you're up. Welcome.
Mr. Betesh, can you unmute your mic?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hi, my name is Joey Betesh, and my father and I are the owners of the property located at 166 Kings Highway. We appreciate that city planning has allowed us the opportunity to present a development that is larger than what the current zoning of R6B permits. I want to start by just saying that the as-of-right zoning, a development can be built of 6 stories high with 61 apartments and provide 0 parking, and that there is R7A directly across the street. That being said, if rezoned, we pledge to work with the community on 3 elements that the community both wants and needs. The first being parking. We would agree to supply this project with 60+ parking spots. This is significantly more than the code requires, as we have listened to the community's concerns. Please keep in mind, again, any developer can build a building and provide less parking as of right, but we want to do right by the community, and we believe the community should have a voice in this. Second is retail. This strip of Kings Highway from West 9th to Bay Parkway is a complete ghost town with empty lots, closed drugstores, and car repair shops. Our proposed building introduces boutique-style stores which will beautify and electrify this portion of Kings Highway. Please look at our rendering and ask yourself, which coffee shop or beauty salon or shoe store or jewelry store would not want to be part of this building? This area needs retail. 3 is rentals. It's great to own a house, but the simple truth is there is not enough housing that's affordable. Our building allows both men and women who might not have the means to buy a home an opportunity to lease one and still have all the luxuries of a private home in this proposed building. Amenities will include an outdoor rooftop area, a gym, a kids' room, library, and more. And how great that 25% of the units will be a part of the city's mandatory inclusionary housing affordable program, where a lottery picks out hardworking New Yorkers, and instead of them paying market rent, they get a break and can pay much less. And a percentage of these individuals are people from the area who want to continue living in the neighborhood they grew up in. Without the housing, there is nowhere for young individuals and non-homeowners to live. We must keep these individuals in mind as well. And lastly is regarding the height. There's a lot of community concern about the height of the building, and we are happy to keep the building at 8 stories, regardless of what's allowed by the zoning, if the R7A even allows for higher, which it does. At the end of the day, this is a great project for the community and the city. We are open to discussing the design, the height, and all aspects of the building with the community so that we can build a building we are all proud of and supplies the housing it so desperately needs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Batesh. I'm going to start with Commissioner Dweck and then followed by Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you. From the onset, I've noted that the height in the R7X proposal was too high, but I haven't had an opportunity to review the R7A proposal since this was just brought in today. The R7A proposal, if you can just remind me, how many units would be generated under it?
I believe
76.
currently it's 76, but obviously it could fluctuate a little plus minus depending on.
So 76 under the R7A, which would map an MIH, but without the rezoning, you would have the ability to build 61 units as of right. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And those would not be mapped MIH. There would be no MIH requirement because it would be an as of right.
Correct.
So how many additional affordable units would we be getting through the rezoning to R7A versus an as of right?
I believe current proposal is, I believe it's 25%. So if the project ends up being 80, it'll be 20 units. If it's 85, 21. This R7A is a recent plan.
So the question, my point is that the increase basically would all go towards affordable housing. Is that correct under MIH? From 61 to 79, the increase in units would be required to be affordable, pretty much.
Pretty much, I think so. Yes.
And can you speak to your outreach efforts with the community? Because we've heard some feedback from the community opposed, and we've heard some feedback that the community, you've been trying to work with them, that you're amenable to a dialogue. So can you speak to your efforts to reach out to the community?
So after the community board hearing a month or two ago, we have met individually with certain members of the community. We've have continued dialogue in the last few weeks. We've been reaching out to the councilwoman, to Mr. Colton's office, just trying to get everybody together so that we can have that cult meeting. And we do plan on scheduling a large meeting maybe next week or two, and inviting the entire community to attend that so that we can work together.
Obviously, we'd be interested in the feedback from that meeting. If you could share that with us when it's available.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony and for addressing our questions. The chair mentioned earlier that we will be formally following up on the stormwater flooding issues. But I'm wondering if, given that you are here, connected, I'm wondering if you can respond a little bit to the extent to which the applicant team has assessed the flooding situation, and what are some of the provisions that you're considering or that they can expect the proposal will reflect in terms of mitigating them?
So We have been involved in previous rezonings, and what I can say is an MIH development or a rezone development introduces a lot of additional agencies, like OER gets involved. And obviously, any project has to go through the standard DEP process and a DOB process in order to get approval. So I don't think this development is at the point where I can answer specifics of the DEP. I do know that both an as of right and a rezone will have to go through the proper channels and the proper engineering in order to meet requirements.
Thank you. Fair enough and understandable. I'm just wondering if you can confirm whether you're aware of the vulnerability of the site to stormwater flooding.
Yes, we've heard from many members in the community. Correct.
Thank you. I appreciate
and
that.
it would be probably a drywall system and underground detention tank. Just speaking from previous projects.
No, fair enough. And I understand your response and look forward to reviewing additional materials as they are available. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Bitesh. We have no further questions for you at this moment. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Next up in the room is Alicia Boyd, followed by Teresa Westerdahl.
Hi, it's common that I also talk about other developments when I come here. As a political activist, I'm pretty much aware of what's happening in the borough. What the similarities between these development projects is the fact that, there is no infrastructure support that happens with the development projects. You guys come in, you allow the developers to build these monstrosities. You get the proof that there's flooding, and then you don't do anything. There's no infrastructure. In my case, in my neighborhood, you've agreed to 1, 2, 3, 4 massive rezoning development projects that will be bringing in over 20,000 people. That's about 40,000 toilets, where there was once only 10. And yet there's been no infrastructure support in my community. And now you're even talking about going down the corridor of Empire Boulevard and doing this whole massive rezoning of the corridor, again, with no infrastructure support. So my question is, when is this commission going to start looking at as an essential component to rezonings? When are you going to say to developers, well, if you're going to come into this community and you're in flood zones and you have issues with infrastructure, what are you going to do to support that? Are you going to give money into a fund to do that? Or are we going to work with the city and make it a mandated requirement within the zoning itself that this infrastructure has to be done? When is this commission going to take responsibility for what is happening in our communities? All of the flooding that continues to happen, for example, Gowanus. You guys agreed to that Gowanus rezoning. There's nothing but development happening there, and it floods and floods and floods and floods every time it rains. Not just heavy rain, just regular rain. And so I'm glad that South Brooklyn is fighting back. And I'm going to tell you guys, keep fighting, because this development will be here, and then there'll be another development saying the same stuff that this development says. And the concessions that you might be getting on this one, you won't get on the next one, because the next one will be wanting more and be saying, yeah, but you gave it to that guy. And so they won't be just asking for 15 stories, they'll be asking for 25 stories. And they'll be asking for 30 stories. And they'll be asking for 50 stories, because that's what happened in my neighborhood. Started out 17, went up to 49, came back to 15, going back up to, what is this, the last one, 14. So thank you, South Brooklyn, for fighting.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Next, Teresa Westerdahl.
Hi, my name is Teresa Westerdahl. I live in Crown Heights. I serve on Community Board 9, but I'm here to speak for myself and talk about this development project. We are in a housing crisis. Build, baby, build. If propaganda is repeated enough times, does it become true? Where have we heard that before? The crisis we are having is due to overdevelopment. Low and middle minority people are forced out of their apartments and homes in my neighborhood. I am concerned for this neighborhood where this development is happening, as well as my own neighborhood with the development on Empire Boulevard, our commercial corridors being taken over, shadows on our schools, and the data speaks for itself. 5,000 units are available in Brooklyn right now if you have $500K to spend a month. People are fleeing because they can't afford the housing in my neighborhood. People are tricked out of their homes. Our schools are not being protected. Developments are the bane of our neighborhoods with the toxicity, streets collapsing, styrofoam blowing all over, concrete washouts, and our city agencies are not protecting us and not creating the infrastructure we need for all these high-rises that are being built. Vote no to this rezoning. Vote no to the Empire rezoning. And thank you very much for listening to my testimony.
Thank you very much. Okay. I'm just going to do a last call for anybody who wishes to be heard on these items at 166 Kings Highway. Anybody else wants to be heard? Okay. All right. Thank you all very much for your time and testimony today. We appreciate your joining us. I will now close the hearing on calendar number 12 and 13. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. Borough of Manhattan, calendar numbers 14, 15, and 16, Western Rail Yard modifications. Community District 4, calendar number 14, C250099, ZSM, calendar number 15, N250098, ZRM, calendar number 16, C250020, MMM. Public hearing in a matter of applications for a special permit, zoning text amendment, and a city map amendment concerning Western Rail Yard modifications. I do have a notice to include, Chair. A public hearing is being held by the City Planning Commission in conjunction with the above action to receive comments related to the draft environmental impact statement. This hearing is being held pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and the City Environmental Quality Review.
Great. We have a rather sizable applicant team here. I'm just going to cite them by name as they have signed up. Tony Finger, Johnny Green, Andrew Rosen, James Duckett, Elise Wagner, Kim Van Hulsbeek, sorry if I've done damage to your name, Chris Gordon, and let's see, Sarah Sherman, James Seto, Gary Pernick, and Isa Valera. How did I do?
Sounds great.
Okay, go ahead whenever you're ready. You have 10 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Commissioners, thank you very much for your time and your thoughtful review of our ULIP application for the Western Rail Yards. We appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. I'm Andy Rosen with Related, Chief Operating Officer for Hudson Yards, representing the applicant team, and Kim Van Hulsbeek and Elise Wagner will be here with me to answer questions. Kim's with SOM and Elise is our counsel. So to start, you can see on the screen here, this is the project site. It's been a rail yard in this configuration since the 1980s. There have been various proposals over the years to develop the site, including a stadium for the 2012 Olympics. With the operating train yard below, it's a challenging site to build on logistically, but it's also a rare opportunity with 3 contiguous blocks in Manhattan. Our proposal is to transform that empty rail yard into a vibrant, connected part of the community with a 1,500-room convention hotel, Wynn Resort and Casino, as well as 5.6 acres of public space, 1,500 new housing units, a new office building, a public school, and a series of other amenities. In the process, we'll create 35,000 union construction jobs and 5,000 permanent careers at the resort. While the gaming application is subject to a separate process, this application paves the way for that opportunity and by adjusting the configuration of the buildings defined by the existing zoning. To get into some specifics, I want to highlight that we're not asking for changes to 10 FAR or to the existing approved uses on the site, which always contain flexibility for a range of 20 to 80% commercial space. We are also reaffirming our existing commitments to the restrictive declaration in the restrictive declaration for the site, including the balance of on-site affordable housing units agreed to with the community for Hudson Yards. In total, this will be the final 324 of over 1,100 affordable housing units created or preserved as a result of the development of Hudson Yards. That commitment was contingent on the existence of the original 421A program, which has expired. But despite that, we are committed to building those units under the updated city and state affordable housing frameworks. The key changes to the site here are adjusting building envelope and open space regulations through a special permit to enable the consolidation of the buildings into 3 development sites down from 6. This, along with the removal of extraneous interior roadways, allows for a contiguous, pedestrian-oriented, large-scale green open space. The other important change is to eliminate 2 buildings in the center of the open space. These buildings were square footprints limited to 12,000 square feet. Now, rental apartment buildings are typically rectangular or L-shaped to efficiently accommodate smaller unit sizes. So based on the square footprints under the existing zoning, these sites are set up for luxury condominiums with large units. The market value for these multi-million-dollar condos is currently significantly below the cost of construction on this site, so they are not feasible to finance or construct at this time or for the foreseeable future. This plan highlights the proposed framework for the buildings on the site with a mix of uses centered around the new open space. The buildings on the south side of the site are the same in both scenarios, a 1,500-unit, primarily rental apartment building with affordable housing and a headquarters office building. The north side of the site offers 2 scenarios in this application. One with a gaming resort that will be subject to the separate state process set to begin in June, and an alternative scenario that contemplates a similar footprint with office, hotel, and residential space. Spend a minute on infrastructure and the site plan. This slide illustrates the physical constraints of building above an operating rail yard. We've learned a lot with the completion of the platform over the eastern rail yard 1 block east, and in working with Long Island Railroad on the design for this parcel. First, we found that the structural columns needed for the tall, smaller footprint buildings in the center of the site pose conflicts with the railroad's ability to inspect and access trains in the rail yard. The wider podium with steel columns spreading the load across the yard is in part a reaction to this design constraint. Second, there's an immense amount of mechanical infrastructure necessary to provide exhaust, power, and ventilation to the rail yard. This infrastructure must be flood-proof, and our plan locates it in the podium levels of the tower on the north side of the site. Moving back above the platform, the proposed park completes a connection between several neighborhood open spaces, as set out in city planning's objectives for the site over 15 years ago. This includes direct connection points to the High Line, as well as better visual and physical access to Hudson River Park. Here's a bit more detail on the open space programming, which, as you can see, is a mix of passive and active green space, which we are calling Hudson Green. This space will be open to the public and maintained by us, which is crucial in a time when parks are in constant effort to support their operational needs throughout the city. And now, an important aside on the office space for a second. You see the office building there. We're now at a point in Hudson Yards where we are 100% leased with our office space. There's no more space available at these new Class AA buildings. And tenant employees at Hudson Yards are coming into the office at over 80% rates. That's an indication of the demand for this type of space in the city, contrary to some of the headlines about work from home and some of the challenges with older office space in the city after COVID. And it's a real bright spot for the city as a whole. So this slide shows an image of what the proposed project looks like from 11th Avenue. And as you can see, it offers significantly enhanced pedestrian experience as compared to the existing conditions, including added crosswalks across 11th Avenue. The idea is to ensure that there is restaurant activity at the base of the building facing the green space and the avenue. Here's an image from the middle of Hudson Green looking back to the existing portion of the yards, and an image of the green space facing west to the Hudson River. This image shows the project from the west, and you can see the large trees there. The intent is to ensure that there is sufficient soil depth for these plantings to thrive. Now, this is 33rd Street as it exists today. This street is currently inaccessible for private vehicles and inhospitable for pedestrians. It's used as a police car parking lot. Behind that long blank wall in the background is the rail yard. So with the current slope of the street from 11th Avenue down to the river, there is no ability for people to have access into the development site above the platform without modifying the street grade. The proposed reconfiguration of the street would enable access on both sides of the street for pedestrians and vehicles. The grade of the street will be aligned with existing 11th Avenue, This change is consistent with the regrading of 33rd Street, a block east of here between 10th and 11th Avenues near the 7 train, which has been successful. From 12th Avenue, there will be access for Long Island Railroad to the train yard as well as service to the Javits Marshalling Yard site. Additionally, we're proposing to add an elevator and a stair here to allow seamless connection between the street, the green space, the High Line, and 12th Avenue, where pedestrians could connect over to Hudson River Park at the 34th Street crosswalk. And here's an image of 33rd Street as reconfigured. The street would remain a mapped New York City DOT street. This is a plan highlighting the access points from the modified 33rd Street level. And before I wrap up, I want to spend a minute highlighting what this project brings to the community. We recently announced details of a robust $1.36 billion community benefits plan, which is the result of more than 100 meetings with community stakeholders, residents, and nonprofit organizations. Our community benefits plan includes partnerships with some terrific organizations in the neighborhood focused on housing and security for women and children, workforce development, wraparound services for NYCHA residents, open space and parks, local art, culture, and more. This plan includes a commitment by our partner Wynn Resorts to dedicate 1% of gross gaming revenues to fund these priorities, which we estimate will result in about $197 million donated over 10 years. This is a unique and sustained way of providing ongoing support for community nonprofits and to directly address neighborhood needs through a new community foundation with a $4 million annual budget. That type of transformational investment in our community is contingent on the project moving ahead. Zooming back out, here's an image of the proposed project from the Hudson River. We are at a rare moment in time with a realistic, achievable opportunity to finish the yards, deliver thousands of construction and permanent union jobs, green space, affordable housing, and economic development in a city that needs to rebuild after some challenging years. The benefits here are robust and will be felt throughout New York. Thank you, and I'm here for questions.
Great. Thank you very much. I have a few questions just to start, which are mostly technical in nature. I just want to review where we are, what we're being asked to do, and the difference between the two scenarios. So first of all, you are asking the city to amend the 2009 site plan in either the casino or the alternative scenario. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if there were no alternative present here, if you were just seeking to pursue a casino application and wanted an action from the commission, from the city to allow for that, which action do you actually need for your casino application to be complete? Is that an amended site plan and the 33rd Street mapping action full stop, or are there additional components there?
I think first and foremost, our goal is to make sure the site is buildable and we can actually construct something and finish the yards, right? So the current zoning we feel has constraints that doesn't allow for that to happen. So that's, first and foremost, we want to get to a site plan that works for the entirety of the site, right? And that includes the gaming facility, which is obviously subject to the separate process and not part of, this process in some regard. 33rd Street is very important to that, as well as reallocating the density to the other buildings on the site and creating the open space framework for the balance of the site. So I don't know, Elise, if you have anything else to add to that.
No, although I guess I don't understand why the commission would want to approve a scenario that did not include the northern part of the site, whether or not it's subject, since we acknowledge that the northern part of the site is subject to the state approval, that would just create uncertainty in terms of what might happen in the future, and to me would be inconsistent with the integrity of the zoning resolution. So that's exactly the reason why we proposed these two scenarios, the proposed project and the alternative scenario.
No, I appreciate that. And just to be clear, the reason why I posed the question the way that I did is because there's such similarity between the casino proposal and the alternative. It does invite the question as to what the difference is between those. So really, the question that I wanted clarity on, and I think I have it, is site plan and 33rd Street are the technical changes for the casino application. But the site plan, but if you were not successful in the casino, then we would be left with an amended site plan. We would have to have a site plan for your alternative, which is, to me, perhaps the most important part of this conversation right now, because the casino piece is outside of our discretion here. The alternative, however, is fully within our discretion in the city. So let's just talk about that for a second. Mr. Rosen, you said that it wasn't the 2009 site plan was not feasible. You gave some examples in your opening about why it wasn't feasible from a, condominium or financial perspective. Is it not feasible from a physical land use design perspective, or could that be built as it was approved in 2009?
So particularly the buildings in the center of the park there have major constraints relative to the structure going down to the tracks below, right? And allocating the structure spread over a larger podium is what allows it to have, smaller columns. Basically, those columns are 3 feet wide on a small square building, but if it's a wider podium that spreads the load over multiple tracks, you can get to steel columns that are 2 feet wide. That allows the LIR to inspect the track. So there are some technical issues there. Obviously, anything's possible with enough money and design effort. That said, the economics of building luxury condos here, the math doesn't add up, right? The prices that these condos are going for in nearby, including in our properties, are significantly below what it costs to build just the land here and then the site as well. So it's a very expensive site to build on.
So I saw your comments about the 2 foot wide columns that were anticipated in 2009 for those buildings in the middle. And that in reality, you would need a concrete structural steel wall over 3 feet thick to accommodate, I believe, even the 2 buildings that were initially planned for in the middle. Is that correct?
Yes.
So why was that not known in 2009, I guess, is a question that came off the page to me when I was thinking about this application.
It's a fair question. I mean, it's a long time ago. Obviously, we've learned a lot from building the eastern portion of the yards and working the railroad, understanding, the constraints there. We did do some design work since that's more specific and understands, the wind loads and all the different pieces for these buildings.
And does that mean that you couldn't, and now I am well beyond my understanding of how to actually physically put a building over a rail yard, but the existence of the need for structural steel walls, does that mean that you could not actually do that with the 2 buildings in the middle of the site? Or,
I mean, technically, it is possible to build on those in between the tracks. The problem is the trains wouldn't be able to be inspected, right? So
no, I mean, let's assume we want the trains to be inspected. Let's assume we want the rail yard to work.
Yes.
Could you do it with those buildings using a concrete structural steel wall as opposed to the initially contemplated 2 foot wide columns?
I mean, I think we'd have to go to some engineers to give you more specific answers.
Okay, well, we should follow up on that, because the only reason I'm going in that level of detail is that I'm noting that it was prompted as a point of infeasibility. 2 feet wide columns, infeasible. We must have 3 feet wide concrete structural steel, which, naturally leads to the question of well, so then can you do those buildings in that way? And I don't know the answer to that, but would like, and it does not need to be today, but I would like to know the answer to that question. Okay. The podium size. It's exactly the same in both proposals. Why is that?
I mean, the objective is to preserve flexibility there, right? We have, a need for a lot of infrastructure for the railroad, right? So the mechanical systems and all that is set in the base of those buildings. We don't have basements here, right, because of the trains below. So we have to put a lot of things above grade that we otherwise would have put below grade. We're trying to create a comparison that's apples to apples and flexible. There's program space that we have designed above grade in the alternative scenario that is for a hotel, which is a very similar program to the resort that we're proposing in the proposed project. And so all those pieces together sort of fit in a similar footprint. Obviously, it doesn't have to be exactly the same, but, for simplicity, we did include it that way.
Well, understood that the applicant would want to seek maximum flexibility on the site, much like the city in 2009 located the buildings within an inch of their lives. And the city may have an interest in having a little bit more precision on what exactly that ends up looking like. Some of the rationale that I saw about why you need a podium in the alternative related to some of the points you just noted, things like the electrical, mechanical for the Long Island Railroad, and also locating that above flood elevation, which I certainly understand, although it doesn't completely connect for me as to why it must be in a podium of exactly the same size as in the casino context. I understand you may need to lift up the electricals and mechanicals and deal with the flooding issue, but I don't see the connection there between why it has to be the same.
It's primarily a square footage, challenge. How do you fit 100,000 feet of mechanical equipment in the base of the buildings, right? And the easiest way to do that is to put it in a podium of roughly the same shape and size that we identified.
Did you explore alternatives to the podium of the same shape and size for the alternative scenario?
I mean, we've looked at a number of options. Frankly, we don't have as much specificity with that plan as we do with the proposed project, simply because we've been working hard on that design, pursuing the gaming license, and that's been our focus.
Yeah, okay, I see that. Thank you. Okay, the lot coverage. So the lot coverage of the proposal, and let's just focus on the alternative for the moment. Mm-hmm. How much lot coverage do you have in the proposal, the alternative, versus what was approved in 2009?
So there's actually slightly more open space in the proposed and alternative scenarios. It's the same. It's 5.63 acres. I think the previous iteration had 5.45 acres, so we're slightly higher open space relatively.
Are those the same things? My question about lot coverage and the open space? It may be. I'm just asking for.
It's the inverse.
I think it is, but I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something. Okay. All right. So it's roughly the same, a little bit more in this than what you had in 2009.
A little bit more open space,
okay.
Correct.
You noted the possibility of a hotel. Why not come to us for a hotel special permit at this point and have that conversation? I noted you had said that there was, some of the details about the hotel don't exist, like who the operator would be, but that would not be necessary for you to come and seek a hotel special permit from us and to complete that application. I just wanted to give you a chance to explain why you didn't.
I mean, I think the answer is, we are pursuing the proposed project, right? And the alternative is flexibility for future to come back with a hotel and the program for that. And we would come back before you and give you the specifics that I would expect you would need to approve a hotel special permit at that time. So, when we have an operator, for that, we would come back and talk to you about the specifics of what's needed, right? Because, we put a program in there that has a certain amount of ballrooms and all sorts of other pieces. I mean, if you want to give us a hotel special permit now, we'll take it. But
yeah, that's not within our power at this stage of the game. But I understand your openness to accepting it. Let me just make a final point, and then I will go to my colleagues. It does feel like we're missing a little bit of the design element and the layout element in the alternative in a way that we hope you will work with this commission and certainly in the coming weeks to explore ways to address that and to ensure some level of distinction between your gaming application and the site plan that will remain. I think it's important for us. I think it's important, to reflect the historic actions which were taken on this site by this commission and by the council. So I would just make that observation and ask to you if you'd be willing to work with us to explore ways to do that as we go through this process.
Yes, of course.
Okay, let me go to my colleagues, starting with Commissioner Gold, Commissioner Goodridge, Commissioner Benjamin.
Thanks. Excuse me, a couple of questions and points of follow-up. One is, can you speak a little bit on sort of the reservation on the marshalling side? I mean, there seems to be that sort of back and forth with the SD. At the end of the day, it's a little difficult from here to fully understand the solution that you guys are proposing, so I was hoping that you could speak to it.
Yeah, I think you're referring to the grade change at 33rd Street and how that impacts both sides. We actually think it's an advantage to both sides of the street, right, from a pedestrian friendliness, right? You saw the picture of existing 33rd Street, which is not something people want to walk down. I've done it. It's not a pleasant experience. We did meet with the SD. We walked through the site with them. I think they understand the different constraints, and also that you can enter, whether for loading or for direct pedestrian or even a curb cut on the north side, whatever they pursue through this plan. So the flexibility is there for them. The other benefit is that their lobbies would all be at the sort of 11th Avenue grade level, which brings them up out of the floodplain. So I think we're in a constructive phase of a conversation with them.
Got it. But, I mean, it seems that their current view is that this would impinge their, at least based on what we've seen, and maybe there's been an update since, but it would impinge their land, number one, and usability, and that they'd, want to come to some agreement there. Because it sounds like there are active discussions, and, perhaps there's a solution that can...
I think we'll be able to work something out. I mean, they have expressed those reservations, and we've had conversations since. So I think it's, understanding it, we'll figure it out with them.
Got it. And then the second question is going back to something that the chair was asking. So in 2009, this was looked at perhaps as luxury with a certain cost of construction, and we're looking back in 2024 and saying, basically, we can't afford to do that at that level. And it sounds like what we're saying is either the cost of doing it is much higher than, let's say, the value that we're seeing. Is it sort of that simple? I
mean, it can be that simple. I mean, I would say, the platform is a specific challenge for this, right? That's over $2 billion of infrastructure that needs to go in before anything gets built here, right? So you talk about sites around the city, and what can be afforded. Even a site with no land cost is sometimes challenging for, residential development, right? And here we're already, $2 billion in before we even start the building, right? So, that's a real constraint. And, that's why when we found an opportunity with an anchor tenant like a resort, we saw that as a real chance to actually get this built, right?
And the last go-around, when approval was put forward, what was the holdup in getting started then?
So we always plan to build the Eastern Yard first, right? It's a big site. So we've built over 10 million feet so far on the Eastern Yard, so significant investment and activation there. The lease always planned for us to have time to wait to get started, and then COVID hit, right? And so another economic cycle, and we've been working through this for the last couple of years to get it moving again.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Goodrich.
There.
Okay, so there's been a casino craze in New York City, and one is in Times Square, and a journalist, Gwen Hogan, she wrote an article about that one, and allegedly, a Jay-Z-owned company had offered a tenant leader $20,000 a month to be like the community liaison, but this was there was a lot of community opposition, and this was seen as a way to neutralize that. I was surprised and not really, because we know that sometimes this happens. But what I'm wondering is, I have one question. In this particular case, have there been any deals with anyone in the community with anything similar of working with the community, being in a position to be the community liaison, who at one point has been in opposition to the project?
So I'm first not going to comment on competitors' projects, but in terms of ours, we're really trying to build, genuine support for this project. There are a number of folks who are on our team. We always would disclose that that's the case. We did announce a major community benefits plan last week. All the specifics are public and available on our website, so there should be no question as to, who's, benefiting from this. We think that benefit is very broad. So nothing specific to the question that you asked me.
So is that a yes or a no?
That's a no. That's a no.
Okay.
Yep.
And the community benefits, are you referring to, there was an article a couple of days ago about, it says, if I'm reading it correctly, developer behind Hudson Yards Casino promises $200 million to butter up neighbors in, it's the New York Post article, so the title is, but promises $200 million to butter up neighbors in face of growing opposition. Is that what you're referring to?
So that program, which we've been working on for over 2 years and just recently announced, is something that we're very proud of. We think it's going to make a big difference for our neighbors. We're neighbors here too. We're right across the street. We have lots of projects throughout the area, right, which all can stand to benefit in this community.
Can you expand a bit about what that entails?
Yeah, I mean, there are a number of different programs within it. There are 6 different pillars that we're incorporating into that plan. There's a lot more detail. Again, specifics are to be developed on some of the pieces, but there will be a community fund that offers opportunities for, some of the local electeds to be involved in deciding where some of that funding goes. We've made partnerships with a number of local nonprofits, and some of them will be here to speak today.
Right. So the funding is going all to nonprofits?
It's a combination, but yeah, that's a primary, beneficiary.
Okay, that's all for now.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Benjamin and Commissioner Dweck.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you here again. I have a couple of questions. The first set of questions is about West 33rd Street and its connection over 12th Avenue.
Should I pull that slide up?
Sure. Is the High Line at that section built yet?
So the High Line exists in this whole area, right? It goes around the yard, and so it is constructed. It was built as a train track. There have been slight modifications to it, and it has been open to the public from time to time over the last, 10 or 15 years, even in this section, and we would remain.
But it's not fully developed in the way that the Friends of the High Line and the New York City Parks Department have expected it to be developed as a recreational outdoor space.
It is
that
not,
fair?
not fully restored as it is farther south. That's correct.
And if it remains in its current state, how would that stairway and elevator be constructed if the rest of the property is not open to the public all the time?
So this is intended to provide access to the High Line in the same way that the zoning and existing zoning offers 2 different locations to connect. There's one here, there's another one closer to 30th Street. And, this would be available, accessible. If they need to close it, there's a gate system. We have a similar design on the eastern yards where there's an access point to the High Line. So all of those operational procedures would be consistent with the existing.
And how often is the High Line at these locations and around? How often is it really open to the public?
I think, there are High Line folks here today. I'm sure can answer your question better on that.
Okay. But in general, you would say that the construction of the elevator and the stairway has no relationship to whether the High Line is improved or not. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And it would be built notwithstanding the High Line's state of affairs.
We would obviously coordinate with them for anything that connects to their site. So, we'd have to do that.
Okay, but in coordination, would it be held up would it be held up if they were not yet ready to move forward with their plan?
We would work out the logistics with them on the timing, so, we could build and construct all the way up, put a fence up.
You realize where I'm going with this.
Yes,
I'm looking for you to say that it would be constructed.
Yes.
No matter what.
We can commit to our side of that, constructing it and building it up to a line of the High Line as part of this.
Okay. Because my concern is also that 33rd Street, the actual 33rd Street, where it is now, and it's one's ability to go across 12th Avenue at that location would be stymied without that.
There is an access point on the stair that will be separate from the High Line that will allow you to get down to 33rd Street and connect to Hudson River Park.
That's what I've been asking about, the stairway and the elevator.
Those will be constructed by us on, it's actually on the sidewalk in this configuration. So totally separate from the High Line.
And it's that I'm asking about. Would it be constructed even if the High Line plans do not come to fruition before you begin construction?
Yes.
Okay. My second one is I want to thank you for the information you provided about the ventilation and the air intake and exhaust systems, but I'm still not completely clear. I know you said that on the 11th Avenue side, the air exhaust would be over 70 feet in the podium. And did you do air quality studies to make sure that there would be no downdrafts on that public space that's across?
Yes, there's extensive air quality studies in our draft EIS.
And there would be no impact on that open space or on the open space on the southern side of the podium?
I'm not sure exactly where the impacts are. Or maybe somebody from our team knows the answer to that. We could probably get you the answer.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
You have to come up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Patrick Blanchfield, AKRF. We prepared the draft EIS for the applicants. So we did look at the emissions from the ventilation on open space, and the DIS concludes that there would be no impacts to open spaces.
Okay. I just want to make sure that if we're going to have these open spaces, that they're going to be pleasant, safe places for people to recreate. And I don't recall, so maybe, is it 70 feet above grade or is it 70 feet above above Manhattan Plain?
The LIR vent is 70 feet above the sidewalk, I believe.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And last but not least, is the weight of the building, are the support systems that you talk about, one not being enough and needing to have the 3 feet that the chair described, is that related at all to the weight of the buildings above which you intend to build?
It's a combination of all the structural loads in the building. So the weight, the wind loads, and a whole bunch of other factors that go into a structural engineer's evaluation of it.
Thank you very much. Let me just note out, there's just some noise out there in the audience. Just ask people to hold their comments or their conversations. I just can't see what's happening. Thank you. Back to you, Commissioner.
So if there was less of a structural load, would you be able to use the 2009 approved piling system?
I mean, it's all a combined analysis of how much structural load there is, right? The width of the building plays into that, which is limited by the 2009 zoning. So, that is a constraint. I'm not sure how we would solve that. That's one of the reasons we're here.
I mean, I'd like to understand more, particularly given the chair's questions about the alternative plan, whether the alternative plan that we're being asked to approve would occasion the changing of the structural support system, or if we stayed with the 2009 as your approved plan, except for Site C, whether we would be able to keep the existing structural plan.
It's not something we've looked at extensively. We'll take that back and analyze.
I would like to know that. And thank you for the information that you did provide about the ventilation, the exhausts, and the other issues I had about the podium.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mann.
Just a couple quick questions. I know we've got a number of people waiting to testify, so I'll try to be brief. I do want to drill down on this West 33rd Street because I'm a little bit puzzled by it too. And I think in response to Commissioner Gould's question, you indicated that you believed you could sort of resolve the issues with ESD. ESD sent the Commission a letter indicating that they didn't see any potential mitigations to address their concerns. So I just want to square this back and forth here a little bit. That letter was from January. Do you have an elevation showing the elevation of the deck over 33rd Street to help us understand kind of the grade change that's happening?
And this is probably the best picture I have currently. Obviously, we can get you more details. We do have an extensive document that we worked with DOT on to show the definite elevations. But
off the top of your head, you don't know what the elevation of the proposed West 33rd Street is over?
It's at roughly 33 or 34, which is the same height as 11th Avenue, and the street at 12th Avenue is roughly 7 or so.
Okay, so if you're on this future condition, and you're in the marshalling yard, which is a publicly owned site, and you look to your right, let's say, look to the south, you'll see a deck that's 33 feet above sidewalk grade.
I mean, I don't know that I would call it a deck, right? They're going to have access underneath. It's going to be a building, right? And so, there's no additional infrastructure that'd be required on that site.
Right. But I guess, this drawing's a little challenging to get the elevation clearly shown. It sort of blurs it a little bit.
Right.
But the dimension is 33 feet over the existing sidewalk would be, I don't know why deck is not an appropriate word for describing the proposed.
Well, I guess 11th Avenue is a bridge already, right? Even around this site. Yeah. So at the eastern end of that site, you have a difference of roughly 25 feet from the ground level of the existing marshalling yard to 11th Avenue. That continues on a sloping level on 33rd Street, probably at least halfway down the block, right? So you're always going to have that grade differential. What we're proposing is to keep it at that higher level for another couple hundred feet to the west.
Okay, get it. Yeah, I mean, I think, at least for me anyway, the concern that the public site adjacent to this development site, that ESD is preparing to issue an RFP for, was expressing reservations about the relationship of that site to this, I think is a question to be helpful to actually untangle here with a bit more specificity than I think what I'm hearing today. So that's just one question. The second is, and I think we'll hear a lot from the folks at the High Line, but I did want to get your perspective first to understand what you see as the urban design relationship of your sites to the High Line and the ways in which you think you're improving the public space access to that facility.
We did meet with the High Line over 10 times, worked through a number of different geometries. We actually moved some of the buildings in the configuration at their request, made better our urban plan as a result. So I think we have made accommodations to make sure those buildings are set far enough away from the High Line where they need to be, make sure enough sunlight comes in. The shadows impact, which you'll see and I'm sure hear about today, if you look at our 2009 plan and you look at that fully built out, the shadows are no different than the shadows from this plan. The difference in the EIS is about the timeline for when that happens, right? The EIS shows 2031 as the build year. We don't expect that the 2009 plan could be built by that point in time, so that's why there's a shadow impact shown.
In terms of just access from the proposed development here to the High Line and what that condition will feel like, maybe this is a better question for the architect. Is there any more detail that you can provide to explain why you think that will be a better condition?
Yeah, I mean, we have a number of slides on this as farther into this presentation. I could probably get there. Let's see if I have. Yeah,
I want to hear your argument first because I know we'll hear a lot of concern.
Just trying to get to a diagram that shows something about this. So, here's an image, where the residential building abuts the High Line. We think this design has really, figured something out that was consistent with the existing zoning, gives a lot of freedom and connectivity, but doesn't impact the experience on the High Line.
And so those will be two separate public spaces adjacent to one another.
Correct.
One on your property and one on.
That's right.
The High Line.
And they were always accessible from both sides, and this is consistent with that.
Okay. And the last question here, again, I know we've got a lot of folks eager to testify, just on the housing versus commercial. I think the thing that I'm struggling with, I think the things, the Commission always has struggled with is to what extent is our job to make things economically feasible? And you are proposing residential as part of the proposed development. So on the one hand, you're making the argument that residential doesn't pencil out. On the other hand, the plan includes residential, obviously pursuant to some of the prior approvals as well. So just help us understand a little bit more there what that tipping point is.
I think the tipping point is the $2 billion platform, right? So, from our perspective, we love building housing. We've built over 6,000 units in this neighborhood. We have another 7,000 planned, including these 1,500 units, right? So wherever possible related, we build housing whenever we can figure that out. On this site with the expensive land, with the platform, it's very challenging to make the numbers work, and so that the commercial properties can pay more for that infrastructure. We left, the 1,500 apartments. We want to have apartments on this site. We think it's important, and that, that's a significant amount of apartments. Many of your applications, this is far bigger than that, right, in terms of number of housing units that actually could be delivered as part of a realistic project. So, that's kind of where we are. We're subsidizing the land for that residential building with the commercial space. That's how we're making that math work.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And lastly, we have Commissioner Osorio before we go to members of the public.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks so much for the presentation, addressing our questions, and thanks so much for the memo. As my colleagues mentioned, it's been extremely useful to be able to go over that and read your responses, and thanks so much for the department for facilitating that. Very useful. I hope that you make that document public so everybody could see your detailed responses. I have 3 quick questions. One, in terms of flooding. So, again, thanks so much for the clarifications. Sounds like entrances to the proposed school in Building B would still be below design flood elevation, which sounds a big concern for me. You do explain that this will be protected by deployable flood barriers, but can we do something about that? I know that the daycare entrance will not, but this is a school, so what can we do about that?
I mean, the challenge there is simply the elevation of the street, right? So we brought it up as far as we could, in the design, and then there's a differential that has to be made up with some sort of deployable feature. If there's a better way to do that, we're open to listening, but that's the best we could figure out.
Well, I think that's in my mind sort of like a critical need that you need to address. Otherwise, it's not fair to put children in that situation. Going now to air quality, I commend you for beginning to outline how you would use a restrictive declaration to address the air quality issues, and so, but I'm a little confused with your response to Commissioner Benjamin's question. So I'm wondering if you can clarify what the DEIS does say in terms of significant adverse impact on mobile air quality impact.
I'm going to turn over to Patrick.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. So mobile source impacts are generated by traffic. So the DEIS does conclude significant adverse impacts. So we looked at 3 intersections, and that's being refined for the FEIS, but we did disclose impacts under both scenarios.
And what are the mitigation strategies that you're considering to address that?
Some of the mitigation may include the traffic mitigation since it's all mobile sources, but it could be that they're unmitigated. We are doing more refined analysis for the draft EIS, more granular. So the intent is with the more detailed analysis that the results will be somewhat.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I would encourage you to be as clear as possible in terms of where you are with that, given the fact that these open spaces are critical here. It's also noted that, as you've discussed and explained, they are way above the standards, but since we are actually reducing the amount of passive and active, the air quality there needs to be as pristine as possible. I do have another quick question on air quality. So again, going back to the restrictive declaration, it was really great to see that you're considering restricting fuel types. That's great. But then I saw that you're considering diesel power emergency generators, and then I was a little confused because it sounded like you were going to restrict against polluting sources.
The operational, for the buildings, it's all electric. I think that's the idea. So the diesel is just emergency generators.
But have you considered other alternatives, again, given the cumulative potential impacts on air quality that we're discussing?
It's something that we can consider, but they are emergency generators, not to be used.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that if we stick to the default, we'll never improve air quality. And as you know, Midtown is a big particulate matter sort of like issue. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
On energy, if you can provide also additional information about the energy storage that you're planning for Site C would be great. You provided the space that you're allocating for it, but how much energy, who will benefit for that? That would be great.
Okay.
And then just finally on wind, thanks again so much for your responses of that. Since the DEIS did find that there are places where, especially when the trees are not expected to perform, could be potential impacts on the open spaces. I'm wondering if you can share with us what's the status of the mitigation strategies that you mentioned you're working on, and, what can we expect in that regard?
That's right. So the DIS did look at pedestrian wind conditions with the proposed project. So in the summer and fall, when the trees are in full foliage, wind conditions are, for the most part, expected to be comfortable for pedestrians in the open space. In the other parts of the year, winter and spring, it could be windier. So there are measures that were disclosed in the EIS, and they're measures that can be refined as the design process advances. There's the introduction of vertical elements into the open space that can break up the wind closer to the pedestrian, to the ground level. There's architectural treatments, articulation work at the building corners that can be done. So those are things that the team, the applicant team, can look at as the project advances.
Thank you for those responses, and I look forward to reading any additional information you can provide.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner. To the applicant team, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We'll look forward to following up with you.
Thank you.
And we're now going to move to members of the public who wish to be heard, of which we have a number, starting with Leila Lagasico here in the room, and followed by Claire Weiss on Zoom, and then Sally Greenspan here in the room. Welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you so much. Good to see you, everyone. My name is Leila Logisico. I am the president of the City Club of New York, and we are here to urge the Commission to reject related rezoning proposal for the Western Well Yard. The proposals, as its two alternatives, as you know, not only violate the commitments made in 2009 rezoning agreement, but actively undermine the principles of responsible urban planning. When the city approved the original rezoning of Hudson Yards, it was based on a carefully negotiated balance, housing, both market rate and affordable, green space, infrastructure, and community amenities, including a school. Now, Related is proposing a drastic departure from that agreement, cutting the number of housing units and replacing key public benefits with a casino. So let's be clear, it is not just a minor adjustment. This is actually a fundamental defaulting of the commitments made to the community and the city. The draft environmental impact statement fails also to account for the serious environmental consequences of this proposal. We're looking at buildings that will be soaring to 1,180 feet, casting long shadows over public space on the Hudson River estuarine sanctuary. Stormwater runoff from this development will worsen the city's already overburdened sewer system. This development will bring thousands of residents and thousands of office workers, hotel guests, and casino visitors. Yet it relies heavily on existing public parks and to absorb the increased demand, including the existing High Line and the Hudson River Park. This rezoning is not really about improving the community. It is about securing a lucrative casino license that puts public interest in the backseat in the profit of private profits. The message from the community could not be clearer. We do not want this project in its current form. In January, Manhattan Community Board 4 voted unanimously against the proposal. Opposing organizations also include Friends of the High Line, the Municipal Arts Society, as well as the Hudson River Park Advisory Council. The City Club is urging the Commission to actually reject this proposal, but furthermore, it is really crucial that this project is considered in the context of other adjacent projects, and that the cumulative impact of this project, along with NYCHA redevelopment, also a related project, will be deleterious, especially to our sewer system and the Hudson River. The City Club urges the Commission to deny these applications as drafted. I would also like to respond to Related's comment today. Contrary to what they stated, they are not subsidizing public infrastructure. It is actually quite the opposite. Taxpayers are subsidizing Related for the development. They have received a tax abatement since 2009 and will continue to receive a tax abatement, and therefore we should take that into account. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, Claire Weiss on Zoom, and Sally Greenspan here in the room.
Thank you, and excuse my sore throat. I appreciate being allowed to testify. My name is Claire Weiss. I'm the founding partner and principal in charge at WXY, a multidisciplinary firm practicing architecture and urban design. As a New Yorker and a longtime advocate for the High Line, I'm an original co-founder of the Design Trust for Public Space. I find the rezoning application before the commission deeply concerning. I want everyone to know that the Friends of the High Line engaged our firm to look under the hood, and I'm testifying of some of what we found. Our analysis went beyond the most visible changes. We focused on environmental consideration to assess how the proposed land use and zoning changes would impact the open spaces of the High Line and the surrounding neighborhood. What we found was significant. Project-generated environmental factors, particularly wind and shadow, would have a profound and far-reaching effect. Wind conditions. Compared to the 2009 plan, the current proposal would substantially increase uncomfortable wind conditions on the site year-round. These effects would not only be felt within the Western Rail Yard's central open space and on the High Line and in adjacent spaces, but as far as 30th Street, 10th Avenue, and south to 23rd Street. During the winter, conditions are projected to be harsh, and that's true today, but it's exacerbated by the height and massing of the both proposed options. I just want to also address what we see as an incomplete wind analysis being presented. The applicant's draft EIS, the EIS, assessed wind conditions for a lower density version of the 2009 plan, omitting 3 of its 6 buildings, the 2 central residential buildings and the southwest residential tower. In contrast, our analysis examined the full build-out of the 2009 plan, offering a more accurate comparison. Lastly, as has already been addressed by the commissioners, the application presents 2 scenarios, a preferred plan and an alternative. While the land use for sites A and B remains identical in both plans, site C differs. However, the building massing for site C remains unchanged, site plan, spanning over 700 feet long, 320 feet wide, and 200 feet tall. Both scenarios propose a podium of this scale, which from an urban design perspective blocks any potential street, cross-town connections and contradicts previous planning efforts to create a connected neighborhood at the Western Rail Yards. Additionally, if the preferred scheme is approved, but the Gaming Commission does not award a casino license, it appears that the developer could still proceed with the proposed plans for sites A and B, along with the reconfiguration of the open space.
Time.
We urge the I urge the City Planning Commission to reject the
Time.
zoning application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We hope you feel better. And
Thank you. Sorry about that.
do you want to just do 1 second on what you think would be a better result in the alternative to the podium? Would you like to lay that out for us?
I would just add that doing some case study research about casinos, resorts, and podiums, that podium is really larger than anything we found in an urban condition. So that just on a baseline, it seemed that there are many creative urban approaches that could address having a much more contextual site plan.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a question from Commissioner Osorio, and then we're going to move on.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. In terms of the specific comments on wind impacts, we hear you on your concerns and how the analysis was structured, but I'm wondering if you have any preliminary observations on the potential mitigation strategies that were identified or introduced, let's say, in the draft environmental impact statement.
I think the concern is that the kind of mitigation, which is building configuration, rounded corners, planting on buildings, requires a specific design, and it doesn't look like a specific design of each building is actually being contemplated by the commission today. So that really, it's a very design specific in order to mitigate those wind impacts.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Weiss. We will see you soon. Let me move on to Sally Greenspan and then Patrick Hazari, both here in the room. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Garodnick and members of the Commission for this opportunity.
I'm Sally Greenspan. I'm the President Emeritus of the Council of Chelsea Block Associations. This is an issue we've been following for many years. In 2009, this community enthusiastically embraced the plan for the development of the Western Rail Yard. Even then, the need for more housing was urgent. Now in 2025, urgent has morphed into desperate need for more housing. Indeed, in January, Community Board 4 unanimously denied the proposed application by Related for zoning text amendment. And last past week, Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine voiced his rejection in unison. Interestingly, it was also in 2009 that an icon of American contemporary landscape architecture, the High Line, was completed. Since then, the High Line has become a major tourist attraction for people all over the world. If the new Related plan comes to fruition, this iconic treasure will be forever diminished by vistas that are destroyed with a wall of super tall buildings blocking the New York City skyline and the Hudson River. Related and its very few advocates keep bringing up the ridiculous argument about the jobs that the new plan will create, as if the 2009 plan will not provide any jobs. I ask, as I have before, where will all those newly employed people in the build-out of RY live? Gainfully employed people are leaving the city because there is no housing stock, not because they can't find office space to rent or a place to gamble. Both New York City and New York State have embraced and endorsed a serious commitment to build badly needed market rate and affordable housing. I have not seen the numbers to build out the required platform, but if indeed the number is so staggering and beyond the capacity of Related to fund, then it is time for the great business minds of Related team, along with New York City and New York State, to put their heads together and figure out the financing and give this community and this city and this state the desperately needs housing we all deserve. Given the history of this development plan, the priorities and needs of New York City, as members and representatives of our community, I don't see how the City Planning Commission could justify this application for a zoning change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. I just will ask, since we're really just getting started here, this is really for the room, so you're free to sit down, but thank you. If you could hold your applause or commentary, we will allow us to move. We have a lot of people who want to be heard, and also we want to make sure that agree or disagree, we give everybody a fair shake to come to the podium uninterrupted. So with that, Mr. Hazari, welcome. You will be followed by Brian Matlin on Zoom. Welcome.
All right, thank you. My name is Patrick Hazari, and I'm the Senior Director of Planning, Design, and Construction at Friends of the High Line. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today regarding the rezoning application for the Western Rail Yards, and in particular appreciate the questions that the commissioners have posed today to the applicant. In 2009, the Western Rail Yards rezoning was grounded in urban design principles that prioritized site planning, bulk and massing, and open space. The current rezoning proposal, in both its scenarios, departs significantly from those principles. First, looking at site planning, the 2009 plan emphasized reintroducing the city grid, breaking down the superblock and fostering vibrancy through active streets and sidewalks. The proposed rezoning reverses this, reinstating the superblock with limited access. Second, bulk and massing. The 2009 plan deliberately concentrated denser buildings along 11th Avenue with a transition to lower density towards the river. The new proposal does the opposite, introducing 3 super tall towers instead of 6 mid-rise buildings, overshadowing the neighborhood and the High Line. Lastly, public space. The 2009 plan required a sequence of publicly accessible open spaces, ensuring a strong dialogue between the High Line and the Western Rail Yards. The proposed plan replaces this with a series of topographically challenged pathways and planters that sever connections between the High Line, the river, and the surrounding streetscape. The High Line remains a transformative public space and a vital asset for the city. While the development of the Western Rail Yards represents the next chapter of Hudson Yards, it must be done thoughtfully. Any rezoning should improve upon the 2009 plan, not diminish it. We urge the commissioners to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Brian Matlin on Zoom, followed by Alexis Robinson on Zoom, followed by Maya Jasinska on Zoom.
Brian, are you able to unmute your mic?
Yes, I just did so. Thanks. It just took a second for the screen to switch over. So are we good to go?
You are good to go.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Matlin. I'm the president of the 200 West 25th Street Block Association and the vice president of the Council of Chelsea Block Associations, which represents 79 blocks throughout Chelsea. The most intricate plans and beautiful renderings cannot paper over the fact that this latest related wind plan for the Western rail yards is a betrayal of the public trust that allowed Related to build on the Eastern rail yards in the first place. Hudson Yards, their Xanadu on the Hudson, was built with reportedly billions of dollars in direct and indirect public financial support and a promise to develop the Western rail yards with a community-focused plan featuring extensive housing and supporting public facilities like parks and schools. This plan is not that, neither their preferred casino plan nor the apparent fig leaf of an alternative plan. Chelsea does not need more office space or skyscraping towers in the Western rail yards as this plan proposes. We do not need or want a casino resort that will deliver no durable social or economic vitality to the local community. And we certainly do not need or want the degradation of our valued parks and open green spaces like the High Line, which this proposed plan will do, casino or not. We strongly believe that what Chelsea does need is more housing and more affordable housing now more than ever. We need the 5,000 plus units that were anticipated in the original 2009 plan and more, not the token smallest allowable residue of housing anticipated in this revised plan that prioritizes craps over community. This casino-fueled fever dream of a proposal serves many outside special interests, but it diminishes the community it purports to serve. It denies desperately needed affordable housing, while the largesse it offers to community organizations ultimately comes not from the bottom line of the industry players at the decision-making table, but from the pockets of players at gaming tables where the house always wins, many of whom may turn out to be our elderly and or economically vulnerable neighbors. How do we know? Because now they're bragging about it in press releases. And in the casino-free alternative plan, the only known viable plan right now that you're being asked to approve, got me. Community Board 4, one of the most development-friendly boards in the city in an intelligent way, has just unanimously rejected this plan, and you should too. In its place, they have a bold new concept to use the rare and huge asset of actually 4 full square blocks of publicly owned land for the public good. What a radical idea. And I bet it's a great jobs engine too. It is past time for Related to make good on their promises or make way for a partner that has the vision to find a way to meet the true needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matlin. Next up is Alexis Robinson.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is Alexis Robinson. I live in the Upper East Side, and I am in support of the Hudson Yards West project. I honestly believe that this project will not only help bring thousands of new jobs to the New York residents, but also help create both small businesses in the area while also providing opportunities for affordable housing in that area. But yes, I am for the Hudson Yards West project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Maya Jasinska, followed by Terry Kidd and Rodney Harrison, all on Zoom.
Maya, are you able to unmute?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Good morning, or afternoon rather, Chair Gorodnik and members of the City Planning Commission. My name is Maya Jasinska, and I am Director of Policy and Research at WIN, the largest provider of shelter and supportive services to homeless families in New York City. We operate 16 shelters and nearly 500 units of supportive housing across the 5 boroughs, and each night more than 7,000 people call WIN home, including 3,800 children. So thank you for the opportunity to testify today. WIN strongly supports the Hudson Yards West proposal because it recognizes that one of the biggest problems facing this city is the staggering homelessness crisis and its impact on families with children. This plan calls for the construction of hundreds of new affordable housing units, the creation of 5,000 permanent union careers in the resort, a majority of which would not require a college degree, as well as a $200 million community benefits package that will support local organizations that have been working to support and sustain some of New York's most vulnerable residents, including WIN. Beyond WIN, Women in Need. Beyond these economic and infrastructure benefits, this project presents a unique and meaningful opportunity to help New Yorkers experiencing homelessness. WIN Resorts has demonstrated a strong commitment of investing in families in shelter with their ongoing financial support of WIN Women in Need's income building program. If this project is approved, we are excited to build on that previous collaboration on an innovative expansion of the partnership between WIN and WIN's income building program. WIN's income building program is a critical program that helps families gain financial stability and secure permanent housing. Unlike traditional employment services, the income building program takes a holistic approach addressing barriers that prevent families from achieving economic independence. Our 4-pillar model, job preparation, education, training, and wealth creation, equips parents with the tools they need to secure and maintain employment. Through our partnership with WIN, we are excited to expand these efforts, which will include a new training institute to train and mentor young homeless mothers, providing them with on-the-job support to move up the ranks and ideally into stable managerial positions. It also calls for additional workforce development and literacy training, scholarships, and a new school and childcare center, all of which will assist women as they fight to build more sustainable lives for themselves and their children. This partnership would not only provide economic mobility for families in shelter, but also reinforce the importance of inclusive economic development that prioritizes opportunities for all New Yorkers. WIN strongly supports the Hudson Yards West development and urges the City Planning Commission to approve this transformative project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Terry Kidd. That you, Mr. Kidd, you're here with us in the room?
I am.
Welcome. Okay, I thought you were going to be on Zoom, but here you are. Welcome.
I wish. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Terry Kidd. I am the Acting Assistant Vice President of Continuing Education and Workforce Development with the Borough of Manhattan Community College, a member institution of CUNY. Today I want to talk about jobs and jobs training. The Hudson Yard Project presents a tremendous opportunity to strengthen the city's workforce. Strengthening the city's workforce will create 5,000 permanent union jobs and 35,000 jobs throughout the duration of the construction development project. But more than that, this project is about building and uplifting the next generation of young workers. Community benefits plan connected to this project will reallocate funds to community partners such as public housing to assist the NYCHA residents with workforce development training, job placement services. That also includes job fairs, scholarships, internships, and financial literacy programming. At least $200 million will be allocated to support community initiatives over the decade. This opportunity will give all New Yorkers the opportunity to gain new skills, learn new technologies, all while pursuing the ultimate goal of obtaining good-paying, family-supporting jobs with a livable wage. We want the city of New York to be a place of equity and opportunity and a place where young people can see themselves in the future. With the right support, the right training, they can obtain that future. We're confident through our experiences with WIN and the investment in this project with the local community will help us make that happen. I implore you to support this project and consider how much it will help the working class citizens of New York and those who seek to have a better opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. We appreciate it. Oh, wait, stay with us. Hold on a sec. We have a question from Commissioner Kamani.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Just curious, you may not know the answer, but do you know, has there been in the community benefits plan, a commitment made to like the number of NYCHA residents who would be hired for permanent employment?
So in our preliminary conversations, we were looking at percentages and ranging from about 40 to 50% of individuals who go through the requisite job training programs will be placed on jobs. So we're looking at a 50% threshold.
Of those in the okay, thank you. I can ask further of the applicant later. Thank you very much.
Any additional questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to Rodney Harrison and Sarah Pennenberg on Zoom.
I don't have Rodney in Zoom, Chair.
How about Sarah?
No.
No Sarah Pennenberg? Okay. Let's move on to Josiah Vega in the room.
Hello. Hello. I'm here on behalf of Sarah Pennenberg.
Oh, okay, okay.
Apologies.
What is your name? What is your name, please?
My name is Theo Perez. I'm a researcher at 32BJ SEIU, and I'm here today to deliver our testimony in support of the Western Rail Yard modification. SEIU 32BJ is the largest union of property service workers in the United States, representing over 175,000 property service workers across our jurisdiction, including tens of thousands right here in New York City. 32BJ members form the backbone of New York's property service industry. Oh, sorry, my computer got weird on there for a second. Property service industry, our members are the workers who keep the city's commercial and residential buildings, stadiums, airports, and other public facilities safe, clean, and running. 32BJ is here today in support of related companies' ULURP application for the Western Rail Yard's modifications. The application proposes a mixed-use development inclusive of over 1,500 new units of housing, new commercial office space, over 5 acres of public open space, and more on the currently undeveloped Western Rail Yard in Manhattan's Hudson Yard neighborhood. I'm pleased to report that 32BJ has secured a credible commitment from related companies for the creation of good jobs for the workers who will permanently staff the residential and commercial office portions of the proposed development. These workers will join the hundreds of 32BJ residential workers, commercial cleaners, and security officers who work at related properties across the city. In addition to the important job creation that will come from this project, the developer has also proposed the construction of 1,507 new units of housing, including 324 income-restricted dwelling units. Large-scale mixed-income residential projects like this one are crucial to chipping away at New York's massive housing shortage. 32BJ is proud to support this ULURP application and looks forward to the approval of this proposal. Thank you to the commissioners for the opportunity to comment on this project.
Great, thank you. Thanks for being with us. Okay, now we have Josiah Vega here in the room. Mr. Vega, welcome. To be followed by Ania Cameron and Albert Depas. Hello. Morning.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon, City Planning Public Commission. My name is Josiah. I live in Lower Manhattan. I attend school in Chelsea. This proposal will hurt local businesses in Chelsea. The casino is designed to keep visitors inside, which will distract local businesses from getting customers, and it will also hurt and reduce public open spaces. Instead of adding public parks and community spaces, they want to add a casino. Chelsea has always been known for its culture, art, and culture, but never known for its gambling. This proposal will also lead to gentrification. Adding luxury developments like this will lead to lifelong residents and small businesses being kicked out and leaving their jobs and homes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. Okay, Ania Cameron? Ania Cameron, are you here? Oh, hi. Come on down. And then we have Albert Depas, followed by Paul Devlin.
Hello, my name is Anaya Cameron. I'm a high school student and I am a resident of Fulton Houses in Chelsea. So I would just like to take my time to kind of debunk one of the arguments that has been proposed so often, the amount of jobs that it will create. I don't really understand that. So to my understanding, a casino will be built anywhere, whether it's the Western Rail Yards, Queens, or Times Square. And I feel like if it is built in the Western Rail Yards, it is not for the community. The community has spoken against it many, many times. So just, build somewhere else. The people that bring up the construction jobs that will be brought because of the building in Western Rail Yards, as I understand it, as I said before, it'll be built anywhere. So therefore, we should just go with what the community here wants. So why don't we just make sure that the development meets the community needs, which is more affordable housing and more accessible, beautiful parks. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you being with us. Okay. Albert Depas, welcome. Paul Devlin next.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here, a former city planning graphic artist for 25 years, well aware of zoning. I was very much busy working on the Midtown planning development that brought about a lot of plazas. In those days, Trump came to the agency twice. So I have a very good idea of the impact on different zoning on communities, even though I'm not an architect, I'm not a planner. I know that bringing a casino in Manhattan, for me, is a destruction on the quality of life. I'm a visual artist, a poet, an educator, and I understand the human dimension for the enjoyment of quality. When I am on the High Line, I feel that experience of rejuvenation into life. And by the way, I visited the High Line in 2005, before it became a High Line, when I was working for the city. And in 2009, I returned and I was amazed. And let me share with you, that led me to publish a book of photography of the High Line, accompanied with my poetry, inspired by the High Line. To develop something on the Hudson Yard that would contribute to that enjoyment of the High Line will be a plus for the city, a benefit for humanity, not just here in New York City, but for all the visitors from all over the world. When I walk on the High Line, I hear Russian, I hear English, I hear French, I hear Spanish, I hear Hindi. Because I speak French, I have been able to give direction while I'm on the High Line to French tourists where the Whitney is. So please, support the High Line. Reject this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Devlin, followed by Eric Fisher on Zoom and Megan Wiley on by the phone. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Glad to see everybody in person finally and to see Commissioner Raju. Thank you so much. I'm speaking on behalf of the Community Board 4 today. So to begin, I'm Paul Devlin, co-chair of the Clinton Hell's Kitchen Land Use Committee of Community Board 4. Thank you for taking the time today to meet with us. Community Board 4 took the very unusual and historic action of calling for a full denial of this application. Our letter should be in your file along with the letter from the borough president supporting this position. The Western Rail Yards is half of a project that was negotiated in 2009. The Eastern Rail Yards were intentionally composed of 80% commercial and 20% residential, with the complementary Western Rail Yards being 80% housing and 20% commercial. The applicant is now claiming that the housing market no longer supports the cost of constructing the platform necessary to build the housing, so wants to repeat the success of the Eastern Rail Yards. The problem is that leaves the community with a missed opportunity for the necessary housing in our community. The approved 2009 plan includes 5,700 units. This plan will eliminate 4,000 of those. The other problem is that the applicant's efforts to secure financing for the platform are speculative at best. They are relying on a casino that has no guaranteeing of being granted the necessary license. Without a license, they won't be able to provide the funding. But if you revise this zoning, then the commercial imbalance will remain in place for future build without platform financing. Additionally, by their own EIS analysis, the proposed action will result in unavoidable adverse impacts on traffic, shadows, construction noise, and air quality, with both the proposed and alternative scenarios. If they are allowed to move forward with this plan, it will result in unmitigated negative consequences. One way to avoid unavoidable impacts is to not approve this plan. CB4 looks at this site as an opportunity to build a great residential neighborhood of mixed incomes that knits Chelsea and Hell's Kitchen together along the far west side adjacent to the Hudson River. We suggested to the applicant that newer options exist to finance this project with a majority of housing. The recent changes to the residential FAR cap allows for higher density housing, meaning more units on the same site could provide more financing. The recent passage of City of Yes includes $2 billion of state funding to support new affordable housing. We should investigate tapping into some of those dollars. The state, which controls this land, has been aggressively searching for new options for building housing. We suggest the applicant withdraw this unfunded proposal and instead meet with stakeholders to develop a housing plan that addresses the demands of our neighborhoods for mixed income housing, yet provides the necessary financing for successful development. We want to work with this development team to solve our housing concerns and the applicant's finance concerns. I also want to take a quick note of the fact that while we're debating the proposition of converting these blocks from commercial to residential because the applicant is claiming the housing market won't provide the funding, at the same time, 3 blocks away in the Garment District, we are facing a demand to convert manufacturing and commercial into residential because the commercial market is dead. We urge you to balance those two perspectives and do appropriate planning. I'm also happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we have to move on. We appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to move on to Eric Fisher, but we appreciate your service and also the community board for everything that you all do. Eric Fisher on Zoom, Megan Wiley by phone, followed by Christine Quinn by Zoom.
I do not have Eric Fisher.
How about Megan Wiley?
Give us 1 second for Megan.
Hi, everyone.
Megan?
Yes, great. Thank you.
We're unable to hear you. Are you able to adjust your volume a little louder?
1 second. Now?
A little better.
Okay, I'll speak up. Let me know if
Great. Thank you so much.
Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. My name is Megan Wiley, and I'm here today on behalf of the New York Building Congress, an organization that has championed the growth, development, and resilience of New York City's built environment for over a century. The Building Congress represents over 500 constituent organizations and over 250,000 skilled tradespeople and professionals dedicated to the growth and prosperity of our city. For more than 103 years, we have advocated for the growth and success of the building industry at every stage, which is why we have been such staunch proponents of New York's casino licensing plan and this proposal. We strongly support the Hudson Yards West proposal, a transformative initiative that aligns with the Building Congress's mission to drive progress that strengthens our city's infrastructure while fostering economic and social prosperity. The proposal presents a tremendous opportunity to invest in New York City's future. As planned, it will create thousands of well-paying union construction jobs, providing critical employment for the skilled trades that form the foundation of our city's building industry. Beyond construction, the project will generate long-term union jobs in operations, hospitality, and related sectors, establishing a thriving economic ecosystem. At a time when people are facing immense economic uncertainty, these pathways to the middle class are essential to improve the quality of life for tens of thousands of New Yorkers. A steadfast commitment to union labor ensures that this development upholds the highest standards of quality, safety, and fair wages for workers. This project will invigorate an already dynamic neighborhood that has seen a tremendous amount of growth since the opening of Hudson Yards, and the inclusion of a world-class casino along these mixed-use facilities will draw visitors from across the globe, bolstering tourism and significantly contributing to the city's tax revenue, which will provide funds essential for supporting our schools, public transportation, and affordable housing initiatives. The Hudson Yards West proposal is more than a development. It's an investment in the people of New York City. And on behalf of the New York Building Congress, we firmly believe that this casino proposal and this application is a game-changing investment in our city's future.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Let me move on to Christine Quinn, followed by Steve Nunez.
I do not have Christine in the room.
How about Mr. Nunez?
Mr. Nunez should be joining us shortly. Are you able to unmute, Mr. Nunez?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Steve Nunez, the Director of Apprenticeship Programs at the Center for Adult Continuing Education and Workforce Development at the Borough Community College. You heard from my colleague, Dr. Terry Kidd, earlier. I am in support of this initiative. Workforce development is our foundation, which is why we are so pleased to see that it is also a critical component of the Hudson Yards West project. As part of our partnership, we will collaborate to develop a gaming school that provides students with professional training, job certification, and casino operations, and more. Additionally, at least $200 million, as mentioned, will be allocated over the next decade for significant community benefits package connected to this project. These community benefits will complement the work that we do to facilitate higher education partnerships with industry leaders and partners to create apprenticeship jobs, networking opportunities, and valuable mentoring experiences for students who are eager to jumpstart their careers and raise their socioeconomic status and better secure their family's financial future. So this opportunity at Hudson Yards West will give all New Yorkers, regardless of their zip code, the opportunity to thrive in good paying positions that will keep them here in our city and support the city's workforce goals of apprenticeship jobs with sustainable careers. So with that, I urge you to please support this project and move it forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, next up is Bura Ringrose, followed by Josh David and Ina Selden, all of whom I believe may be with us in the room. Welcome.
I hit this? What? That's right. Okay. So my name is Bura Kathy Ringrose. I'm a parent coordinator at Quest to Learn, and I'm a parent advocate and a student advocate. And I worked very strongly with Dan Grodnick with the High School of Art and Design to get the school up and going and to make sure that it was for the community. And thank you for that, because it's a beautiful school. And my son graduated, and now he's with School Construction Authority. So here we go. I'm the community. I'm part of the community. I'm with the High Line. I started with the High Line a long time ago with Friends of the High Line. And I could see and listening to all the different points of view that is coming out. The school that I come from is Quest to Learn. We're in the Bayard Rustin building. We have 6 other high schools. We are all Title I. And my parents, I work very hard with, they need affordable housing, and they're in shelters. And they are in, they've doubled up. And I have over 60% of my students living in housing that they're not even I don't know what I'm going to walk into some days. I don't know who doesn't have food, who doesn't have, but they need housing, and we don't have affordable housing. You may have houses, but not affordable houses. I work very closely with BMCC, with CUNY, to try to get my parents jobs, try to get my kids internships, try to get them interested in different things that go on. I would love that if they would stick to it. I also lived in Howard Beach, South Ozone Park. There's the Wynn Casino there. And I know I sent many parents there to go get jobs in the neighborhood. Not all of them, maybe 2 or 3 received them. Not all of them did. And you don't, I want to keep the community going and to walk the streets. And Chelsea is a community. My kids come from Chelsea. My kids come from Hell's Kitchen. And I know Quinn, and I know, we just need, I would love for BMCC to follow through with whatever they're saying, but without affordable housing, without housing for my kids, I mean, I have Bayard Rustin, I have Landmark, I have schools across the street, which is museum and lab. We need affordable housing, and we need it for our kids. And I am on the forefront. This whole conversation will go back to the schools. I will be telling them on both ends what's happening. And hearing that the children that is going to have a school is maybe flooded, well, no. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good to see you. Okay. Mr. David, welcome.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Joshua David. I'm the co-founder of the Highline, but I no longer represent the Highline organization, and so I speak today personally as a 38-year resident of Chelsea who knows the rail yard site very well. The related Wynn proposal reeks of greed and disregard for the well-being of the Chelsea and Hell's Kitchen communities. I urge the Commission and our elected representatives to do all in their power to stop it. The Department of City Planning, Community Board 4, and related spent years hammering out the original rezoning, making carefully considered compromises along the way. This proposal eviscerates that thoughtful process. Housing units are cut. Skyline and river views are walled off. A carefully planned mixed-use neighborhood is wiped away for a garish Las Vegas-style monstrosity that has no place on Manhattan's west side. If we wanted to live in Las Vegas, we would live in Las Vegas. This project might be fine if it were built next to the MGM Grand or the Bellagio, but it has no place at the intersection of Chelsea and Hell's Kitchen. Its physical form is a slap in the face to anyone who cares about thoughtful planning in our great city. And at a time when the city prioritizes new housing creation, it cuts 4,000 housing units from the previously approved plan, a huge missed opportunity on one of the largest undeveloped sites in Manhattan. It's time to pull the plug on this, and I urge you to categorically reject this proposal, as Community Board 4 and the Manhattan Borough President have done before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. David. Thank you for being with us. Okay, Ina Sheldon here in the room, and then we're going to be followed by Assemblyman Jordan Wright on Zoom. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak my mind and the mind of most of my neighbors in Hell's Kitchen. There's a saying, what happens in Las Vegas stays in Las Vegas. But what happens in New York spreads worldwide, and we know that. We know that we have to protect our community. We can go with this plan and confirm the cynics and their low opinion of us as a society driven by greed. Or we can give people here and throughout the world who love New York yet another reason to celebrate New York. A city that listens to its citizens and provides a slice of the Big Apple to all comers, rather than giving away the whole apple, the apple grove, to developers. Please protect our reputation, and remember that what happens here influences the world and gives the world hope that government is done in sunshine, even in a room without windows. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for reminding us that we will likely not see the light of day for quite some time. But thank you. Okay, let me call on Jordan Wright, Assemblyman on Zoom. Welcome, Assemblyman.
Assemblyman, are you able to unmute?
Yes, I am. Good morning and good afternoon,
Wonderful.
everybody.
Hello.
Sorry I can't be there with you all today in person. My name is Assemblyman Jordan Wright, and I represent Harlem, a couple of miles north from Hudson Yards West. I come before you to state that in the overall evaluation process for a casino in New York, this mixed-use development project addresses key obstacles for our city and communities that our cities and communities face, including job, and career opportunities for New Yorkers of color, massive revenue for the city and state, and billions of dollars for public transit and more affordable housing in a city where housing is in a state of crisis. Hudson Yards West recently announced a community benefits package that commits 1% of gross gaming revenue to community development to support critical neighborhood programs that address chronic homelessness and housing insecurity and provides the community with a direct stake in the project. Manhattan should be the location for a casino. My constituents would benefit from the thousands of well-paying jobs, the city's subway system would be greatly enhanced, and numerous local organizations, communities, and small business owners could benefit from a project such as this. And finally, tourism would thrive by having a transformational project like this in Manhattan. Going forward, there is obviously still much work for WIN to do with the community, with my colleagues in government, and community leaders to make their proposal even stronger, and there's ample time to do that. Thank you all so much for the time, and you all have a great day.
Thank you very much, Assemblyman. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to Tom Morris and Alan Van Capel here in the room. Hello.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. My name is Tom Morris. I've lived in the West Village and moved to New York just over 25 years ago. I spent a lot of time on the High Line and in the neighborhood, and am speaking in opposition to the rezoning proposal, obviously. I live very close to where Jane Jacobs once lived, the well-known activist and journalist. I wish I had a fraction of her, eloquence and smarts. She would probably have a lot to say in this type of forum. For myself, a lot of the time that I spend on the High Line, different times of day, taking different people up there, some of them from New York, some of them not, they find it amazing. And one of the day-to-day things that they enjoy seeing and I enjoy talking about is, for example, you see school children and people using the High Line as their way to move to and from, their homes and their schools or their places of work at all times of day, because it gets, as we can say, a lot faster, a lot safer, and a lot more pleasant than moving around at the street level. But it has been changing over the last 15 years, some of it because of development and some of it because of climate change and other things that are affecting the community. And this type of rezoning proposal would only add to that in terms of, the environmental impacts and the amount of light and space that they would be able to enjoy. It would definitely change. And I've already noticed the changes for myself in terms of moving to and from where I'm going and, sharing the High Line with people. So I encourage the board or the commission to oppose this rezoning proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Okay. Alan Van Capel, welcome. Followed by Elizabeth Velez and Terry Kidd on Zoom. Good to see you.
Good to see you also. My name is Alan Van Capel. I'm the executive director of the Friends of the High Line. I want to make sure that I'm not repeating things that you've already heard before. Hudson Yards, as you know, was built on top of the Eastern Rail Yards. It was supposed to be primarily commercial. And today, the Western Rail Yards primarily residential. Taken together, that's a mixed-use community. And what we have today, ironically, looks like a game of three-card Monte. Thousands of units of housing have disappeared, and they've been replaced. It's not a convention center. It's not a casino. It's a convention center right next to Javits. And the effects on the High Line would be profound. The High Line would be windier. As Claire said, we did those wind studies. It's uninhabitable. Already, the least popular place on the High Line is right next to the entrance to Hudson Yards by the shed and the coach passageway. We can't keep a vendor there because it's so windy. Now that wind will extend all around the Western Rail Yards, which is 20% of our park, all the way down to 23rd Street. It's profound. It will also become a little shadier, and the magical sensation of this park floating above the city will be lost because the view corridors will be lost. You will no longer be able to look into the city. It will be like you're standing in Dubai. You'll be disconnected from the rest of New York, which is what makes our park so magical. The public space within the footprint would shrink. The lush plant growth that's presented in their drawings are beautiful. I want to be there. It's an illusion because that space will only receive 2.5 hours of sunlight at maximum in the summer. Nothing is growing there. And it's sandwiched between mega-sized towers that are not designed for the public. They're designed for the people eating in the 15 restaurants surrounding that giant-sized podium, which they say you need for mechanical. But where was that podium in the '09 plan? Where'd they put the mechanical there when they came? Really? Now suddenly you need that large podium? That's a surprising thing that we should interrogate. They also say they're dropping a park the size of Bryant Park into our city. Well, we tested it. We took Bryant Park and put it into their open space. You know what we found? The lawn fits into it, but not the park. And it's disconnected from the public. There's a loss of housing, as you've already heard about. You passed the City of Yes. That was the right thing to do. But the name of that initiative was the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, which is another reason why you should reject this application. It would amount that the promised housing in 2009 would disappear by almost 75%. And maybe the biggest reason...
Time?
Finish that thought, Mr. Van Cavell.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe the biggest reason that you should reject it is because of the lost trust that will be created. The 2009 plan was a collaborative effort to shape the future of the far west side with community leaders who invested sweat, time, and frankly, we also had to raise money to help work with the developer to come up with a plan that we could all live with. And Related has made billions, and now they're asking to walk away from that plan that the community engaged in. And that lost trust would take decades to repair. And I want to thank you for your time, and thanks for the extension, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, let's move to Elizabeth Velez on Zoom, and Terry Kidd, Kim Hoover, all on Zoom.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Velez, and I lead a woman and minority-owned construction firm based here in Manhattan and had the good fortune of working on major projects, including the past two modernizations of the Javits Center. As such, I've witnessed firsthand the incredible impact of economic development on this specific community. Development is essential for Manhattan because it creates new jobs, boosts the economy by attracting businesses and talent, revitalizes the neighborhoods, we saw that firsthand, improve infrastructure, and fosters innovation, all while contributing to the city's global standing as the major economic and cultural hub. This West Side Yards project has taken this to new heights. The amazing continued renaissance of this community is well conceived through striking design, complementary to the structure surrounding area that includes open spaces, essential affordable housing, a school, and more, and an incredible economic boon to this area, New York City and New York State. This boon cannot be overstated. Arguably, and specific to this project, the Community Benefits Agreement is one of the strongest and impactful that I have seen in New York City's history, clearly articulating over $1 billion of impact to the direct neighborhood and a targeted approach to essential social services and workforce training in the area, providing a critical bridge to economic and career development. New York City is the center of our world, our skyline. Both the historic and new continues to captivate, innovate, and inspire the world. More importantly, this project is unique in the significant benefits that it provides as relates to community impact. I urge this commission to support this next chapter and this investment in a truly iconic and exciting, impactful development. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Velez. Appreciate it. I called Terry Kidd, but we've heard from him before already here in the room. Kim Hoover then will be next, followed by Sally Williams both on Zoom.
Kim, are you able to unmute?
Yes, I think I am unmuted, right?
Great, we can hear you. Ms. Hoover?
Yes, hi.
We're ready to hear from you if you're ready.
Yes, I'm speaking, but
Oh, we can hear you now.
okay. I'm the treasurer of the West Chelsea Block Association. We are the direct neighbor to the south of the Hudson Yards project, and we border the Western Rail Yards on the 11th Avenue side. We are in support of this project. We keep a running tab of nuisance spots in our neighborhood, including overgrown parcels, unmaintained lots, and illegal dumping. Among the biggest eyesores, of course, is the undeveloped Western Rail Yards. This site has so much potential, but it's sitting unused and vacant, basically a giant breeding ground for everything we work so hard to remediate. As a member of the West Chelsea Block Association, what it means to be a member is that we care about our community and we want these issues addressed. That's why I support the Hudson Yards West proposal, which will not only transform the site into a bustling, lively complex featuring a world-class beautiful casino, affordable housing, and additional restaurants and retail, but will also bring an additional security presence to our neighborhood. And that's not to mention the green space, school, and other community benefits that will be steered to the community over the next decade. We think that we should consider the positive change that will come from this development, and we wish it all the success in the world. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next up, Sally Williams on Zoom, followed by Robert Hammond, George Shane, Joaquin Eleno, and Karen Jacob here in the room.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
You can.
Okay, good morning. My name is Sally Williams. At the moment now, I am the Business Development Manager for Mulligan Security, but I previously was the Business Development Manager for Grant Associates. I am here to 100% agree with the proposal to have the casino, the hotel built for Hudson Yards. Hudson Yards has been more than just a building. Hudson Yards has helped me get many people in my previous program jobs. And I've heard pros and cons about both of them. I've not heard one person say that this project will change lives. And that's exactly what it will do. You don't know until you walk into a program like mine and do the type of job that I've done. When people say they have no place called home, they can't get a job, they can't get a well-paying job. Your heart breaks because you have a beautiful home and you have a beautiful job. So when I say that this company has helped me get people jobs, I mean, they have actually come to me and said to me, Mrs. Williams, how can I thank you? Walking into Hudson Yards or being part of Hudson Yards, I feel so motivated. I feel this hope. I feel I'll get a job and maybe I'll actually get an apartment for my two girls. And Jacqueline finally did do that. And I'm being honest with you, she actually said she didn't know what she was going to do with her life. And I really thought she may have committed suicide because she was so depressed coming from a terrible marriage. No one realizes that jobs are what we need for New York. The revenue, the growth, the motivation, the hope is what's going to make New York strong. And if you listen to the news every day, we've got to make New York strong. And the only way we're going to make New York strong is people working, people staying together, people joining hand in hand, saying that this is a great New York that we have. We're sticking together, we're collaborating together, and that's exactly what Related Hudson Yards does for the people in New York City. I've seen it, I live it, and I'm so proud to be part of this type of organization that works with people who collaborate and help them get jobs. And we're having another event in another 2 weeks by Grant Associates at Hudson Yards. A lot of companies don't do this. But you know, when you can't change someone's life and help someone motivate themselves to do better, that life is not over. I'm being honest with you. This is what is so good about a company that is like Hudson Yards, and they motivate every individual that walks through that door. And no one realizes how many things they do free for the community. I mean, my girlfriend takes her son there every weekend, and she says, I can't believe everything, there's so many different things to do free, and I can still take him to someplace cheap to eat. It's like a party. It's like an event. It's like a vacation. I think having a casino, if you gamble, you gamble, but let's gamble in New York. Don't go to Jersey. Don't go to Albany. Don't go upstate. Bring the money to New York to make us stronger and have good revenue and have good people and have good jobs and have people change their lives. That's what I feel this program will do and this whole project. And people have to stop and think about that, changing lives. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Hammond, welcome.
Commissioners and Chair, you know, a lot of people, I keep coming saying how depressed they are sort of about government, or a lot of us feel overwhelmed. I always tell people, actually go to a community board meeting. Go to one of these hearings. It might be very tedious and a little boring, but it's actually an example of government working. And the High Line happened at a community board meeting. Josh and I met at a community board meeting. So I just wanted to preface that. And, you know, it's actually sort of I know so many people up here. I'm testifying on the other side of y'all, but I really respect these people. And I am not against development. I'm not against tall buildings. I'm not against rezonings, but I am vehemently against this rezoning. I found when I first saw this picture on Instagram, I didn't react to it. I thought it was a joke. I thought there's no way that they're really proposing this podium. But Related is doing what they're meant to do. They're developers. They're meant to benefit them. But this does not benefit the High Line, our neighborhood, or our city. There's much smarter people that are going to testify, have already testified about this. But I just hope people keep coming out, and I'll just leave one thought. I think we should all just pay attention to Christine Quinn's testimony. It was really telling. And unrelated to that, of course, it's, you know, you got to always make sure the check clears before you talk. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure we heard that, but okay. She didn't testify yet. Okay, George Shane, Joaquin L. Leno, and Karen Jacob are next. Any of you here? George? Is George here? No. Joaquin Eleno? Not here. Oh, here. I'm very sorry. Hi. Come on up. That's okay. No problem. You got trapped back there. We had Karen Jacob after you. Okay, thanks.
This on? Okay, I can hear myself this on. I'd like to say I'm born and bred Chelsea. I went to Head Start. I went to PS 33. I went to school at Quest to Learn from middle school, high school. Hell, I even go to BMCC down here. And I'd like to say I am not in support of the Western Rail Yards. They're using this casino to fund and almost subsidize the Hudson Yards Mall. We see it's a failure. Who goes there? Tourists? They use that little lane off of the 11th Avenue as their place to park and pick up their Ubers. And that's exactly what's going to happen to 33rd Street, which they claim they want to redevelop, so it's also better. And it's just going to be another parking spot for rich people's Ubers, their XL Blacks, all of that. And with that elevator that they're planning on expanding on, who's to say they're even going to keep it up? On the High Line, there's one on 16th Street that hasn't been fixed. We have a lot of people on the High Line who come and who desperately need that help, whether it be that elevator or that ramp. And who's to say Related will be held accountable enough to actually help people who are not able-bodied? We need to be real about this, and being real, this isn't going to help no one. I lived in this community. I tried to apply to Hudson Yards' job because I was working off of internships, and I did not have enough money in my wallet. But guess what I saw? No jobs on their website. My cousin who lives in Long Island, in Ronkonkoma, almost near Montauk, he got a job at Louis Vuitton. He got a job inside that mall before I could ever see an application. So for the lady who was talking before, who was praising Hudson Yards, that's your story to tell, that's your life to live. But for me, someone who's from the community, they just gonna turn me down. They don't care about this community. I'm from 10th Avenue, I'm from Elliott Houses. They're not here to help us. They say they are. They say they want to help donate to the Shed, to Hudson Guild, to all these places. But you know that money's not coming. You know that money's not saving anybody. You can see through them. They come up on here, and you can look them in the eyes and tell them that you can see that it's nothing but thin sheets of paper ready to be pierced right through. And I'll conclude my time early because, let's be honest, I know everybody wants to get out of here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. We're going to hear from Karen Jacob next.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Jacob. I've lived in Chelsea for almost 50 years. I have been a volunteer for the High Line since way before it opened. I'm also the film liaison for all of Chelsea, from Council of Chelsea Block Associations, getting money for all of the block associations and tenant houses, Fulton houses, Chelsea Elliott houses, from these filming that's going on in Chelsea. It's taken the city forever to recognize that we are an island and that we have a riverfront. This proposed project will take away our riverfront to the mighty Hudson. If one looks at the original 2009 zoning, you can see that the tallest buildings were where Hudson Yards East is, and is then steps down to the river. This very selfish and greedy new zoning plan will block the river. There is really no community outreach. Shame on related companies who are truly only thinking about their own bottom line and not the good of the city and those who live here. We should not subsidize a bad development that prioritizes private greed over public need. And just as an aside, Hudson Yards East is not very user-friendly. There is very little outdoor seating space. They don't want you hanging out in their plazas. There's very few restaurants that you can just go and grab something. They want you in the mall spending money. It's really not fair. West side, best side. Let's not lose that.
Thank you. Dennis Surratt. Dennis Surratt, to be followed by Valerie Cruz. Dennis Surratt.
Dennis, are you able to unmute?
Oh, on. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Just speak up a bit.
All right. Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dennis Surratt. I serve as Executive Vice President for the National Urban League, an organization, really a 114-year organization committed to workforce development. Our founding city is right here in New York City. We're in 36 states plus the District of Columbia. I don't want to repeat a lot of what you already heard, but on behalf of our president, Mark Morial, who would have been here, but he was flying at the time, we wholeheartedly support the project. So when it's similar to BMCC, WIN, and really eloquently said by Ms. Williams, at a time when the city is facing growing housing shortage and mounting affordability, we feel that this project can really support a lot of those endeavors. So when you look at the more than the 35,000 construction jobs, we at the National Urban League are constantly looking at what comes beyond that. So the 5,000 permanent union careers for hardworking New Yorkers trying to build a better future, that makes sense to us. It's a surefire way to provide economic empowerment, workforce development opportunities, really for us, for a new generation. So we're always forward thinking in what we think is going to make sense moving forward in the communities that we serve, including this one. We feel that these are life-changing opportunities, from the employment opportunities to affordable housing, and the funding that will be provided to social services and workforce development programs makes sense through their community benefits package. So when we hear that they're allocating at least $200 million in support of these kinds of programs, we know that that's a beginning. And so working with them to continue to provide these kind of supportive services, we think creates an opportunity. Through that, a new philanthropic foundation dedicated to responding to some of these urgent community needs that we're hearing about during this commission meeting, we know will provide ongoing support that goes beyond what we're hearing today. We know there's a lot of work to be done. We know that the community still needs to be heard. We know that the community and the commission continues to need to work with Related to iron out some of the details. I think it sounds good that there was an updated memo from the beginning of this portion that sounds as though they have been responsive to some of those questions. And so from our standpoint, we are supporting this strongly, and we feel that this is a project that should move forward. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Valerie Cruz.
Vice Chair, I do not have Valerie in the room.
Karen Diggs.
I do not have Karen Diggs in the room.
Megan Wiley.
I believe Megan won previously. We could try Tyrone Johnson.
Teron Johnson. Teron Johnson. Merrill Aronoff. Merrill Aronoff. Ahmed Rady or Ratty. Ahmed Ratty. I need to scroll up.
Lydia Andre?
Who's that?
Lydia Andre, are you able to unmute?
Lydia Andre.
Lydia, are you able to unmute in Zoom?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? It's Lydia Andre.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Lydia Andre. I'm a member of the Chelsea Neighbors Coalition and the 300 West 20th Block Association. And I'm going to echo some of the things said by my fellow Chelsea residents, Mr. Devlin, Mr. David, Leila Logosico, and others. I want to make the point, first of all, that union jobs come with building housing too, not just with casinos. And I have to ask, how can a city and a planning commission that just passed City of Yes, and which has situated new housing at the absolute critical center and lifeblood for the future success of New York City, approve a proposal that portrays every principle carefully worked out by all the stakeholders in the 2009 plan to create more housing, and specifically affordable housing in our community? I must add that the absolute dismissal of the 2009 agreement is doing long-lasting harm to the public's confidence in processes just like this one. And I'm also astounded that Related has linked the creation of a measly 324 more affordable units to the approval of this plan. That, in my opinion, is embarrassing and shameful. Related consistently touts the success of Hudson Yards. So is this how they reward the community? By reducing the housing and failing to fully embrace affordability? We need, and the planning committee needs, to do something meaningful and important for our community. The community benefits plan that coincidentally was just introduced last week, is the proverbial lipstick on a pig that prioritizes profits over people, a casino over housing and community. And how do we know that they will meet that commitment when they fail to meet others? And for those who have spoken today and who imagine some great benefit to the more vulnerable populations of this city, I urge you to read the studies that invariably show that gambling makes poor people poorer. The introduction of legal gambling has been linked to significant increases in bankruptcy among the lowest income groups. And I also implore this committee to watch a video of the CB4 land use meeting in which literally dozens and dozens of representatives of the public spoke out against this plan. You must hear the community and deny this application. The reduction of 4,000 units of affordable housing that were promised in 2009 must be denied. And I want to thank you again for giving us the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Owens. Eric Owens.
You should have said about them putting it somewhere else. We don't hear that.
Eric, are you in the room?
No. Eileen Moss? Yes. Okay.
Hi, my name's Eileen Moss. I'm with the London Terrace Tenants Association. I'm one of the many board members. We're asking you to deny the project that's en route. This is a population who could ill afford to lose what little money they have to slot machines and blackjack tables. That said, related revised plan is unacceptable with or without the casino for the following reasons. Both versions of their revised plan are too tall and too dense. The amount of open public space has been reduced, and what remains is less accessible to the public. Due to the size and scale of the proposed buildings, the open public space will be a shadow most of the day. The northern 20% of the High Line would also be in a shadow for most of the day. In the original plan, the tallest building were in the eastern rail yards in Hudson Yards, and building heights tampered progressively lower than the western rail yards. The current plan has massive buildings in the western rail yards, soaring upwards and above the buildings in Hudson Yards, thus blocking both light and views of the river. The enormity of the buildings proposed would create a super tall wall between Chelsea and Hell's Kitchen. Likewise, the enormity of the building will create a wind tunnel, the northern end of the High Line, potentially all the way to 23rd Street in the coldest months. The original 2009 plan continued the street grid throughout the development. The new plan does not effectively create a gated community cutoff from the rest of the Chelsea Hell's Kitchen neighborhoods. Finally, and most importantly, the revised plan offers less than half of the original plan's housing and even fewer apartments designed as affordable, a need that has only grown exponentially since 2009. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Wiley, did she testify before? Okay. David Achilles. David Achilles. Are they on Zoom or in the room?
They should be in the room. David, are you in the room with us?
No.
Oh, great, thank you. Matthew Riker would be next, Vice Chair.
Matthew Riker. Followed by Nate Checketts.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I'll be brief. I'm Matthew Riker. I'm Manager of Community and Business Development at New York Waterway. We provide ferry service along more than a dozen routes, connecting numerous facilities on the Hudson River, East River, and throughout the New York Harbor. Our intermodal services link transportation facilities and the associated communities across the region to Manhattan. We support Hudson Yards West and have since the beginning transported tenants and visitors to this exciting development via ferries servicing our nearby Midtown Ferry Terminal. We believe this project will create thousands of jobs and increase visitation and activity in the area, which will support local businesses and further strengthen the economic base of the neighborhood. We also believe the project is uniquely designed to benefit from an existing robust waterborne transit system that can and does link Hudson Yards with points throughout New York and New Jersey. More importantly, these connections are completed with little or no additional vehicular traffic in the area. The increased service, which we anticipate will be needed as a result of this project, is achievable operationally with minimal impact on the surrounding neighborhood. Expanded service will not only benefit visitors to the resort, but to the neighborhood as well, as by creating more transportation options into the area, potentially alleviating car traffic. This expansion will be a reminder of all we have to gain by connecting and working together to create economic opportunity while minimizing the environmental impact of improved regional access. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is Bismarck Ghani. Bismarck Ghani here in the room? Great, welcome. Followed by Matthew Robinson on Zoom and Luana Green here.
Hi, I'm Bismarck Ghani. I'm a high school senior. I actually go to Quest to Learn High School, so it's pretty funny seeing Kathy here. Yeah, I go to school in Chelsea and I live in Hell's Kitchen, and I believe that the rezoning is deeply unpopular within the community, and the evidence is clear. First, Community Board 4 rejected the application outright, unanimously for the first time since 1986. Secondly, the borough president also rejected it with no conditions. Thirdly, a survey of nearly 1,300 residents conducted by the Highline found out that less than 1/4 supported the rezoning. Community Board 4 has made it clear blog associations, tenant groups, and co-op boards, and community organizations all stand in opposition. The last time we saw this level of resistance was during the failed West Side Stadium plan, and I personally haven't met a single person who supports this proposal. And let's be honest, this isn't a city of yes project, it's a city of less. Less housing, less public spaces, and less for the Highline and our parks. I believe we deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your being here. Let's hold the applause, though. Matthew Robinson on Zoom, and then Luana Green here. Luana Green, are you here in the room with us?
Yes.
Okay, great. You'll be up next. Mr. Robinson?
Matthew, you should be able to unmute. Matthew? Matthew, are you able to unmute in Zoom?
Okay, let's, since we have Ms. Green here, let's go to Luana Green next.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Luana Green, and I'm a resident of Chelsea. I've been a resident of Chelsea for 54 years. I am here in opposition to the related application to change the western zoning of the Western Rail Yards. The Highline is our neighborhood's park. The development permitted by the proposed rezoning would cast both the Highline and the narrow new open space related is talking about into shade for much of the day, and the views of the city that are a hallmark of the Highline would be lost, and that loss cannot be mitigated. I live in Penn South. I have lived in Chelsea for 54 years. I have been there when the freight cars were running through the railways, and Hudson Yards and what the Highline has done with the Hudson Yards is awesome. We dramatically oppose this rezoning, and we dramatically oppose this plan. I feel like these hearings are futile because no matter what we say against these developers, they still win. But Related can be trusted. They reneged on their deal to renovate Elliott Chelsea projects in favor of demolition, and then they changed this plan. I really used to love it in this city. And I ask you, what's happening to this city? Community no longer exists now. It exists in silos of have and have-nots. The inundation of unaffordable housing, which they call affordable, when the median income in our area is over $100,000. The unaffordable housing, the loss of community and open space, the abuse of the marginalized Black and brown, elderly and disabled community, the reluctance of our current and former elected officials to fight for ordinary citizens while assisting these land-grabbing, self-serving developers. How is 356 apartments, quote, affordable? If we have a housing shortage, we don't have a housing shortage, we have an affordable housing shortage. There's a difference between a housing crisis and an affordable housing crisis. So I like to make that clear. How is demolishing Elliott Chelsea projects helpful to the community? How is encouraging addictions going to help our city? How is building huge ego-supporting phallic towers that block sun and greenery and cause Manhattan to continually sink into the river going to help our community, our already polluted environment? How are we going to explain to our children why they're not able to have programs and services in schools for them that prevent them from getting into gangs or engaging into other behaviors because they have nothing to do and can't afford programs that would help keep them off the streets? How are we going to explain to people that others find identifying them and their homes of no value? How are we going to go down in history as displacing people for profits? How are we going to go down in history as being non-supportive to our community and the most vulnerable? How are we going to explain why people who are mentally ill, drug addicted, gambling addicted, and homeless have no help when we engage in supporting devices that contribute to these ills?
Thank you, Ms. Green. Thank you very much. We appreciate your being with us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, the next up is going to be Ahmed Radi on Zoom. Do we have Mr. Radi on the Zoom? Okay, we'll pull him up in a second. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go to Ahmed Radi, please.
Ahmed, are you able to unmute in Zoom?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. You guys can hear me?
Not really. Do you mind speaking up?
Speak up a little bit.
Good afternoon, everyone.
We got you.
Okay, my name is Ahmed Radi. I run the King Halal Cart in business at Gansevoort and Washington Streets. So under the 2002 and 2009 plan, local small businesses in Chelsea and Hell's Kitchen would have gained up to almost 6,000 new families as customers, eating out in our neighborhood and shopping locally owned stores. Then instead of that will be far fewer new families shopping and dining in the neighborhood. The designs of the casino, its business model is to bring people into that giant building and keep them there at the restaurants in the same building. So that will affect us by 9th Avenue and 10th Avenue businesses, and our businesses will lose a lot of traffic since those guys will not see those fancy restaurants and just leave it. So they're gonna stay in the fancy restaurants while they're gambling. It doesn't have to be that way. Whatever one's feeling about casinos, they are coming to New York City, but they don't have to be a small businesses killers. This developer had chosen this particular never leave businesses model, and Times Square casino proposal is designed to make sure the casino guests explore and dine inside those fancy restaurants. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Bridget Gramling, followed by Alexa Cruz here in the room. Ms. Gramling, welcome. Do we have Ms. Cruz here too? Great. And then we're going to go to Taylor Tolbert on Zoom. Welcome, Ms. Gramling. There's a button at the base.
Oh, I think it's on now. Okay. Sorry. My name is Bridget Gramling, and I now live on the Upper West Side, but I lived in Chelsea for my first 8 years in New York, and I still spend a lot of time in Chelsea and Hudson Yards. The High Line is one of my favorite places in the world, and when I lived in Chelsea, it was my sidewalk. Initially, I wasn't that concerned about the rezoning of the Western Rail Yards, though I was and am completely opposed to bringing a casino to Manhattan. And then I actually saw the revised plan side by side with the approved one, and I was shocked. What I thought was going to be a new residential neighborhood is now almost all commercial development. Public space is reduced, a building that's a block and a half wide spreads across what would have been a return to the grid, and a giant tower on top of that enormous platform looms over the neighborhood. The wind issues in the current Hudson Yards area are horrible. Especially in the winter, you can hear it howling as it tears through the area, and it causes the Highline Park to close frequently because the wind poses a danger to people. I've wondered many times over the last 8 years why the planners didn't take the wind into consideration when they were designing the Eastern project. From what I've seen, they still aren't considering it, as the wind issues, which are already extreme, are going to get worse, and as you heard, will extend as far south as 23rd Street, which is where I used to live. One question as I close. These community benefits agreements I keep hearing about are a win commitment, not a related one as I understand. If the casino proposal fails, which I hope that it does, what happens to all of that money that was promised to all of these organizations? This is a badly conceived plan, and I encourage you to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me move on to Alexa Cruz, here with us in the room. Hello. Hi. Followed by Taylor Tolbert, and then also here in the room, Matt Schechner.
Hi, I'm a resident of Niger, and I live in Chelsea, and I oppose the casino because what these private developers are destroying the humanity of people. making homelessness for people, and they're not doing any help. Essence-related lies and changes a lot of things. A lot of times they say they're going to build buildings, and then they say they're going to do something else. I don't believe in them, and I don't believe in the elected officials. I'm sorry to say, I don't want to be disrespectful. I'm an elderly woman, and I'm an honest person. And I think that we are, as people and as community, have the right to decide what we want, not these rich developers that want to make money grab and land grab, because they're trying to demolish my building in Chelsea Elliott. And where am I going to go? Maybe I might not live too long, but what about the future generation when people make low income? Because nobody's going to pay you enough money to pay rent. And these market rate rents are outrageous. Inflation is outrageous. Supermarkets are outrageous. I wish I could not live in the city anymore, because it's not safe for anyone anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Taylor Tolbert on Zoom.
Taylor, are you able to unmute?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I'm Taylor Tolbert. I'm here.
Taylor, we lost you after I'm here too.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fabulous. Sorry about that. I am here today representing Quality Branded. We are an established restaurant group here in Manhattan, and we operate 9 large volume restaurants throughout the city. We've opened 2 of our restaurants with related properties within the shops at Columbus Circle in Bad Roman and Twin Tails, and we have nothing but great things to say about our collaboration with Related. Quality Branded strongly endorses Related as a trusted partner. They've been strong supporters and key collaborators of our restaurants, truly understanding the DNA of not only our brand, but the essence of the hospitality industry throughout New York City. Bad Roman and Twin Tails have been great successes for Quality Branded, and they represent 2 landmarks of the New York City dining landscape. Quality Branded also believes strongly in the Hudson Yards area, as we have 2 very successful restaurants in the neighborhood in Zuzu's and Chez Zoo. Given our strong track record and the growth that this area of Manhattan is showing, we are further investing in the area and are currently building another restaurant nearby, set to open later this year. The work that Related has done to develop the Hudson Yards district is very impressive, and we believe in their ability to continue that work. Quality Branded and Related share a commitment to community and hospitality, and we are proud to be their partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Matt Schechner, here in the room. Hello, Mr. Schechner, welcome. Followed by John Campanelli on Zoom and Erica Iodice. I'm sorry about my mispronunciation of your name. Matt Schechner, welcome, I'm sorry.
A privilege to be here and testify. And this harkens back to the beginning of my career. I worked for Mayor Koch starting in 1986 and was a policy analyst for the Commission on the Year 2000, which was a very forward-looking plan for the future of New York. What would it look like, and how could we prepare, cutting across all the areas that a city government oversees? And I particularly worked on the chapters on transportation, waterfront development, and economic development. And I can tell you, of the 520 miles of waterfront that New York City has across all 5 boroughs, we did not look at the future of development in and around the Hudson Yards area, because no one thought at that time that the site was developable. Very similar, different circumstances going back to the 1930s, when it took a vision and let's use a New York word, chutzpah, to come up with what John D. Rockefeller did at Rockefeller Center in the aftermath of the Great Depression. New York has always been driven by great vision and great innovation. And what happened at Hudson Yards, and I do not live in the area, I've worked in the area, I'm from Queens and New York City Public Schools very proudly. But what's happened in that corridor with Hudson Yards as the first domino is a miracle. And if you now go from the mid-30s all the way to 6th and 7th Avenues, areas that were awful for many, many, many years, have now been given new vibrancy, and that started with Hudson Yards. I remember early in my career, Madison Square Garden was looking to move. The current Madison Square Garden is there since 1968 and is an old building. And they looked to move it there before they renovated the first time in 1992. And the gentleman who was in charge, I remember his name, Judd Perkins, I asked Judd, why wouldn't you move there, a new building? He said, literally, quote, "It's the worst site to build on in the world." And at that time, the economics of creating the land to build on just didn't pencil out. What Related has been able to do to create Hudson Yards is no less than a miracle. So I stand here in favor of the future vibrancy of New York, just as Governor Rockefeller's vision in 1959 for what would become Battery Park City, built on landfill, created when they dug World Trade Centers 1 and 2, created something extraordinary. This has created something extraordinary, and to further invest and develop in the future of New York is a privilege and an opportunity. Lastly, I have no commercial relationship with Related, but I did do business with them. We brought a very large event. Cranes New York ranks our event called Advertising Week, the largest B2B.
I do not see John in Zoom.
Okay. How about Erica here in the room? Erica, great, whose last name I did some damage to, so I apologize, and you can correct me. You can correct me and tell me how to do it right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Planning Commission. My name is Erica Iadice, and I'm an executive at MPG Parking, where we've had the privilege of partnering with the Related companies for over 20 years to manage and lease parking facilities throughout New York City. We have witnessed firsthand the positive influence of their developments on the city's growth and vitality. I'm here today to express our strong support for Hudson Yards Western Rail development. This project represents a major investment in the area, creating opportunities for increased commerce, tourism, and overall economic growth. As the demand in the area rises, garage operators, ourselves included, stand to benefit from a growing and stable customer base. In our over 2 decades of partnership with Related, we have come to know them as a developer that consistently prioritizes excellence in every phase of the development, from design and construction to occupancy and beyond. Their projects are always thoughtfully planned, sustainable, and enduring. In our organization, Hudson Yards Phase 1 has already led to the creation of more than 50 permanent Local 272 union positions, the majority of which are filled by individuals from diverse and minority backgrounds. Many of these employees have grown with us, taking on leadership roles and contributing to our success. On a personal note, as a Manhattan resident for nearly a decade, I've experienced firsthand the value Hudson Yards brings to the city. The public spaces, free community programs, and cultural attractions have become an appreciable part of my life here. When my family or friends visit, Hudson Yards is always on the top of their list. My 87-year-old aunt from Michigan still talks every week about the free concert we enjoyed, followed by dinner at the Edge last summer being the ultimate highlight of her trip. These are the kinds of lasting memories that Hudson Yards helped create. A thriving development will not only support small businesses like ours, but also enhance the overall quality of life for everyone in the community, residents, visitors, and workers alike. A vibrant, accessible neighborhood benefits us all. For these reasons, we support the Hudson Yards Western Rail development and urge you to approve the proposal. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Let me move on to Caesar Goodwall and Susan Marshall here in the room. And we'll just remind our guests here today to please keep your reactions to yourself. Caesar Goodwall, are you here still? Great, welcome. To be followed by Susan Marshall.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. How are you? Thank you for having me. You've been waiting for me all these years, right?
Absolutely.
I am Caesar Godwell, and I live at Elliott Chelsea Houses. My experience with Related over the last 4 years is we've been gang stalked by over 40,000 times. They're hunting us down daily. Okay, these people are evil. They should be in jail, prosecuted for RICO. Okay. Folks, we're facing a challenge, not just from a few rogue elements within our community, but from broader forces at play at Hudson Yards. A significant portion of citizens are growing increasingly frustrated with what they perceive as the province benefits being overshadowed by this casino proposal. Our community was supposed to be thriving under the vision of affordable housing in Hudson Yards, but instead we're grappling with a monolithic project that not only concentrates too much power, profit, and control into a single foreign entity, but also jeopardizes our local autonomy. Worse yet, this arrangement threatens to funnel all its resources into its own hands while rewarding greedy operators. Everybody that supports them is a mafia organization connected with them. Union, cleaning, restaurant. It's all fucking corruption. If you think the moral thing to do is to legalize gambling in a democracy where all citizens can operate their own private games as they would in a true democracy, okay, then this approach would not be fair and just. What we are seeing here is not a true legalization of gambling. It's simply driving power, profit, and control into the hands of a few foreign entities, while local communities bear the brunt of these concentrated interests. Just like the vaccine scandal, where you produce poison vaccines, and you still can't admit it. It's time to take what's more immoral than this casino madness, the greed that fuels it. And let's not forget the fact that these entities already use their influence to handle nonprofits with deals aimed at silencing dissent and spreading lies about local communities being corrupt. U.S. aid, a CIA slush fund to disrupt communities, has tentacles all over this proposal with thousands of compensated local gang stalkers. I've been attacked physically 15 times in the last 5 years just to keep my fucking apartment. That's why I live in the best building in the city, bomb-proof, fireproof. I live in a studio. We got real closets. You don't have that stuff in this new crap they build, okay? You're trying to take quality construction built. I live in a mid-century modern high-rise building, okay? It's time to take every step necessary to preserve the spirit we've been nurtured in and ensure that citizens and communities are incentivized to thrive.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your being with us.
They're trying to create a holocaust.
Thank you.
Night shop.
Thank you. Let me move on to Susan Marshall. Thank you. If you can, thank you. We're gonna give Ms. Marshall a chance to speak. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Marshall, for your patience. We appreciate it, sir. If you could just have a seat. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Okay.
That we're even discussing a gambling establishment in the heart of our city. I'm Susan Palmer Marshall, the newly elected president of the Council of Chelsea Block Associations. You've already heard from our president emeritus, Sally Greenspan, and our vice president, Brian Matlin. The Western Rail Yards were promised to be a place for people to live, work, and thrive, not a high-stakes gamble that leaves the community with nothing. Now is not the time to play games. It's been 16-plus years. This rezoning is a losing hand for Chelsea and Hell's Kitchen. At a time when we are in a full-blown housing crisis, this plan wipes away nearly 4,000 desperately needed homes. The community has spoken. CCBA has stood in unison against this revised proposal since the day it was introduced. Community Board 4, the borough president, and our neighbors have all rejected this bad deal. Yet, the developer is going all in on a casino that will wall off the High Line, drain small businesses, and turn our neighborhood into nothing more than a backdrop for out-of-town gamblers. Related says they must have a casino to afford building here, but their argument is a bluff. They don't even have a casino license, and the odds aren't in their favor to get one. What they're really asking is for a public subsidy for a private jackpot. at the expense of our community. A casino doesn't meet the needs of West Side residents. It won't build affordable housing. It won't improve transit. It won't strengthen small businesses. What it will do is funnel money away from the local economy, invite predatory practices, and forever alter the character of this neighborhood. Related is a master of misdirection. Their presentation, smoke and mirrors presentation of Hudson Green, is a canny disguise for Vegas on the Hudson. They're betting on you, the City Planning Commission, to fold. But we refuse to be the losing hand in this gamble. We know a rigged game when we see one. This bet is reckless, and New Yorkers won't ante up. The answer is simple: no.
Well done. Thank you, Ms. Marshall. We appreciate your testimony and your gambling references throughout. Thank you. Okay, let's go to Javier Montero on Zoom, and then we will follow him with Cynthia Stark and Catherine Lafferty here in the room.
I do not see Javier Montero in the room.
Okay, how about, do we have Javier Montero here? Not here. How about Cynthia Stark? Cynthia Stark, no? Okay. Okay. Sorry, did I call Catherine Lafferty?
No, you did not, and I'm here. Thank
Great.
you so much.
You know what? You
Yes.
anticipated my call. There we go. Well, welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the NYC Planning Commission. I am Catherine Lafferty. I am a 25-and-a-half-year resident of Hell's Kitchen on West 48th Street. I'm a proud member of the West 47th West 48th Streets Block Association, and I am a longtime steering committee of the Clinton Community Garden on West 48th between 9th and 10th, one of the original green gorillas garden in New York City. And I'm here, as I was in January twice at Community Board for meetings, to adamantly ask you to reject Related's two proposals for the Western Rail Yard. I am also, in my academic training, an applied cultural anthropologist and an historian of decorative arts and design from Parsons. And because I've lived in Hell's Kitchen for 25 years, I've seen the amazing cultural impact of the High Line, for one, and I do not want the city to cannibalize its existing cultural resources like the High Line. And I remember the time, because I walked, when there was no Hudson River Park, and when one, in those days I biked a lot, could not ride their bikes along the Hudson easily. And I also remember once I started riding my bike along the Hudson, how incredibly crowded it was on weekends. So I cannot imagine, and also I worked in Times Square for a media company for many years. And I also know what it was like to have, in 2001, almost no places to have lunch. So I wonder, how do the people who work in Hudson Yards, you know, is a casino going to benefit them? And I would love to see something like Chicago has or Venice has, with a museum on the Hudson. Obviously, in addition to the much needed 4,000 or more affordable housing units, that's what we need. New York City is a cultural center on so many levels. Why not offer a museum on our Hudson? Why not have vintage Chris Craft boats that we could walk on, or, you know, sailboats or junks? I mean, we're on a riverfront. Why not capitalize on that instead of capitalizing on, you know, perhaps encouraging kids to form addictive gambling? And on the subject of kids, there's a school there, you know, and people walking on the High Line from all over the world, I don't imagine, want to look down on a casino that's on the river. We are not, you know, the Manhattan Riviera or, you know, Monaco on the Hudson. So let's come up with a better plan. Thank you so much. And I appreciate all the work that you do. But also, because of the federal cuts to parks, I just worry about our existing green spaces, and when we have the chance to make something beautiful and to make it in parallel with the other wonderful projects up and down on the Hudson, in Hudson River Park, it's important to work in tandem with other stakeholders, not just with developer stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Larry Kramer on Zoom, followed by Jeremy Rosario here in the room. Mr. Rosario, are you here? Yeah. Great. Okay, you'll be next after Larry Kramer if he's on.
I do not see Larry Kramer in Zoom.
Okay, Mr. Rosario, come on up. Followed by Sam Buffa, Winston Majette, and Renee Keat. Hello, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I feel
Start
like
your clock. Thank you. Thank you very much.
the Hudson Yards West project, I feel like it clearly demonstrates community, a sense of belonging, and overall hospitality for young people and elderly alike. I understand the casinos. It may not be a best idea to put it by Hudson Yards or even by Madison Square Garden. I understand, but if it weren't for Related or Hudson Yards, I'd have no job. I'd have no paychecks covering my bills. They gave me opportunity and they gave me more vision, I want to say. It's one thing to think about the city and the people around you, but you got to think about everybody that's involved. So that's your family, the younger generation, and the older. You got to find a way to bring everybody together. And I feel like we're having trouble coming to that realization.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. Okay. Was that the last word on that? Or did you have more to say?
It's not.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I have a lot of respect for everybody in this room, especially for everyone that participated. I feel like I learned a lot. I gained a lot of perspective and insight. I just didn't appreciate Related receiving negative remarks or slander, because if it weren't for them, when it comes to the workplace and understanding people, having higher empathy, I really owe it to Related and Hudson Yards for teaching me a lot of things, a lot of lessons that I'm going to be taking with me for the rest of my life. So I urge people it's okay to speak the truth and let people know how it is, but it's about understanding one another and helping us bring each other up. If you're going to bring something down, it should be an idea or a thought, but not an overall organization. Even if you make a mistake or do something bad, you can come back from it and you can just learn from each other.
Thank you. Well said. Very much appreciate that sentiment. Thank you. Okay. Let me move on to Sam Buffa on Zoom.
Sam is not in the Zoom room.
How about Winston Majette?
Winston is in the Zoom. We'll promote.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hi. Okay. Executive Director of the Greater Harlem Chamber of Commerce. And the Wynn Resort Project. We believe the location is a perfect location to increase tourism. To the Javits Center will attract more events. So will strengthen Jacob Javits' event opportunities. And it'll also drive more tourism to Midtown from Harlem and citywide. The job opportunities for this project are numerous. Construction of the site will bring 35,000 union construction jobs, and when the site is completed, 5,000 permanent union careers. So throughout Harlem and the city, there'll be opportunities for college students as well as families to get jobs. The transportation proximity is mass, as there is a subway line, the 7 line that goes right into the yards, as well as the IND and the IRT. The bus lines of the MTA 34, not far from the Port Authority of New York, and Coach Express buses like Megabus, Fix, and Our Bus. There's also the opportunity for ferries to come over, and of course, cars to come over on the West Side Highway. So patrons can easily travel to and from the site, as well as the workforce can get to and from the site. The Greater Harlem Chamber of Commerce is proud to have WIN as a chamber member, but other companies vying for the Hudson Yards West also chamber members. In short, this project aligns with our values of providing access to uplifting local businesses and building stronger communities. This is why we support this proposal. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Let me call up Renee Kitt and also Nate Checketts, who I believe is now in the Zoom. Renee Kitt.
Renee, you should be able to unmute in Zoom.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. The Community Benefits Plan is a bribe, a false promise for profit. Once again, I am actually the Resident Association President of the Elliott Chelsea Houses. Once again, NYCHU is being exploited so related companies profit. The so-called 197 million over 10 years is a distraction, pocket change compared to what they stand to gain. For years, they've been manufacturing consent. Recently, they have been sending people to ask residents if they want a school or a dog park, but not saying that they are from WIN or related. The school was a part of the 2009 Western Rail Yards Agreement. This isn't about community investment. It's about private greed masquerading as public good. Developers claim they can't afford a housing first plan, yet they expect us to bankroll their projects while they secure billions in subsidies and rezoning deals. They say there's a housing crisis, but the real crisis is vacancy and affordability. We keep building affordable housing that is anything but, while the people who need homes the most are left behind. This project will not chip away at the housing shortage. It will serve the people already living. It won't serve the people already living here. In the end, only 15% of the so-called new community will actually come from Chelsea. If they truly wanted to build for those in need, they would invest in Section 9 public housing. Instead, they're dismantling our homes while selling us empty promises. And let's talk about jobs. They dangle workforce development as a solution, but we know better. The jobs already exist. But when it came to fill at Hudson Yards, we saw who they hired. We watched them step off the 7 train on a subway extension that New York taxpayers financed to the tune of $1 billion, while our community was locked out of so-called opportunity. Their words cannot be trusted. They manipulated surveys to manufacture a consent, and now they're doing the same with petitions. They are not building genuine support. They are building a narrative that suits their bottom line. We believe in workforce development, but we reject the implied threats and the outright bribery. We refuse to be used as leverage for private profit. If they truly cared about this community, they invest in real public housing, real affordability, and real opportunity, without speculation, displacement, or deception. The time to stop this is now. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next up is Nate Checketts.
Bless you.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can.
Hi, my name is Nate Checketts. I am the CEO and co-founder of Rome. We are a high-end men's performance activewear brand, and we've been around for about a decade. I first met the Hudson Yards team about 6 years ago when they brought to us the possibility to open our first full retail store. Since then, we've opened 18 retail stores, and by the end of this year, we will have 24 stores. We have 3 in New York, and our retail business would not exist without the help of Hudson Yards. They have been incredible partners. They have been true to their word. They have delivered on time and on budget when we have worked together with them in developing our retail spaces. And because of that, I am supportive of the work that they have continued to do into this city. Whenever I have friends that come from out of town to see New York or Manhattan, I always tell them to start their tour in Hudson Yards. I think it is a great place and a great representation of the city. When you think about New York as a whole, this is a really unique place to have what is ultimately a new part of the city completely redeveloped. And on a personal note, I first met Steve Ross when I was working at the NFL over a decade ago. In a meeting I had with him, I'm type 1 diabetic and I had a low blood sugar, and Steve was the first one to step up and go out and get me some orange juice to help. They are high quality people. They have delivered tens of thousands of jobs for the city with the development of Hudson Yards, and their continued investment in New York when other developers have left the city and started to focus their development efforts elsewhere is truly admirable. And I think we are so fortunate to have great partners and great people who are developing this city for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, Candace Hewitt. Is that you, Ms. Hewitt? Great, welcome. After you, we've got Joe Restuccia. Are you here, Mr.? Yes, he is. Okay, great. And then Christine Berthet on Zoom. Welcome. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Okay, thank you, guys. Hello, and thank you, Chair and Commission. My name is Candace Hewitt, and I'm the president of CRDC, the Chelsea Reform Democratic Club, and I'm speaking on behalf of my members. We, as you've heard, this from members of the Chelsea community already, we are a very strong community, and our members have spoken, and we've listened to the rezoning plan that is proposed right now, and we urge you guys to reject the zoning plan. The 2009 plan was the plan that the community came up with, and the 2009 plan is the plan the community should be given. A few of the points that I would like to talk about are we should look further into the sewer, the infrastructure. As a resident that lives on 30th Street, I can tell you it does. I'm between 8th and 9th. We do get flooding. They're on top of the hill. It comes down. I can only imagine, like it's been pointed out for the school, it would happen as well. So we have a lot of infrastructure. We need to fix the sewer problems that we have in the west side of Chelsea, as well as the housing units. The significant reduction of the housing that would be made available for this new rezoning does not stick to the original plan that the community, like I said before, did agree to. Like I said, you've heard from many members of the community, and I hope that the words from the community is what you take into your decision making on this. And I will leave it to others to continue speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us. Okay, let's bring up Joe Restuccia. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commission. Good afternoon, Dan. My name is Joe Restuccia. I'm the representative Manhattan Community Board 4, the co-chair of the Housing and Human Services Committee, member of Land Use. It takes a lot for our board, who has been known to shape development over decades and decades, to write the proposal is the wrong plan for the wrong location and does not address the community's needs. We don't take those words very lightly at all. We're very serious about it. We haven't denied a ULURP since 1986, and that was for a height waiver for a chocolate factory. We've been in favor of every ULURP that's come to us with a deny unless, shape it, make it work point of view. This is 3 blocks of opportunities for housing. And the block to the north, the Marshalling Yards owned by the state also through the Javits Center, makes it 4 blocks. We look to you to say, maybe plan entirely, as opposed to accept a plan that doesn't make any sense. I'm one of the few people who was in the room in 2005 and 2009 when the Western Rail Yards and Hudson Yards, and Gail Benjamin, another one, who was in the room as these were negotiated. We spent a lot of time to make this be a balance between commercial and residential. We spent a lot of time to make sure there was affordable housing included every step of the way in 2009. And the economics have changed. Therefore, we should look at it in total and figure out how to make it work. I have never seen in my career block associations from 57th Street down to West 15th Street unanimously against a proposal. That doesn't happen on the west side. If you're on the west side, you know it doesn't happen at all. The points of agreement, everyone here who has spoken about this $200 million should be really wary of it, because we have a 2005 points of agreement, Hudson Yards, and a 2009 points of agreement, and our community board has been like a dentist pulling teeth out of a patient in a chair to make sure those points of agreement were handled and managed and kept to by both Related and the city. And those documents were signed by a deputy mayor and by Related also. So to say that it's going to be so easy, it isn't at all. I also was very involved in the battle against the West Side Stadium, which is why the Western Rail Yards was rezoned in 2009 because that plan failed. This is definitely an opportunity to do a huge housing development on the west side, bring public and private funds, and to challenge Related and our state to work together to come up with something that we can have as a legacy for real, not just a quick way to figure out that the platform is so expensive, let's get a casino and fund it. And as you all know, the casino is absolutely not certain at this site. I thank you very much for your consideration and really ask you to think a little more broadly at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, let's call up Christine Bertet, followed by Roman Mosher, and here in the room, Donna Nahila.
Christine signed up as a dial-in. We see one phone number ended in 689. If you're Christine, you can push *6.
Yes. Hello?
Is that you, Christine?
Yes, it is me.
Wonderful.
Thank you
Your
so
turn.
much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Commission, and to stay so long to listen to all of us. This is very good. So these alternatives are not viable from a transportation standpoint. I am Christine Berthet. I am the co-chair of Transportation Committee at CB4, and I have to say I've seen my share of rezonings. And in 2009, I did the analysis of the Western Rail Yards when the stadium was proposed. This is nearly as bad. The DEIS concludes that the proposed actions are anticipated to result in significant adverse action, that most of them cannot be mitigated and will result in catastrophic congestion and unsafe conditions on the vast swath of our districts, especially now that President Trump has killed the congestion pricing. So the impact on traffic volume and delays are severe and cannot be mitigated. They do lead to unmitigated air quality impacts. There are 25 intersections which are severely impacted during peak hours. And to just give you an example how bad it is, for example, it will take 10 minutes for cars to cross the West 33rd and 11th Avenue intersection. 10 minutes. Can you imagine the backups behind that? The impacts on pedestrian circulation are severe and they cannot be mitigated. They will lead to an unsafe public space and crashes. Per the DEIS, 29 intersections experience high crash numbers in the project area and will be worsened by the project. Parking. There is an enormous amount of parking being proposed, less than 10 years ago, but still much too much for the volume that the car. And as shocking is does long distance bus operation are not anticipated into the parking. And as we all know, from all the other casino, I mean, Bus operation is very critical to bring customers. So the passengers pick up and drop off will encroach on the park, will use the park, and exacerbate an extreme sidewalk crowding. So I suggest that you send back this plan to the drawing board and ask related and their partners to really sit down and think again. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Thank you for joining us today. All right, next up we have Roman Mosher, followed by Donna Nahila here in the room. Ms. Nahila, are you here? Ms. Nahila? No, okay. Roman Mosher?
Roman, you should be able to unmute in Zoom.
Yeah, I think I'm going.
Yep.
Hi, how you doing again? So I'm working in Chelsea in the city. It's not too far from this project, basically. And I'm wondering, why, they built a lot of residential. And I think for this project, I think we need this on Hudson Yards because a lot of people are going to come to work and, they need to stay somewhere to live. And I think it's a good investment if you're going to do it, probably. That's how I see it right now. Because for businesses, actually, it's suffering a lot. A lot of businesses closing because there's no people. And I used to have, in this neighborhood for 16 years, and I never see something like that for 4 years already. Because a lot of people left, and like I said, no business. It's not only me. I think a lot of people stay in the same position like I am. And I think it's a good thing. If you're going to do it, I think it's very powerful what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Donna Nahila is not here. Kobe Levy on Zoom.
I do not see Kobe on Zoom.
How about Aracho Williams on Zoom?
I do not see that name, Chair.
Okay. Isaac Ingrau on Zoom.
I do not see Aracho.
Okay. We called Renee Kitt before, but I see Renee signed up again.
Yeah, Renee Kitt.
Not present.
That is a double registration.
That's a double. Okay, great.
Sorry, Chair.
Julie Hatterer.
We do have Julie.
Okay, Julie. Welcome.
Julie, you should be able to unmute in Zoom. Julie, it appears you're unmuted in Zoom, but we can't hear you. We can reach out to Julia.
Okay.
Julie, sorry.
Okay, so we'll follow up with Julie. Let's see if Chandra Singh is here in the room. Chandra Singh, are you here with us? How about Brian Chen here in the room? Mr. Chen, great. Be followed by Wilfredo Ruiz. Are you here, Mr. Ruiz? Okay, well, Mr. Chen, welcome.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Brian Chen, and I am the Chief Strategy Officer at the Chinese American Planning Council. We are a nearly 60-year-old social services organization rooted in community and anchored across 35 sites throughout New York City that serve 80,000 individuals and families annually. From early child care and after-school programs to English literacy classes and older adult programming, our holistic services ensure community members not only survive, but thrive. The Chinese American Planning Council is supportive of the inclusive, community-integrated workforce and economic development potential of the Hudson Yards West project as it aligns with our agency's mission to promote the social and economic empowerment of immigrant and low-income New Yorkers. Through the project's commitment to supporting workforce training, job creation, and career advancement, including, as previous speakers have already stated, 35,000 union construction jobs and 5,000 permanent union jobs, Hudson Yards West is positioned to be an opportunity hub inclusive of the small business community and the city's diverse but often marginalized populations, including the multilingual and multi-generational immigrants, individuals with disabilities, and unemployed and underemployed residents served by community organizations such as the Chinese American Planning Council. Furthermore, Hudson Yards West has also committed to partner with our agency's workforce development programming, giving our own community members a real stake in this project. The Chinese American Planning Council is committed to collaborating with the Hudson Yards West team to ensure that their efforts continue to remain inclusive and benefit the widest possible range of New Yorkers. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for your patience, too. Wilfredo Ruiz? Okay, not here. I don't know if we heard from him before. Okay, Jennifer Williams on Zoom. Tyrone Johnson, Elliot Ness, Mariam Tariq, Mary Cannon, Christopher Foreman, Alika Foreman, Timothy Liu. How about Harvey Wright or Wright Harvey? Yes. You signed up as Wright Harvey. That may be right, but we'll see. Maybe it's Harvey Wright.
That is correct.
Right Harvey?
Right Harvey.
Fantastic. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your marathon time and attention this afternoon. My name is Wright Harvey. I'm a small business owner. I'm a father of 3. And I'm a resident of New York City for about 20 years. I'm here today simply because I love New York City. It's the best city in the world. An important question for us to ask ourselves is, how did we get this way? Was it just luck? Was it written in the stars? I have a 5-year-old, and one of his favorite activities is watching a series on YouTube called Size Comparisons. It shows animations of different things from smallest to largest. For example, with dinosaurs, the smallest is the Microraptor, and the largest is the Patagotitan. It also has a series on the tallest buildings in the world shown chronologically. The Singer Building, built in New York City in 1908, Metropolitan Life, New York City. The Woolworth Building, New York City. 40 Wall Street, Chrysler Building, Empire State Building, New York City, New York City, New York City, the Twin Towers. But as the list goes on, the Petronas Towers, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, the Taipei 101, Taiwan, the Burj Khalifa, Dubai. My son turns to me and asks, "Daddy, why were all of the tallest buildings built in New York and now they're built everywhere else?" And I tell my son, it's because the world is a competitive place. Everyone wants to be the best. For years, New York had bigger visions, took bigger risks, and attracted the best talent. And as the gentleman said earlier, had the most chutzpah. And it's reflected in those buildings. Now there's more competition, both internationally and across the US. How many times must we hear that Miami is the new New York? In my mind, the question about the Western Yards is not about shadows or wind or noise. I also don't think it's simply about job creation. It's a question about whether or not New York still wants to be the best. If we do, I implore you to give permission to the fine world-class team at related companies to build the city of the future. It's an undertaking with a high degree of risk and difficulty, even with our own blessing.
Time.
May I just finish my last thought?
Yes, should quickly finish up.
I'm sure they will build the city New Yorkers will be proud of for many years to come, and my son can explain to his kids why New York is still the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us. Send our best to your son, too. All right, Jonathan Moore on Zoom. Sarah Sherman. Sarah Sherman's there? Okay.
Sarah, are you able to unmute in Zoom? Sarah?
Okay, let's move on to Daniel Ricci. Valerie Cruz, Daniel Ricci or Valerie Cruz. Okay, Omar Ahmad in the room. Okay, he's coming. While Mr. Ahmad is coming down, Sharon Joseph, and there's Daniel Ricci again, Tyrone Rich, all next on my list, Madam Secretary. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, welcome. Thank you so much for welcoming us over here. I've been living for 25 years in house kitchen, and I own a business for 20 years in Hudson Yard. And I'm seeing everything coming along from what it used to be before, 20 years ago. That neighborhood, it was nothing. Basically, it was like, you know, when I went there to open a business there, it was a risk. And then suddenly stuff changed after, you know, Hudson Yard came, and you guys saw already what they did. And it's not like, you know, they are new to this kind of projects or anything. So, you know, I trust them, and I say yes to their projects because they are trustful people, and it's not that easy if anybody can thinking about building in the top of, you know, those trains, you know, under that. That's not easy. I saw that myself when it used to be, you know, tracks. So, and we got to thank them for what they are doing. You know, you got to thank people for, you know, doing, you know, great job. And they're not just doing it for the neighborhood, they're doing it for the city, for the state, and the country. And thank you so much again.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wait, hold on. We have a question for you.
What kind of business do you run there? I own a diner on 30th Street and 11th Avenue in the corner. That building only, I'm the first building in that neighborhood. It was that business. So I was, before they start construction, I was kind of, you know, tell my landlord is, you know, give me my 6-month good guy to leave out of the neighborhood because it was not worth it. So I saw stuff coming like day by day.
So to help your business succeed.
It really, really helped the business and the neighborhood. And after they came, thank you all you guys, everybody came. Avalon and all other developers came after they came.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Sharon Joseph and the Zoom, Daniel Ricci or Tyrone Rich. Sharon Joseph, Daniel Ricci, or Tyrone Rich, none of them are there. Roman Mosher we heard from, correct? Yes.
Chair, I believe we have Sarah Sherman back in the room. Could we see if she's available to speak?
Yep.
Thank you.
Hi,
Sarah, are you able to unmute?
Yes, can you hear me?
Wonderful, thank you, yes.
Wonderful.
Thank you all so much. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties before. My name is Sarah Sherman. I'm the founder of Mozart for Munchkins. We're an organization dedicated to bringing live interactive musical experiences to families across New York City. Since 2020, we've partnered with Hudson Yards to create free, accessible concerts, providing families with a space to connect through music while also supporting local musicians. Our first concert at Hudson Yards took place during the pandemic, when families were searching for safe, meaningful ways to engage with the arts. Hudson Yards not only gave us a venue, but a home for music, joy, and community building. Many of the families who joined us at the first concert still attend our programming today. It's a testament to how these public spaces they provide create lasting relationships and cultural engagement. Over the years, we've witnessed how music has transformed these public spaces into places of connection and joy. One unforgettable moment was when a concert evolved into a second line parade where toddlers, parents, and grandparents were jumping up, dancing, and weaving through the community public gardens at Hudson Yards, turning an ordinary afternoon into a New Orleans-style celebration of music and movement. The space became alive in a way that only really music and community building can inspire. At another concert, we invited families to experience music and mindfulness together, encouraging them to slow down and simply breathe with Bach. Hundreds of people, adults and children alike, sat completely still, listening as the live musicians played. For a brief moment, in the middle of one of the busiest cities in the world, the entire crowd was quiet, connected by a single shared breath and the power of music. This kind of community building is what makes Hudson Yards and Related so special. When we started, our concerts drew hundreds of RSVPs, and now we regularly see thousands of families signing up because they know that Hudson Yards has become a place where they can gather, connect, and experience world-class live music, all in an accessible, welcoming environment. These programs are free to all communities. Beyond the families, this partnership has been a critical resource for jobs to our musicians, many of whom faced major losses during that pandemic. Thanks to Hudson Yards' commitment to community program, we've been able to provide steady opportunities for our artists while expanding access to live music for children and families, many of whom may not otherwise have experienced a classical, jazz, bluegrass, even some pop and Disney thrown in, and they get to experience that instead of a traditional concert hall. Hudson Yards is more than just a development. It's a cultural hub that's proven how valuable public spaces can be for arts, community, and economic growth. Families who attend our concerts don't just come for the music. They stay, they dine, they explore, and they spend their days there. The expansion is an opportunity to continue and grow that impact, ensuring the arts remain a key part of this evolving neighborhood, which bring even more people together. I strongly support the expansion for culture, community, and connection. Thank you, and I hope that the project continues.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Sherman. Appreciate it. Okay, let's go to Daniel Ricci on Zoom.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Okay. Heard, not seen. This has to be a world record as far as meeting lengths goes. But good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission. Hope everyone is staying awake. This is Daniel Ricci. I'm with Production Resource Group. PRG is, we're the world's leading provider of services and solutions in the entertainment space, live events, right? Just did the Super Bowl halftime show, despite the musician, if you don't like him, that was our production value behind it. But we have a great relationship with Related. We provide the LED display wall that's in that general public area for the backyard activations that take place basically April through October. It's been a tremendous relationship with them. Our partnership with Related has been built on really shared values, innovation, quality, deep commitment to enhancing the communities that both we and they serve. This project, no exception, represents more than just a state-of-the-art entertainment destination, but it is an engine for economic growth. We've looked at it several different ways on how we can support Related behind it, job creation being one of them, union job creation, and then of course, what kind of affordable housing it's going to offer that community. I don't think Related is going to solve the affordable housing challenges that exist within Manhattan, but I think that they're willing to do as much as they can to contribute towards it and the long-term opportunity for those local businesses and residents alike. So at PRG, we've seen firsthand the thoughtful and planning and responsible development practices with Related and how they brought that to the project at Hudson Yards. This is not just about a building or a resort or a casino for that matter. I think it's about truly revitalizing that area. It's an underutilized space. I personally don't want to walk down it generating thousands of jobs, creating a vibrant new destination that will drive tourism. And certainly, if the casino thing goes through, certainly tax revenue for the entire Manhattan area. AC would not be what it is without casinos, right? Vegas would not be what it is without that casino tax revenue. So there's something to be said for that. And I also think that Related is not the kind of company to not empathize with some of the challenges that they were presented with in the local community and some of the serving members today. So just wanted to urge you to support their vision and help bring maybe a new era of investment and excitement to that area in Manhattan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ricci. And if only this were the record-setting hearing. It is not for us here at the City Planning Commission, but thank you for your patience. Okay, let me move on to Matthew Robinson or Tyrone Rich on Zoom. Do we have either of them?
Matthew Robinson?
Yes. Is that you?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, Mr. Robinson. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, one question I have is with regards to the yards, if they're going to be through running on the trains, would that yard be obsolete, or could you relocate those trains to be at Sunnyside Yards, let's say, and not have to deal with any of that $2 billion infrastructure? That's just a question, just open to the public. In addition, could you, for the units that are missing of the 5,000, could they instead just be part of the NYCHA project so that the entire NYCHA project just south of it is completely affordable? Again, just a thought. As far as the project in general, I don't think that you have the infrastructure in terms of transportation. Also, they're just saying that when they talk about the support for housing, they just talk about a school. What about hospitals? What about other structures that are needed, including transportation, that are vital to a neighborhood? I think that there are also a lot of areas within or just south of that area that are primed for redevelopment and could be part of the solution. Other than that, I'm against the project as a casino. I think that Queens and other places would be more suitable. And basically, again, I just wanted to raise the question about whether that, if there was through running, if again, the yards would be obsolete and again, save a couple $2 billion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think Tyrone Rich was not in the Zoom, correct? I think I've called him multiple times. Veronica Thaxton here in the room. Ms. Thaxton, are you here? You are.
I believe we have Tyrone back.
Okay, well, after Ms. Thaxton, because she's standing right here at the podium. No. Come. We got you up here. Mr. Rich can wait a second because you're standing right here. Thank you.
Thank you. So at first I said good morning, but now it's good evening. Good evening to all of you, the commissioners, to everyone here who's dedicated their time to be present, whether in opposition, support, or for application planning for their own projects. Hello to Related. My name is Veronica Thaxton, and I'm here in support of the next phase of Hudson Yards, specifically the Hudson Yards West project and the Western Rail Yards modification. I understand that my time at the podium is limited, so may I be excused if I repeat my points in trying to fit them all in. I'm a lifelong New Yorker and a proud resident of Hudson Yards. Throughout my life in this remarkable city, like you, I've witnessed New York's evolution in countless ways, both large and small. I firmly believe in positive change, especially when it comes to creating opportunities for workforce development, revitalizing neighborhoods, and infusing urban spaces with vibrant day and nightlife. These are just a few of the reasons I'm proud to call a Related company's property my home for over 20 years. Since 2014, I've had the privilege of calling Hudson Yards home. Watching this neighborhood evolve from little more than train tracks into the thriving, dynamic area it is today has been a privilege. I'd also like to take this moment to acknowledge and applaud my fellow residents, who are all gone, who've called Hudson Yards home for even longer than I have. Their commitment and vision have obviously been integral. When I first moved to Hudson Yards in 2014, the area was still in its early stages of development. Witnessing its remarkable transformation has been incredibly inspiring. As a personal project, I've documented much of this journey through photographs and time-lapse videos. Today, I stand before you not only as a longtime Hudson Yards resident, but also as an advocate for Related's plan to complete Hudson Yards. I don't have to tell you of all the great things about Hudson Yards. It all speaks for itself if you go there. I believe that this plan is not only ambitious, but essential for the continued success of New York City. Based on my own research and personal experience, I see it as a catalyst for creating thousands of well-paying jobs with a focus on workforce development, providing many New Yorkers with a brighter future. I'm going to skip by because I'm running out of time. In closing, I'm encouraged by Related's unwavering commitment to collaboration and inclusivity. Over the years, I've found Related to be transparent, responsive, and dedicated to creating thoughtful, community-driven developments. May I finish? As a loyal resident of Related for nearly 21 years and a dedicated Hudson Yards resident for almost 11, I've experienced firsthand what it means to live in spaces that reflect quality, care, and thoughtful design. Thank you for this opportunity to share my perspective. And as a dedicated resident of Hudson Yards, a strong supporter of economic development, steadfast for the future.
Thank you, Ms.
And I stand behind Related's
Thank you.
vision.
Thank you, Ms. Thaxton. We appreciate it. Okay, let's go to Tyrone Rich now, back on Zoom.
Tyrone, are you able to unmute? Tyrone?
Okay, let's move on. We've got Sharon Joseph on Zoom, Taylor Tolbert.
I do not have Sharon or Taylor, Chair.
Joe Rocco here in the room. Mr. Rocco, he's here, great. Mr. Rocco, thank you. You'll be followed by Tosha Miller. Great, who's also here, wonderful. And then if you just give me one more second, next up on Zoom will be Roman Mosheyev. Okay, welcome.
Thank you for your time. My name is Joe Rocco. I'm the owner of Jim Shoe Repair. My grandfather started the business back in 1932 when he came over from Italy. And we've been on the same block for 93rd year, 59 between Park and Madison. I started back in 71 as a kid, and I went through the phases of Manhattan, growing, building. And our business lasted 93 years because only have 4 generations, but family values, good work, good customer service. But another factor was the buildings going up all over the place. So we kept getting more customers and more customers. Back in 2019, Ralph Lauren left our building. They were in 80% of our building. We felt it. Okay. Then the pandemic hit and a lot of shoe repairs closed, so we got a lot more business. And then I went down to the Hudson Yards. And in the Hudson Yards, we were there. They were only 50% after the pandemic, 50% full, but now they're 100%, and we're getting a store built for us there to be in there full time. And just over the years, just the developments, all the developments in the city, from 3-story buildings on my block to big giant buildings, people kept coming. That's why I'm in favor of the project, because it's going to get more business and the city grows. I mean, I've seen it firsthand. As growing up, that's all it was my whole life. I worked 6 days a week in my store, and I still do. And hopefully you approve the project. And the Related people have been fine with it, mate. They've been like really good to us. I mean, they're professionals. I mean, they do everything top notch. Even the screws got to be the right way, or they won't let you do it. So they're not going to get cheated. Plus, I think the city gave $2 billion this year for 2025 for affordable housing. So I don't know where all the complaints are coming from for affordable housing. The city has the money. So that's just a side note anyway. Okay, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
As long as I didn't say goodnight.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Rocco. We appreciate it. Okay, Tosha Miller. Welcome. Thank you for your patience.
My name is Tasha Miller. I'm the president of the Black Chamber of Commerce of New York City. I am here today to support the proposal at Hudson Yards West for a very simple reason. It is precisely the sort of investment that we need for our communities and long success. It would be a historic contribution to the West Side, on one that would uplift and empower the entire community. It is New York City's Black Chamber's mission to connect MWBEs and minority-owned businesses in New York City so that they can have contracts. And this particular project would, help them with that. With New York State procurement contracts from businesses across New York State and New Jersey. The Hudson Yard proposal would create 35,000 construction jobs that will help families thrive and provide Black-owned contractors and subcontractors with new opportunities for work. Thousands of additional permanent jobs, which is phenomenal, coupled with meaningful workforce development, means that we are creating careers, not just jobs. And the community investment package they have promised will ensure nobody is left behind. We have a chance now to transform the Western Yards into a real economic engine to all of New York, including the Black community. We should not pass it up. It's a yes on my part for Hudson Yards West. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, Roman Mosheyev on Zoom? No. David Wender? Brian Persico?
Hello.
Okay. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'll be very, very brief. My name is Brian Persico, and I am both a resident and a business owner in Hudson Yards. As a resident of 35 Hudson Yards, I look out the window and I see an eyesore that serves no purpose other than creating the perfect habitat for crime and drugs. As a business owner, my restaurant on 28th Street just had a robbery over a month ago. Therefore, if the question is to keep things as they are, or have a beautiful park the size of Bryant Park, hotels, and more that will attract new residents and provide the sense of community that we're lacking right now, then I say it's a no-brainer. Absolutely yes. Please go ahead and let me know what I can do to help to expedite this. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, James Duckett or Johnny Green here in the room? Neither. Michael Jackson on Zoom? Gabriel Dixon? Okay, somebody's coming in. Okay, that's fine. Okay, Johnny Green. Come on up to the podium. Gabriel Dixon, let's just see if we have any of these folks. We have Gabriel Dixon or James Duncan? Duckett. Okay. All right. Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Johnny Green, and I'm here today in my capacity as President and CEO of Mobilizing Preachers and Communities, an organization Impact. We are a nonprofit civil rights faith-based organization dedicated to justice and equality for all people. And I want to be clear, I'm not here to be a part of a panel, but to offer my voice in strong support of a project that has the power to transform lives. I also know that there's a lot of opposition to this project, opposition that I respectfully disagree with, However, I'm here in strong and unwavering support because I think it will be good for all New York and New Yorkers. This city that's so great that they named it twice, New York, New York. Now is not the time to turn our backs on people who need us most. Too many in our community are struggling to find stable jobs, struggling to afford a place to live, struggling to put food on the table. The Hudson Yards West proposal offers real solutions. Thousands of job opportunities, affordable housing, and critical investments in support services like job training programs and food assistance. These are not just numbers on a page. These are lifelines for real people, for real families, for our neighbors. This project isn't just about building structures, as many have stated today. It's about building futures. It's about creating careers, not just jobs. It's about ensuring that the economic growth of our city includes the people who need it most. So today, I stand before you, this committee, to urge the members to support this project. The opportunity to transform an empty rail yard into a hub of prosperity, stability, and hope is simply too great to ignore, especially at a time when our city desperately needs investment. Let's do what's right. Let's do what's just. Let's lift up our communities together. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Duckett, welcome.
Well, good afternoon now. My name is James Duckett. I pastor in the Bronx, New York, and I'm also a member of MPAC, which you just heard our president speak. We are a nonprofit civil organization who is faith-based and has worked diligently for justice and equality across this city. I support the Hudson Yard West project because I firmly believe that it will significantly improve our affordability crisis and provide a myriad of opportunities for at-risk New Yorkers. This proposal will bring thousands of union construction jobs, as well as good-paying careers in the resort, which can change the trajectory of many people's lives. In addition, there are the community benefits, $200 million over the 10 years, which will be distributed to local non-for-profits, providing after-school programs, food banks, job training, and financial literacy initiatives, and even more. This package would also establish a new community foundation dedicated to rapidly responding to the neighborhood needs, ensuring no one falls through the cracks. To be clear, this isn't a lump sum payment, nor will decisions about this money be allocated by some nameless and faceless entity on an ongoing basis. Local partners will help to decide how to best put these funds to work to truly benefit the local neighborhood and its residents. At this moment that we speak today, the gulf between the rich and the poor has never seemed so vast in our lifetimes. It is morally imperative that we do everything in our power to rectify these issues. We must continue to build a New York that prioritizes the needs of all residents, not just the chosen few. Please support this transformative project that will benefit and uplift so many. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Madam Secretary, I see 7 more speakers remaining, some of them on Zoom. Let's give it a shot. Michael Jackson.
I do not have
Gabriel Dixon. Nate Checketts.
Nate was with us, but let's see if we could try to
Okay.
He spoke? Okay. He signed up. Nate already went. We can move on to Rodney.
Rodney Harrison.
Rodney, are you able to unmute and Zoom? Yep.
Rodney, can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go right ahead.
Yeah. My name is Rodney Harrison. I live in Harlem and frequently visit Hudson Yards and the High Line. I'm excited about this project and support the project because I love the idea of more parks in the area and even more so a chance for good jobs for people in the city. Though everything from affordable housing and jobs can't be solved in one project, it's a step in the right direction and continue to improve the life of New York residents. And I believe that is something we should all recognize and understand.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, next up is Shanae Scott.
I do not have Shanae.
How about Angelica Almonte? Is Angelica here in the room? No. Okay, Michelle Belizaros. Oh, you do have Angelica. Okay, great. Angelica, welcome. Come on up to the microphone. And while you're doing that, let me check to see if we have Michelle Belizaros, William Cortez, or Shakea Bishop in the Zoom. No. Okay, and a quick public service announcement before you, Angelica. If you're interested in being heard on this item, with the Western Rail Yard modifications, calendars 14 to 16, we're rapidly coming to the end of our hearing today, so if you wish to be heard, now is the time to sign up. So, all right, Angelica, thank you for your patience. Appreciate it.
Hello. I will be speaking on behalf of Donna Nihila, president of the West Chelsea Block Association. So this is her testimony. I serve as president of the West Chelsea Block Association, a group of volunteer residents and business owners who live in and operate businesses in West Chelsea, from West 25th to 29th Streets and in between 10th and 12th Avenues. Our mission is to work with city agencies and elected officials to resolve neighborhood issues like trash, graffiti, homelessness, and to keep our area clean, safe, and beautiful. The Hudson Yards West project supports what we stand for, which is why I support it. Currently, you would be hard-pressed to find someone in West Chelsea who doesn't like Hudson Yards. It's brought new housing, businesses, tourism, restaurants, parks, and family programming to our area. Unfortunately, the Western rail yards are still sitting unused and vacant, an eyesore that attracts homelessness and crime. While I know some have concerns about bringing a casino into our community, I believe developing the site and extending the safety and security services we see today at Hudson Yards will reduce risks and improve public safety. The project also includes new and affordable housing, which is a priority for the city. A large park, expanded green space, a school, and child care center will provide much-needed additional amenities to our community. I've also read that Wynn NYC-related companies are pledging to invest 1% of their gross gaming revenues into community programs. That's $197 million over 10 years, in addition to another $6.5 million to be donated to charitable groups even before opening. At this point, I do not understand the hard no coming from special interest groups, which insist on implementing the original 2009 plan in the current economic climate. If this plan falls through, we are left with nothing. No alternative options or solutions have been presented. I don't think it's fair that these groups, whose members may not even live close to the area discussed, get to influence a decision on such an important initiative that would benefit so many. I hope that our officials will keep this in mind and support this critical project to improve our community. And again, this is behalf of Donna Nihila, president of the West Chelsea Block Association. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Okay, next up, let's say, we do not have Belizaros, Cortez, or Bishop in the Zoom, correct?
Correct, Chair.
Okay, Mr. King, the floor is yours. Charlie King from Directory of Public Affairs, and I do not have anybody else wishing to sign up, so this may be the last word, but we'll do a final call right here. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman Knuckles, other commissioners. First of all, I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege and see if we can suspend the 3 minutes. I'd just like to go a half hour or longer. That works for everybody. I don't think I'd need more than that. Hearing none, I think that works. So thank you for that. I'll try to stay within the 3 minutes and try not to go over what has already been talked about thus far. This is an amazing project. Is it perfect? It's not perfect, but nothing in New York is perfect or ever will be perfect. But this is an amazing project. It's an amazing project for the city. It's transformational. You've heard from people across the city talking about how transformational it actually is. There was a person who spoke, one of the people from one of the block associations who said, you know, what about jobs? You know, someone, you know, almost dismissing, you know, what's going to be for jobs, like who's going to get these jobs and where will they live? They're going to live in Harlem. They're going to live in the Bronx. They're going to live in East Harlem. They're going to live right here in NYCHA, you know, right in the area. They're going to live in Chelsea. They're going to live all across the city if this project is built. You can't underestimate the transformational nature of this project were it to be built. It's transformational for the city. Donald Trump, like, don't underestimate this person. He just killed congestion pricing. This project is going to be beneficial to the MTA and bring billions of dollars to our MTA and to the subway system. It is transformational for the community. You know, maybe good people who are not yet there on this project don't fully understand the benefits. Billions of dollars are coming in from this project throughout, but $19.7 million a year, $4 million in a foundation. You know, you heard from very good people like Catherine Rigger, who was very passionate, not yet fully understanding what could be available to some of the parents that she was talking about from Quest High School. There's great opportunities for, and you know, Mr. Chairman, you know her well, what could be available to the parents that of the students that she represents at Quest. There's tons of opportunities for her students, for her parents, all of the opportunities that could be available for millions of dollars every year in perpetuity were this to happen. You know, there are tons of people here who are talking about the High Line, and I just found it interesting / ironic about some of the ways they were characterizing the people who were promoting this project, as if these people, you know, $40 million have been put into this project by some of the folks who are putting this together.
So you're at time. I will give you one opportunity to answer just one generic question, which is,
thank you.
You've been listening to, let's say, almost 5.5 hours or 5 hours of testimony. Were there particular points that you think that need to be addressed here that you'd like to advise the commission, or anything in particular that you heard during the course of today?
The only thing that I would conclude on is that it feels like there's a lot of passion on the side of the opponents, who I think who are very good people, and this is at the beginning stages of the conversation, not the conclusion. And to me, the High Line is a very good example, which is where I was going. You know, these folks, and I'm not from this area, but these were colleagues, collaboratives. You know, it's not like the people who are working on this project are against the High Line. They helped build it. They put millions and millions of dollars into it. They're not against it. You know, this was, you know, in building this out, it's jobs, careers, workforce development, trying to build the community. It's not that people are against skylines, shadows, and wind. It's how do we figure this out? Sure, there's tension. Sure, there are things that have changed from 2009 till now. You know, you all are city planners. I mean, I've looked at the bios of each and every one of you. I understand you know this far better than I, but there are things that are different from 2009 till now. You know, these things can be worked out, and people are frustrated. I get it. They get it. There have been lots of meetings. Nothing is perfect, as I said before, but this is an evolving process. To kill a project now, you all are planners, makes zero sense when people can keep talking about this going forward. This is New York, the greatest city in the greatest state in the greatest country that the world has ever known. You all have not an obligation, but to think about how you can make this work, and people who've got real passion, great people on both sides, we've got time to figure this out, but to kill this at the beginning, from my perspective, makes zero sense when we can do something truly magical. We've been here since, I think, yesterday. I think I've made the points that I need to make. If anybody's got a question, I'm happy to do it offline.
Thank you.
But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. We appreciate you being here with us. I noted that you might be the last word, but in fact you are not, because there are some people who we called who have resurfaced here, and so I'm going to give them a chance. We have Julie Hatterer, John Campanelli, and Nancy Cannon. Again, if you can hear me and you want to be heard today, please make sure you sign up.
Julie, are you able to unmute your mic?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. I don't know if you can see me. There I am. Hi. Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Oh my God, I've been here since 10, but I really appreciate this time to talk. And I am a born and bred New Yorker. I've lived on the Upper East Side, the Upper West Side. I've been in Chelsea for at least the past 15 years, working and living. And I am a psychiatrist, and I want to talk about mental health and logic. Mental health, the mental health of having fresh air, green space, light, seeing water is undeniable. There have been many studies. And let's talk about the mental health of and the danger of having a casino, let alone in the same space as a school. Also, I want to say about the vessel, which Related built, and there were multiple suicides, and it took them a long time to actually make it safe. So I'm very concerned about this project, as you can tell. I also have been involved in the High Line, and it provides space, beauty, light, and air, which this proposal, nobody's saying. First of all, I want to say, don't listen to what they say, see what they've done. And nobody's against jobs. We want to have development, but we want to have the right kind of development. And this is the third meeting I've been to. One of the biggest complaints, aside from the casino, has been the number of affordable housing units. And that has not changed over these 3 meetings. I'm really surprised. Instead, they offer this $200 million, which I don't know where that's going to come from. Put that money into affordable housing units from the get-go. Nobody is against jobs. Nobody is against affordable housing, but that's not what we're hearing. We're hearing casino, resort, money, tall buildings which are going to block the light, and the beauty of the High Line. So they couldn't find financing in 16 years. For anyone who thinks that it's a sure thing with wind, which nobody wants, where's that other money going to come from? It sounds to me, from what you're saying, I haven't read all these proposals, but the alternative proposal is still unclear to me, listening to all these meetings. It's not that we want to scrap development. We want to get good development. We want to get what we've been promised to the other side of the Eastern rail yards since 2009. Otherwise, we're going to be talking about this in another 16 years. I rest my case. I am opposed to the rezoning, as is our community board. And anybody who's coming in and telling us that these are outside interests, no, these are people who live and work and love Chelsea and Hell's Kitchen. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us. Okay, John Campanelli.
Hey, everybody. Good afternoon. Thanks for...
Good afternoon.
Oh, great. John Campanelli with Production Resource Group. My counterpart, Daniel, spoke a little while ago, and I just wanted to get on real quick and just say that we are in support of Related, and a little background on, what we do. I've been working in the live event industry my entire career here in New York City. And, one thing we put our pride on is we power events that power the culture, right? And so having said that, we've partnered up with Related since 2020. And, living through the pandemic, we have partnered with Related in putting up that LED screen right outside the vessel. And living through the pandemic, as every New Yorker knows, it was a challenge, right? Live events was the first to go and the last to come back. And having that little glimmer of hope in a really tough time and seeing the community come together just from 2020 to where we are now, it's fantastic. And personally, I just want to say that we're, in support with the fantastic individuals that Related, working with our union individuals, Local 1, the individuals at the Shed. We have a huge footprint into Broadway here in New York City. So tourism, entertainment, and live events is, it's our passion. And I can't imagine the good that it'll do if you head over to Hudson Yards in the summer and you could see people of all ages, people of all cultures, people from all over the country coming together to watch sporting events, movies. It really is a positive impact on the community. And so I just wanted to say, looking forward to hopefully this project, it grows and we have the ability to continue to bring live events and put smile on people's faces in the upcoming months and years with more projects like we do at Hudson Yards. So thank you for your time and full support of it. And you got a fantastic group of individuals over there. So hopefully looking forward to doing a lot more positive live event concerts with Hudson Yards and related.
Thank you, Mr. Campanelli. Okay, we have Mary Cannon and then Sid Dinsey here in the room.
Hi there. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you. I know it's been a long day, so thank you for taking time. I've been in the queue and part of this meeting now for, I actually logged in at 10, and I've wanted to stick with it because I actually feel that much gratitude for Related. I am the co-founder of City Pickle, bringing pickleball to New Yorkers. And I'm sure many of you have played, I hope many of you have played, and if not, I'm sure you have heard of it by now. And pickleball really is the perfect way to build community because it appeals to all ages, 8 to 88, and all abilities. But did you know that the very, very first pickleball court in New York City that was able to be booked by any member of any New Yorker, any member of the public, was in Hudson Yards? I pitched many companies on the value of pickleball as a community builder, but only Related had the vision and the creativity to say yes. So I had the opportunity to open the first court in New York City in Hudson Yards in the early fall of 2022. And I'm actually working with Related right now to plan our 4th upcoming season. And I have to say, previous people have talked about opportunity, but I am an example of the opportunity that Related can bring to others. As a female entrepreneur and a small business owner, I am so grateful to Related. Related gave my startup company a chance. That first fall 2020 partnership, when they had the vision and creativity, was critical to the success of my company. We now have over 100 employees, which is a definite small business success story in New York City, and Related made this possible. I really pose this to you. Imagine how many other small companies Related can propel forward, helping all New Yorkers and the New York City economy with this very opportunity. Everybody talks about community, building community. That's frequently bandied about. But I can tell you, in working with Related now for 4 years, they really care. They care about driving authentic connectivity among New Yorkers, and they do more than just talk the talk. So thank you for giving me this moment to offer my enthusiastic support for Related.
Great, thank you. Thanks for being with us. Okay, Sid Dinsey, welcome. And this will be a final call. If anybody wants to sign up, speak up, please sign up, because Sid is our last speaker as of this moment. So you may have the last word. So,
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, thank you for having me. I'm speaking I'm delivering testimony on behalf of Gary LaBarbera of the Building and Construction Trades Council of Greater New York. We will submit this written testimony to you as well, so you have it for the record. Excuse me. In support of the Western Rail Yard modification and mapping action. This is me reading Gary's statement. I am Gary LaBarbera, President of the Building and Construction Trades Council of Greater New York and vicinity, in support of the Western Rail Yard modification and mapping action. The Building and Construction Trades Council is an organization of local building and construction trade unions that are affiliated with 15 international unions in the North American Building Trades Union. Our local union affiliates represent approximately 100,000 union construction workers. The building trades mission is to raise the standard of living for all workers, to advocate for safe work conditions, and to collectively advance working conditions for our affiliates members, as well as all workers in New York City. The development of the Western Rail Yards would create thousands of construction jobs for hardworking men and women in the unionized construction industry, as well as provide opportunity for our city's residents to gain entry to life-changing careers in the unionized construction industry. Additionally, this project would create 5,000 permanent jobs, hundreds of units of affordable housing, an estimated $2 billion in benefits for the MTA, $200 million in community benefits, and a massive new public park. The project would provide massive benefits to workers as well as to the city and its residents. Generation after generation, New York City has reinvented itself through new development projects like the Western Rail Yard project before the City Planning Commission today. We cannot let the self-interested concerns of the few stop the development of projects that will move our city into the future while creating thousands of jobs and career opportunities for the city's residents. The Building and Construction Trades Council of Greater New York and vicinity supports land use actions like those for consideration in the Western Rail Yard modification and mapping action that will pave the way for smart new development opportunities in our city that will improve the lives of many New Yorkers, enhance and modernize our city and its communities, and create middle-class jobs for our members in the process. We strongly believe this land use action should pass. We thank you again for this opportunity to testify in support of this project. And again, we'll submit this.
Great. Thank you very much. Let me call up Shawnee Scott, please.
Shawnee, are you able to unmute in Zoom? Shawnee?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm a resident here at Chelsea Houses, and I would like the development, but not for a casino. I'm looking forward to things that could benefit myself as far as working, and for my daughters, who I have a 13-year-old and a 5-year-old who can benefit from this project that you guys are trying to do. What else can I say? Besides, I'm just looking forward to see what you guys have in store. And hopefully between, the residents that live here where I'm at and located, and their children can benefit from your project.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Scott. We appreciate it. Now, before I close the hearing on calendars 14 to 16, I just want to note that the record will remain open through 5 p.m. on Monday, March the 3rd, to receive written comments on the DEIS. Madam Secretary, I am going to now close the hearing and see if there are any other items that we need to discuss here today at the City Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chair. And no, Chair, there is no other business before the Commission for the public meeting, but I do have some public information to share. For those of you who were unable to or did not wish to testify, you can submit written testimony online by selecting this hearing on the NYC Engage portal through DCP's website, or by mailing your comments to City Planning Commission, Calendar Information Office, 120 Broadway, 31st floor, New York, New York, 10271. The time is now 3:39 p.m.
With that, thank you, Commissioners. This was not our longest, but it was a long one. Thank you for your time and attention. Of course, to members of the public who joined us today in all forms, in person and on Zoom, thank you for taking the time to be with us. And of course, to the applicants who appeared before us today, thank you very much for your time and also your investment in New York City. So thank you. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.